What the fuck?
Why are you catching that video? I saw it. I was behind. Why are you catching?
Because
Why?
Don't video
Delete
people,
that. No,
man.
delete that video. Delete it.
this is first of all.
What? Delete that.
Excuse me.
video.
Can I talk to you? Can I talk to you?
Of course, you do know I was here.
Excuse
I
me.
was watching BorovEUW.
No,
Can I-
gonna do.
What did you?
I can see
Why
you
are
now.
saying?
She's
Now,
on
why
our
are you saying
Hey,
this?
don't touch me.
No, I
She's
know.
on our stream.
Listen.
She is streaming
No,
with us.
listen. She's on our stream.
Yeah.
She was saying bullshit on the stream. So I want you to go ahead and delete it now.
I can't delete a live stream
Why?
because that's not how live streaming works.
Excuse me.
これライブ
Excuse me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm done.
You can't delete.
You cannot delete it.
Because it's live. This
Listen,
is being broadcast
can I ask
to
you?
1,000 people.
Can I ask you?
What?
I'm a filmer too.
ねダメそれ
Whoa, 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 whoa.
話しかけたのそっちでしょうちこの子たちと一緒におった
See, listen. I'm going to put you on my live stream.
Do it.
Yeah.
Oh, so you can record me?
I've
Dude.
been here for 25 years.
It shouldn't be 26.
So racist.
Oh, racism. Racism. Okay.
So there's a video about this. Okay, let me look into this.
Call 404 or Tokyo Sims. Call 404 or Tokyo Sims was streaming street interviews in Japan when a random man ran up and attacked him.
Why are you catching that video? I saw it. I was.
On the stream. So I want you to go ahead and delete it now.
I can't delete a live stream
Why?
because that's not how live streaming works.
Excuse me.
これライブ
Excuse me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm done.
Can't delete.
You cannot delete it.
Because it's live. This
Listen,
is being broadcast
Can I ask
to
you?
1,000 people.
Can I ask you?
What?
I'm a filmer too.
ねダメそれ
Whoa,
そ
whoa.
っちでしょうちこの子たちと一緒におった
Oh my
listen,
God.
I'm going to put you on my live stream.
Do it.
Yeah.
Oh, so you can record me?
I've
Dude.
been here for 25 years.
You are becoming so racist.
Oh, racism.
Insane how they went from delete this to I'm a live streamer too, and then it's somehow racist to also be live streaming. When for one, it does appear the full recording of this specific live stream has since been deleted, and seeing how these several reposts are heavily censored, Paul seems to be complying with what they asked, even after being attacked. Which at least to me sends a wrong message, almost ensuring more of this will occur.
I'm not
As you-
sure why he deleted it. I have no idea.
You can never comply your way out of being bullied. But first
Yeah,
we
sure.
gotta unpack exactly why this happened in the first place. As on the 6,000 upvoted front page Reddit post, most
And so
all
this comment got this thread got deleted. Who else? Sorry, this thread got locked. Who else knows why they locked? comments on this thread. I know why they locked comments. You guys do too? Yeah.
The replies say these Nigerians are sponsored by the Yakuza and Japanese government, writing long replies how foreign criminals, called touts, are being taken advantage of by them. And if you report this, the Japanese police will come down on you. With schizo-level conversations with how the immigrants are somehow the victims, when in reality, this seems to be a completely fabricated narrative, with one police report finding one case of Nigerians selling meth to Yakuza gang members.
Well, here's the easy way to tell whether this is happening. Is the Yakuza doing this in France? Is the Yakuza doing it in the UK? Are they doing it in Spain? But if they're not doing it, then why are they behaving the same way, regardless of whether the Yakuza are there or not? So it's obviously not the Yakuza that are making them do this, because if it was the Yakuza that are making them do this, it would only be happening in Japan. But it's not only happening in Japan. It's people from those groups come from everywhere to the world, and they're doing the same thing everywhere. So, I mean, this is just immediately fucking disproven.
And one report from a 2014 tabloid saying
and the reason why they're saying that is because they want to dilute and they want to separate from the accountability that yet another group, another, you could say minority group or non-white group is experiencing criticism. So they're trying to displace the accountability onto the Yakuza or onto the police so they can avoid having the conversation about whether these people are congruent with Japanese culture or not, because now they can assign it to, oh, well, it's the Yakuza that are making them do this, so now we don't have to have the conversation about why do people like this do the same thing all over the world. That's the reason why they're doing it. It's really simple.
The heroin to them, with the publication in question mainly writing about spicy content. The insanity of Reddit to take a single sentence into a full-blown narrative that live streamers get assaulted in the streets because Japanese institutions take advantage of Nigerian immigrants is like weaponized schizophrenia. But whatever.
It's just, they're doing it again. They're only doing it to protect their narrative. That's it. It's only to protect the narrative.
The people
they
fall for the soft bigotry of low expectations, as in, these adult men can't be blamed for the random assaults that they commit. They somehow permit attacks on the innocent, and society is sentenced to somehow coexist with this criminality, as live streamers in Japan have had a long history of these random attacks.
Haley Dope says, damn.
Stop that bush.
What?
I said stop that bush.
What bull?
The bush you are doing, stop it. What are you doing? Get the fuck out of here.
What's your
Get
cough, bro?
I will
What's
break
your
down your phone now. Take that phone away from me.
Man.
Take that phone away from me.
Cough, bro.
5 points of heroin.
Heroin.
Bro, what is this? Are you crazy, bro?
What? Bro! Oh! Bro! Bro!
Most notably when YouTuber Young James
I
was
remember
attacked.
seeing this one.
I feel like
The
if
guy
there was
came up
something
from
like
behind
this
him.
in America, it would just be an absolute and too dangerous, really, for any civilized person to enjoy. But
I bet.
it's crazy because you come to Japan and
This is the guy, Oh, what? The guy just went and
He
punched him in the
followed
back of
up
the
by
head.
stating these groups can be super dangerous, but Japan is incredibly safe. And as he made this post almost a year ago, less than 3 months
watching
later, he recorded another, much worse assault from the same group.
Oh my god.
It's almost like Japan isn't safe, but not enough people want to address the elephant in the room to say, we probably need some mass, heavy-handed arrests to ensure everybody's safety. Now, some of the Japanese are pretty amped up about this.
Wake up! Japan! Wake up! Deport them all! Send them all back to where they belong!
But of course, there's internet pushback against these individuals.
I like this guy.
saying they're ultra right-wing racists. But remember, Reddit locked down that original post,
They sure
solidifying
did.
the lies in the comment section. But then these same subreddits post Tokyo Sim's friend getting attacked by a random Japanese man, as they're somehow saying nobody will be angry at this attack since he's not black, and then making outright lies about the entire situation. Nobody wants any of these violent individuals in their society, but why is it somehow acceptable for Redditors to demand that that blonde Japanese man be sent to prison forever, but demanding the same be done to these Nigerian scammers is somehow a bannable offense on Reddit?
Because Reddit's captured. Reddit's been captured by leftist ideologues, and they moderate and they enforce that ideology across of all Reddit. So that's the reason why it happens. It's not like it's hard to understand or something. It's just literally that's the way Reddit works.
Idiots are so desperate to spin this narrative. There's certain
if there was no moderation on Reddit, you would have my opinion being upvoted to the top of every comment.
Aren't able to not commit crimes due to institutional racism. It's wild when they say it about America because something that happened in the 1800s. But it's even more insane when they try to apply it to Japan because of something once written on a corn site. Just think about that and let it sink in before you ever consider a Reddit opinion ever again.
Well, again,
and if you appreciate my concise,
you guys the video.
I
like
commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription because I'm a live streamer too,
Reddit's
and
crazy.
you'll subscribe to Decoy.
It's so problematic. I hate Reddit. What I hate the most about Reddit is I've seen Reddit change. And there's a link to the video. Make sure to give it a like. Even Japan isn't safe anymore. Again, that is the reason why they invent the idea of like, oh, well, it's actually the Yakuza doing that because it dilutes responsibility from... I mean, this is the kind of thing, like, how is it that you have these groups of Africans that are coming from, you know, just these different countries in Africa, and they're in France, they're in Germany, they're in the UK, they're in Scotland, they're in every single one of these other countries, and every single one of the countries, you see the same responses and the same things happen. At a certain point, you have enough points on a graph to make a line, and so the reason why they bring up the Yakuza connection is because it removes the line. It like dilutes the line, it confuses the line, and it makes it out like, oh, well, that's actually not what's happening. Yeah, but they don't care. Yeah, these people are the common denominator. This is obviously the problem, right? I mean, very clearly. But they don't want to talk about that because you're not allowed to talk about that on Reddit. That's the main reason why. Reddit is a platform that is heavily censored. It's totally it's ideologically captured. And there is no other place on Reddit that you can actually have a conversation about this without immediately getting banned. That's really it. They're not here to assimilate into Western culture. No, they're not. They're there to take advantage of it. And same with Japanese culture. That's the reason why. How many of those Nigerian scammers do you think are in Beijing? If I had to guess, my guess number would be 0. I would guess 0 would be in Beijing. And it's because they don't put up with it, right? It's just that simple. So let me see here. I can't delete this. Touts are awful. I got stalked by one for blocks. What does tout mean? They're scammers walking the establishment. Yeah, it's insane to see this happen. These are people staying in Tokyo that work for Yakuza who give them fake marriage visas, etc. Police are fully in on it. Yeah, this is all a obfuscation to misunderstand the obvious problem. Like, is this happening? Is the Yakuza in France? Are they in the UK? No, they're not. But the same exact behavior, the same exact thing happens over there. And the reason why is because it has nothing to do with the Yakuza. It has nothing to do with the Japanese police. Yeah, I'm sure the Japanese police work with them. I'm sure that, you know, like there's an instance of the Yakuza doing something with these people. But to say that this is the widespread cause of this behavior is just simply a lie because every single other place that these people are in, they're doing the same thing. So it's pretty obvious that it's not the Yakuza that are the problem here. So it's pretty obvious. Does Twitter have something similar to the Reddit engagement? No, they don't. Reddit is very, Twitter is very open. Like, you can post whatever you want on Twitter, basically, right? So the one scammer dude in a video mentions heroin. Oh, no doubt. Yasuke's in France, are in France, though. What is this? Can I pull it up? And, okay, Yasuke's are worldwide. I don't know really what that is. I'm just going to time that guy out. Guy's weird. I think it's useful to point out who's helping these retards, not necessarily taking away from whose fault is it, would you say? No, I don't think it is. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that if there were no Yakuza in Japan, would those people still be robbing and causing problems and harassing people? Let's say Yakuza's gone. They indeed would. Okay, so then it has nothing to do with Yakuza. Do you understand the reason why they're trying to assign accountability to Yakuza? Do you understand that concept? Because you might not, like, I just... A lot of people are unfamiliar with dishonest manipulation. And that's the reason why I'm calling it out. The people bringing this up on Reddit are not interested in having a conversation about this topic. They're interested in shutting it down by throwing a red herring. That's the reason why they're doing it. Do you understand that? I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. It's a tank swap? Yeah. So your argument is we shouldn't punish people assisting them because they'd do it anyway? I didn't talk about punishment. I'm simply talking about discussions. You're trying to reframe something I didn't say. To take accountability away from themselves, but that could also mean the government's creating this obfuscation. The government's obviously not creating the obfuscation, because if the Japanese government was the reason why this obfuscation was happening, then it wouldn't be happening in France because the Japanese government doesn't exist there. It's pretty logical, right? I mean, obviously it's not the Japanese government that's doing this. Like, I don't understand how this is hard to understand. It's like fucking one-dimensional. Completely one-dimensional. They excuse and point fingers in the opposite direction. It's pseudo-intellectual version, and they went that way? Yeah, exactly. I'll let this person respond one more time, then I want to move on. You're not getting banned, by the way. It's offensive to ignore the problem of Yakuza. Yeah, I'm sure, but those are two separate problems. If Yakuza didn't exist, you'd still have those guys out there doing that stuff. Criminal elements exist everywhere? Yeah, exactly. Right? Trying to displace it and not look at the underlying problem is intentional. But we agree UK government's allowing it too, so I'd assume Japanese government has some role in their country too. Yeah, but it's for a different reason. The UK government's doing it for voting and for identity reasons, and the Japanese government is being accused of doing it for corruption reasons. So it's a separate incentive. Capitol Police eject Anthony Fauci's attorney from the building after he refused to stop screaming during the hearing. What? What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Anyway, let's watch it.
But the attorneys are not recognized. In fact, the attorney was told not to sit at the table, and he's not obeying that recommendation. There's a row behind you, sir. That's where you were told to sit, and you're not. And now you're disrupting the proceedings. And so, look, this is the way Anthony Fauci wants to be remembered. For a lawyer not listening to the rules. That's the way you want to be remembered, and that's what you're going to do. You are not recognized, sir. Security, please remove him from the room.
Uh-oh. Damn. Dragged out the fucking attorney. That's good. I thought he was yelling. His mic was muted. You're listening to it from the microphones. I mean, it's obvious that he was talking, right?
Let the record state that Dr. Fauci will still have the advice of the other half a dozen attorneys that he brought along today.
Yeah. Jesus, man. How fucking embarrassing. And let me scroll down. We're going to look at a few more of these other posts, right? So this is one right here. And Rand Paul announces the committee will be voting to hold Dr. Fauci in contempt of Congress. Oh, my God. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Attorney should have pled the fifth. Should have done something, right? He didn't have a mic because he wasn't supposed to sit at the table. Well, I don't know exactly, like, why it happened. I have no idea. But, you know, either way, it didn't work out too well for him, it seems. Okay, let me take a look. We're going to look at a few of these and go through all of them. Let me turn this up a little bit.
As the Supreme Court has been clear for a century or more, Brown versus Walker, 1896.
Okay, here we go.
When he has been...
Constitution.
Let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned, as you very well know. As the Supreme Court has been clear for a century and more, Brown versus Walker, 1896. When he has been pardoned, he may not stand upon his privilege. You know that. Your lawyer is sitting behind you now, shifting nervously in their chairs. They know it. This isn't about the Constitution. This isn't about the law. This is about contempt. Contempt for this body and contempt for the American people.
Jesus.
But I think I know why you're doing it. It's because you don't want to answer questions. It's because you did all kinds of terrible things. It's because during the pandemic you got rich, didn't you? You got rich while people were dying, hundreds of thousands of Americans, over 1 million in the end, and you were getting rich. And not only were you doing that, you were using federal employees with taxpayer money to apply for and solicit cash prizes for you personally.
Wow.
Cash prizes totaling over $1 million. You did all of that during the pandemic, didn't you? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Oh, man. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this is not looking good. Fetterman was there speaking too? Yeah, we're going to go through it.
Have you refused this pardon, or do you have any reason to believe this full and unconditional pardon, this grant of immunity, or do you Do you have any reason to believe this full and unconditional pardon, this grant of immunity, would somehow require you to plead the Fifth Amendment? On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution. Based on the facts presented, I'm going to direct you to answer the questions. The committee has issued a valid subpoena. They've requested your presence here. The questions are very pertinent to your decision-making as head of NIAID, as well as a chief advisor to the president. Do you still refuse to answer the questions? On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution. Have you
Locked post.
Very pertinent to your decision making as head of NIAID, as well as a chief.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Have you refused this pardon, or do you have any?
Jesus, bro. So he's just goy looping. Them, is that it?
The committee why you chose to fund this dangerous research in China.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer.
Oh my God.
Based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
In the red folder on your table is a copy of Section 192 of Title II of the U.S. Code. Your counsel has been provided a copy as well. That section makes it a crime for a witness appearing under subpoena to refuse to answer any questions pertinent to the question under inquiry. Do you have that in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Let the record record that the witness has refused to answer whether there's a folder in front of him based on his Fifth Amendment right. It is true that you're appearing under the committee why you...
Man, what a fucking idiot, right? What a fucking moron. I gotta focus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, nothing says honesty like taking the Fifth, huh, Doc? Let's try something. What day of the week is it today?
Uh-oh. What day of the week?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color tie are you wearing?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the...
What a fucking weasel. What a fucking rat. Oh, no.
Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color's the carpet in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment.
In front of you.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Do you remember what I said before about how the way to deal with these people is actually really obvious? Are you beginning to see my point? Are you beginning to see where I'm coming from with this? Because there's a really easy solution to this, okay? It's a super easy solution. But they don't want to do it.
Dr. Fauci, would you like to at least answer this one question for us today and let us know whether or not you've changed your mind on whether or not the benefits of gain-of-function research outweigh the risks?
Nope.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
The chairman has denied your assertion of privilege and directed you to answer, but you nonetheless refuse and stand on privilege despite the existence of the pardon. The committee will have to consider, after this hearing, what appropriate action should be taken against you for the failure to testify after being directed to do so. It's against the law to obstruct an investigation of Congress. There will be repercussions to your refusal to testify today. Dr. Fauci, what appropriate action should be taken, but you nonetheless...
Constitution.
The chairman has denied your assertion of privilege and directed you to answer, but you nonetheless refuse and stand on privilege despite the existence of the pardon.
Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
The chairman has denied your assertion of privilege and directed you to answer, but you nonetheless refuse and stand on privilege despite the existence of the pardon. The committee will have to consider, after this hearing, what appropriate action should be taken against you for the failure to testify after being directed to do so. It's against the law to obstruct an investigation of Congress. There will be repercussions to your refusal to testify today. Dr. Fauci, would you...
I don't believe him. I don't believe him. I don't think you guys... I don't think they have what it takes. I don't think they have what it takes. I don't think that they're willing to do what I think they should do. I wish they were. But unfortunately, it just doesn't feel that way to me. Let me see this. So this is when the attorney got removed. Until he's in handcuffs, I'll believe him. Well, this is what I think you should do, right? Is you take a dude like this and you put him in jail. And then you put him in a jail that is like, you know, they said that Chud the Builder was living in a piss-infested shithole that was basically poisonous. And I think we just put him in there. Because, you know, again, we can't torture people, but we can come pretty close, right? So we can, you know, like make it to where people have 100-degree temperatures. We can make it to where you don't give them the right food. You could do a million things to like torture people this way without actually torturing them. That's what we should do. Duh. Biohazard torture? Exactly. And so, no, we can, yes. And so this would be the easy thing to do. The guy's like 85. He'd crack immediately, right? Or he'd die. Either way, it's a win-win situation. So that's what I'd do. And that's the nice way. There's a lot of people that would say just torture him. Now, I'm not even saying that. There's an easy way and a hard way to do things. Make him live in your house? No, that's torture.
We're going to finish with this question.
So
it's based really
this is why the attorney got removed.
That statement, that general statement in your support for gain of function, the idea that the benefits outweigh the risks. So there are many other people who disagree. They aren't politicians or not. I don't know what party they're in. David Relman is probably one of the most esteemed.
You got soft.
And he is a scientist at Stanford. He, I think, has classified clearance. He's been a consultant to our government probably for a decade or more. And he's written about this publicly. He says the opposite. He said that the risks of this research do not outweigh the benefits. He said we shouldn't do it. Richard Ebright, who's been involved in this debate for 2 decades, says the same thing. Says we really shouldn't be doing this at all. There's a quote also by...
Look at the fucking picture. What, bro, can we stop this? Can we stop? Get this shit out of the fucking... Like, come on, guys. It's Congress. Put the whiteboards down. Put the cardboard down, guys. It's a circus.
I have an Esfelt quote. Is that at the very end?
Shit's funny as fuck. You can't even read it.
Kevin Esfelt, who's a CRISPR scientist at MIT, also wrote about this gain of function. I implore every scientist, funder, and nation working in the field, please stop. No more trying to discover or make pandemic-capable viruses. No more experiments likely to disseminate blueprints.
What they're discussing, in case anybody doesn't understand the context, is the idea that Anthony Fauci was complicit in research that allowed pandemics like COVID-19 to get basically exposed to the public. There are a lot of pandemic and like virology. I don't know the specific terminology for this, so like, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but like, you know, different virology, you know, institutes and research labs. One of them is in Wuhan, China. We have, I think, a handful of them in America. They are around the world, right? And they basically experiment on trying to almost create these different viruses and then kind of preempt a defensive mechanism against them, right? It's not really the worst idea theoretically, but the problem is that, you know, whenever you're doing something like that, you could accidentally make the super virus and then not have a cure for it. And, you know, just due to human error, something gets out and it's a problem, right? You see what I'm saying, right? Gain of function. Yeah, sure. Yeah, like Raccoon City, like, yeah, literally Resident Evil. It's like, yeah, Umbrella Corp or something like that. Sure. Okay, so we all get the concept. This one you guys understand.
Dr. Fauci, would you like to at least answer this one question for us today and let us know whether or not you've changed your mind on whether or not the benefits of gain-of-function research outweigh the risks?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
If you want my opinion on it, like as somebody who's not qualified at all to talk about this, I think that we should do that. I think that we do need to be testing new types of viruses. There should be countermeasures, protocols, and guardrails, of course. But on to where like we don't make something that's like just instantly can like melt your body. But like at the same time, like creating and like trying to splice these things to create like preventative measures, I think is a good idea. I think it's a very good idea. But so I'm not entirely even on their side with this. But at the same time, saying that maybe COVID came from one of those shouldn't have gotten you deplatformed, right? Like these are two very, very different things. Saying that, yeah, we should experiment on different types of viruses to see how we can prevent them from, you know, spreading in the public. Like, yeah, that seems like a good idea. Also, yeah, if somebody thinks that maybe a virus came from one of these labs, you shouldn't get banned from every social media platform for thinking this, right? I mean, this is not unthinkable, is it? I don't know what to say. The issue is the experimenting was done in China. Yeah, I mean, that's sure. I mean, I don't think that China does not have a monopoly on ignoring protocols. I bet we do the same thing. I'm not trying to, I think they probably do it worse than we do, okay? Like, don't get me wrong. But all I'm saying is I don't think that's the only point.
The chairman has denied your assertion of privilege and directed you to answer.
That's a separate question.
But you nonetheless refuse and stand on privilege despite the existence of the pardon. The committee will have to consider after this hearing what appropriate action should be taken against you for the failure to testify after being directed to do so. It's against the law to obstruct an investigation of Congress. There will be repercussions to your refusal to testify today.
He's being a bad boy. Uh-oh.
Senator Peters.
Uh-oh. Oh, there's the attorney. He's talking.
You're not recognized. You're not recognized. If you are unruly, you will be removed from the proceeding. You are not. You are not recognized.
What are you doing?
And you are not recognized, sir. Sir, you are not recognized. You are not recognized. Security. We'll hold off. But you will respect these proceedings. You were told not to sit at the table. You insist on sitting at the table. And we told you you would not be recognized. You are not invited here for testimony, sir. You are being disruptive. Would you behave this way in a courtroom? No, because the judge would put you in jail. I can't do that today, but I can have you escorted from the premises. So I would say, sir, sit quietly and don't say another word. I said, sit quietly. You are not recognized. Another word and you're gone.
Those are 2 words. Those were 2 words. You gonna let that go?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear what the attorney has to say.
He is not recognized by the committee or the chair. If he speaks again, he will be removed from the room. This testimony is from Anthony Fauci. This is not a game with his lawyers. He can advise. His lawyers can give him advice. He's got a half dozen here. They're all allowed to talk to him.
Yes.
All right? But the attorneys are not recognized. In fact, the attorney was told not to sit at the table, and he's not obeying that recommendation. There's a row behind you, sir. That's where you were told to sit, and you're not. And now you're disrupting the proceedings. And so, look, this is the way Anthony Fauci wants to be remembered. For a lawyer not
He's
listening
talking,
to the
bro.
rules. That's the way you want to be remembered, and that's what you're going to do. You are not recognized, sir. Security, please remove him from the room.
There it is. Okay.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
Man, how about that? Slimy motherfuckers had to, yep, there it is. I'm glad to see that. Absolutely. That wasn't shouting. Well, does it matter, right? I mean, like, he's still talking over it. He's still interrupting the proceedings. The volume of his voice doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, I guess it would be worse if he was shouting, but fundamentally, he's still disrupting it, and he's doing it on purpose, and he's trying to derail the conversation in order to protect his client. Like, that's what the goal is, right? So his goal with standing there is to derail and obstruct the government from figuring out what the hell is going on. That's what his goal is. That's what he's trying to do. So why would you let somebody do that? Like, what are you talking about? And frickin' rat lawyer. Exactly. He's done a lot to talk, period. He was spamming. Yeah. He's being a decoy 11 times, Fifth Amendment. He's pulling aggro. He was. And it was no reason to do that. And let me see if I can pull this up and I can look at the next one.
It was about 6 years ago today that I decided I'm going to give up my businesses, sell them all, run for office, run for the United States Senate.
Yeah.
Here I am sitting in front of you 6 years later saying, who the f do you think you were for doing that?
Damn.
It is a total disgrace what you did to this country. And if my Democrat colleagues are standing there defending you, I hope the voters of the United States of America watch the clips of every one of you doting on a guy who was more interested in being a celebrity than saving American people. I will make it my mission to make certain that every single one of those Democrats who did that will see that clip over and over and over again.
Not enough.
Because there is no defense of what you did. You may have had a 50-plus year legacy of public service, but it ends in total and complete disgrace.
Man, I feel like this is more of a voting advertisement than any change charges to be made. I mean, in my opinion, like, that's what I would put the guy in jail. That's what I would do. And let me scroll down. Oh, look at this here. This is episode number infinity of people that hate the Constitution using the Constitution when it's beneficial for them, but when it's not, now they hate the Constitution. Republicans, Dr. Fauci pleaded the Fifth, so he's guilty. Also Republicans, Trump pleading the Fifth doesn't mean he's guilty. President Trump's lawyer, Michael Cohen, just invoked his Fifth Amendment right, basically admitting that he's a criminal. It's what I've always said. I've said it a million times, and I'll say it a million more times, is that these people don't have any values. They just simply have goals. And if you treat them as if they are people with values and you capitulate to, having a moral or an ethical understanding with these people, the only reason they want to come to a moral or ethical understanding with you is so they can take advantage of you. It's so they can subvert you or somehow use that value against you. You don't give these people any quarter at all. Never do that. So Trump was not pardoned. Well, yeah, Trump also wasn't pardoned. I think there's that too. It's whataboutism. Well, the thing is that whataboutism is not relevant. What is relevant is that you acknowledging these people for what they are. They are subversive agents that are trying to take advantage of you. And so anything that they say, anything they do, is going to be in service of that goal. So to the extent that you find yourself on the same side as them, you should be asking yourself why that is. And you should never look and think about these people as someone that you can have a shared value with. You can't have shared values with these people. They're not the same as you. And if it was up to them, you'd be in jail. And that's he's a psychopath. Well, yeah, a lot of these people basically are psychopaths or sociopaths, but that's it. Thank you. I pull up Procrastinate. Pull up what we were saying about double standards. Well, the problem is that, so this is the issue. I don't have a problem with double standards because I understand what these people are. I have a problem with people that have a problem with double standards but are not willing to act on it. Like, these are, like, him and his brother were gassing up the whole thing about, 8647, and it was like this, like, very covert way of saying to kill Donald Trump. And they've made other statements about this that were, like, kind of borderline doxing. Why are they still platformed? Why aren't they in jail? Why haven't you gone after these people? And even if you can't put them in jail, you can sure as hell make their life hell. You can certainly ruin their life anyway. Why don't you do that? And so this is the reason why I hate the Republicans. Like, I hate the Democrats more than anything. Well, I don't, actually. I hate the foreign people. Like, there are a lot of Democrats like Baldy here that I do like. But I also hate the Republicans. I do. I hate them because they have the power and they don't do that. That's really it. They don't act that way. And so, yes, more vindictive actions. It is. Like, I am, and by the way, I am completely vengeful. I am totally vindictive. And it is the cruelty is the point. That is the point for me. And so the fact that they don't go after these guys and they just let them run wild is just, it's a disgrace, in my opinion. You let these people run wild for what reason? For why would you do this? So that's really the way I'd say it, right? And it's like someone who's a God mode turned on in the game, somehow they still lose. Yeah, basically, right? It's just embarrassing. Anyway, let's look at this.
It's not about much more your regrets, but I have one. And that is early on that there was the theory that the virus could have emerged from the lab.
Yeah,
and
people heard about
early
that.
on that became like a right-wing kinds of theory, and I thought it seemed to make sense. Now there was a really advanced lab that was close by, and then you have this unknown.
And I'm not even convinced that it came from the lab. I'm not, but I don't think that you shouldn't be allowed to say that it did. That's the difference. It's not even that it came from the lab for sure and everybody knows it. Like it did? I don't know. Like, I'm sorry, guys, but I think I don't have to have a conclusion on everything that I'm not fully educated in. I don't know. Maybe it did. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. But I do know one thing. If somebody says it did, they shouldn't have gotten fucking deplatformed, all right?
Virus.
That's crazy.
Out.
That's insane.
But that became a very partisan thing. And now it seems now it's more and more emerging theory that would have come from the lab. Now, I think that the next time our nation's facing something like this, we are not become, as I might have been, blinded by the partisan idea that maybe the truth might come from a side that's different than...
I think that a lot of people were scared and taking shots in the dark. I think that's what happened with COVID. I think nobody really knew what the fuck was going on. It was happening. There was a crazy media cycle about it. There was mass hysteria. Everything was like completely, like unprecedented in a way. And people were just like, I don't know, like put on mask. I don't know. Maybe it came from here. Like, I don't know. So I think that's really what happened. That's probably the reality.
You are, but I think we should really be willing to pursue truth.
I saw that.
No matter where that may have emerged, for all of that.
Yeah, and this is true. Stay safe. Let me see if I can pull it up. Oh, it's not even on there. I forgot. He's rebranded now. He's not Stay Safe at all. And let me pull this up and find it. So in 2021, I was suspended on Twitch for talking about the lab leak theory and the efficacy of the COVID vaccine. In 2026, the official White House website confirms that COVID did, in fact, leak from a lab in Wuhan. And Dr. Anthony Fauci just got caught lying about the COVID vaccine in his own personal diary. By God, we are going to save this republic. So this is what happened, right? These are the enforcers. Yes, this is the way it is. It's actually interesting. Fauci was trusted with confidential information. The information could be divulged in court of law. Maybe. I don't know if it can be or not. They were saying it came from bat soup in December 2019. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get too far into it, but in general, like, yeah, oh, here we go. Here's some more of it.
Was given a pardon prospectively from
Fauci.
the last administration. We don't know if it was an auto pen pardon. It doesn't really matter for legality purposes. But Americans want to know, a lot of them, is there going to be any accountability for trillions of dollars lost?
Well, you get around a pardon. I mean, you can get around anything. Like, you just make up some bullshit. It's easy.
Children's education.
And also, like, you do something fast enough, it doesn't matter if it was right or wrong, because it's done.
Education destroyed. And
it's a lot like Maduro, right? Like, there's no time to talk about whether it was, legal for Trump to kidnap Maduro. Because he's in fucking New York right now in a fucking box. It's done. It's over.
Public health reputation, public health industry reputation shattered.
Yeah, and millions of people injured. You know, he lied about masks, he lied about social distancing, he lied about the transmission, he lied about natural immunity, he lied about the capacity, as you just said, of the vaccine to prevent infection, to prevent it. He got vaccinated, a very, very public press conference in January of 2020, and then 5 months later, he had, and this is the first time that we knew this from the diary, he had a pulmonary infarction, which is one of the adverse events that NIH, CDC, and FDA said are expected from the vaccine. He never told anybody. He got treated for it privately by the best doctors in America. At the same time, he was telling everybody that that was not.
Man, how about that? That's crazy. 07 I'm vaxxed. My dad had pulmonary problems too. But like, he also smoked cigarettes for 50 years, drank alcohol for 50 years, and, breathed in Agent Orange and had half of his lung gone. I don't think that really had it, but like, my dad did get the vaccine. And of course the thought crossed my mind, like, was him getting the vaccine, was this somehow, contingent on his health decline, right? I'm not sure. But it's something that I think about, of course, right? But yeah. Never should have forced the vaccines on us. Well, he got it. I mean, again, like, he just did what he thought the best option was. And, like, maybe it wasn't the right option, but he's 70-fucking-8, right? So what do you expect? And there's 50 other fucking things wrong with him anyway. So, but yeah, it's something that I think about. And they call it turbo cancer. No, that's not. I'm not talking about cancer. Like, he had other pulmonary problems as well. Here we go. Let's look at this one.
So there's no evidence. There's no evidence.
Turn it up. Give me a second.
Ivermectin is helpful. On that exact same day, and I've got the, so there's no evidence. There's no evidence that ivermectin is helpful. On that exact same day. Do you
remember whenever Joe Rogan said ivermectin was like a good idea, and then CNN played the clip of him saying that, and they used a filter to make him green like an orc in Lord of the Rings, and like make him like all like gray and shit like that? Do you remember this? Like, this is here. After I finish this, if somebody can pull up the clip and show it to me, that would be amazing.
And I've got the studies right here. There was a website. It was tracking the random controlled studies. Here they are, showing 60, 70% efficacy of ivermectin. The same day you say there's no evidence, there was all kinds of evidence. Loved ones had to go to hospitals, had to sue hospitals. Just, would you try it? So I would want to know, to what extent were you involved in sabotaging hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, and did you do that because you knew the only way you get emergency use authorization for these drugs, these experimental gene therapy, was if there was no effective treatment, you couldn't get the emergency use authorization. So is that why you helped sabotage these cheap generic drugs in favor of remdesivir, which, by the way, nurses, are you aware of the fact that nurses called it run, death is near?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment.
Yeah. He just playing some bullshit again, huh? How about that? Vaccine fucks with your DNA? Well, I have no idea about that. And this is also like, so this is what TMZ is saying about this. I thought this was funny.
I have not used TMZ's YouTube channel to vent personal feelings about issues.
Well, I mean, like,
but I'm going to do that today. Watching Anthony Fauci before a congressional hearing taking the Fifth Amendment.
Just a second. Let me see if I can pull up. Maybe before I go to this, I want to see if I can find the Joe Rogan thing, okay? Give me 1 sec. Yeah, here it is. Joe Rogan says he tested positive for COVID-19.
More breaking news this evening. Joe Rogan, an extremely popular podcaster, announced on social media today that he has COVID. Rogan has said young, healthy people don't need to get vaccinated. In his statement on social media, Rogan said he has taken several therapeutics to recover.
Look at this.
Turns out I got COVID. So we immediately threw the kitchen sink at it. All kinds of meds, monoclonal antibodies.
Look at him, bro.
Ivermectin.
This is his fucking dude. This is his application. His trial to be an orc.
Z-Pack,
he's hulking
prednisone,
out,
everything.
One of those drugs he mentioned, ivermectin, is something more often used to deworm horses. CDC says there's no evidence it works on COVID. Its increased usage has only led to a substantial increase in overdoses after a push by some on the far right, citing vaccine misinformation. Perspective now.
Isn't it crazy to go back and watch these videos? These are all the clips? Okay, let me pull it up and look at it. Let me see. Where is this one here? Yeah, this is... Here it is.
And turns out I got COVID.
Look at that.
So we immediately threw the kitchen sink at it.
Look at that, bro. Like, that's insane. You know what he looks like? He looks like Baron Harkonnen after he comes out of the oil bath.
All kinds of meds, monoclonal antibodies,
Really?
ivermectin, Z-Pack, prednisone, and turns out I got COVID. So we immediately threw the kitchen sink at it. All kinds of meds,
Yeah, isn't
monoclonal
it kind of racist to give him
antibodies,
blackface, right?
ivermectin,
What the hell?
Z-Pack, prednisone, and turns out I got COVID. So
CNN's a joke? Well, again, I mean, I'm not laughing. I wish that we were able to do more. The American people don't have the stomach for what needs to be done yet, but they will. But they will. Every day we get closer. Every day it becomes a little bit more realistic.
So rad that we have maybe the coolest man on the planet right now. Wow, and there's the room. This is intense. Does anybody else have?
Hello. Hi there.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, this is such a thrill. How are you?
Oh my
Pretty good,
God,
I guess.
this is so
It's a little
funny.
bit like running on fumes for a couple of months, but
I would imagine this is a thrill for me because you truly have emerged as a personal hero for me, and you've been this true north, I think, for a lot of people, and it's so deeply, deeply
It's not looking
appreciated.
good, is
So
it?
just to have this little corner of your time for us is
Wow.
such a joy. So
well,
thank you.
It's my pleasure to be with you, Miss Robertson. And
I'd just like to, at this point, there's just a random fact of history that came to mind, is that in ancient culture, like Roman culture, actors were seen and viewed as being below or on the same level as prostitutes. I don't know really why I thought of that, but it was just random.
Thank you for doing this. It's very important.
Golly, you're really like my personal hero right now. So rad that we have maybe the coolest man on the planet right now. Wow, and there's the room. This is intense. Does anybody else have?
It's just so fucking pathetic, bro. And people say I overreact. Oh my God. Never forget Brave America. Yeah, I remember him. He wasn't having it.
The people in America are not settled with the information that's been given to us.
So basically, Anthony Fauci goes out and he's going like door to door explaining COVID to people, and he just randomly happens on this one guy. This is a random dude, I think living in New York or something.
The people in America are not settled with the information that's been given to us right now. So I'm not going to be lining up taking a shot on a vaccination for something that wasn't clear in the first place. And then you all create a shot in miraculous time. It takes years to create vaccination.
Well, it used to take years.
Okay, it used to.
You know how many years were invested in this approach? About 20 years of science to get us to be able to do it.
20 years is not enough. And 9 months is definitely not enough for nobody to be taking no vaccination that you all came up with.
The only reason I'm talking to you right now, as close as we are, is that I've been vaccinated.
Right.
But if it allows thousands of people like you don't get vaccinated, you're going to let this virus continue to percolate in this country and in this world.
Something like the common flu then, right?
And not like
It's much
the common
more
Fear. It's fear, this pandemic. That's all it is.
This is like, you know what it's kind of like? It's like, you know, whenever you go into like they're smurfing, right? They go into like a bot lobby and they just randomly find some guy that's like super high ranked. And it's like, wait, what the fuck is this? We thought we were just gonna convince a bunch of dumb people to get the vaccine. Like, well, what do you mean they're acting this way? Oh my God. And bet everyone's calling him ignorant and retarded. Well, not anymore, right? I think that's it. Found the, yeah, bro, they do is smurfing, exactly. And Fauci made a terrible mistake knocking on that door. Yeah, there it is. And Trump should invite him to the White House. True. Yeah, that'd be fucking funny if that happened. And anyway, let me pull up the next one here. This is Anthony Fauci's legacy. Yes. So this is a very, very popular COVID video, right? And he is at peace. We are so sorry. Oh, God. Look at that. Isn't that sad? Jesus. AI claims there's still deaths, but they aren't talked about anymore because it's not politically convenient anymore. Yeah, I think that's true. And so what's the context? The context, my understanding of the context when I remember this, whenever it came out, was that people weren't allowed to see their loved ones in hospitals while they were, you know, while COVID pandemic was so big. So what ended up happening is that, you know, people weren't able to connect with their family. And, you know, that's pretty much it, right? It was awful. And so people weren't able to say goodbye to their family members whenever their family members died, right? So it was awful. And let me see here. Dear Diary, today I got the stock market to drop 3,000 points XXO. Press conference was highly attended. Stock market dropped by 300 points. 3,000 points, the biggest percentage drop in history. So he wrote that down. I don't points. 3,000 points, the biggest percentage drop in history. So he wrote that down. I don't think it's that big of a deal to write that down. Personally, I don't think that's like super condemning. And when Anthony Fauci looked like every night after he wrote how great he is in his diary, oh my God. Weren't people dying because they could, because they were put on ventilators? Well, I don't know why. I mean, I think there's probably like, so this is the issue with COVID, right? Is that there were a lot of reports and accusations of, and I'm saying reports and accusations because I don't want to 100% stand on this because I don't really, like, my opinion is that I don't really care that much about COVID, like whether it was actually happening or not. I care more about how people treated it because that's like whether COVID happened or not is all like, that's all water under the bridge. But the system that allowed what happened with COVID and all of the second order effects from COVID, that's what's important to me because that's what will live on and will continue into the next problematic controversy, right? And so that's my focus and that's where my thinking is. So I don't know whether this is true or not, but a lot of people said that many of the deaths from COVID were actually deaths from other things, that COVID was just put down as a reason, right? And nobody was dying of the flu anymore. And so they were all being assigned COVID-19 instead. So does that make sense? Yeah, the COVID numbers were inflated, right? I heard this a lot. Yeah, and this is a common sentiment that a lot of people had. So we're gonna watch this video from TMZ. This is one of the guys from TMZ. This is the guy, by the way, remember? This is the one how they were you know, like, okay, all right, we're gonna go and we're gonna make Clavicular look like he's anti-Semitic. You know, like that's it. It's the same
is
guy.
Just one of the most heartbreaking things I have seen in government in my lifetime. And this is something we need to reckon with. That I'm going to say up front, I have problems the way the CDC handled COVID. I think that they did damage to children, to adults, and I don't think they did it maliciously. I think they did it because they were using their judgment and were overprotective, and I think at times overstated things they said they knew but really didn't. And I have personal problems with the way that COVID was handled. That said, Anthony Fauci, over a period of decades, has been an amazing public servant. In the 80s, I had many friends who died of AIDS, a horrible, painful death. And I had friends who lived because of Anthony Fauci, because he was willing to look at experimental drugs in a different way than they had looked at them before. And that really resulted in lives saved. And he has done so many other things in his career to thwart epidemics, to save lives, not just in the United States, but
there are a lot of times where people that do good things also do bad things. This is, I know this is something that the Goyim have trouble understanding, but there is not a binary nature to life. It's not like somebody is always good or always bad. Sometimes there are people that do things that are positive, and then later on they do something that's negative, or vice versa. They do something that's negative, and then they end up doing something positive later on. Yeah, life is non-binary. Imagine that. So I hear something like this, and to me it's like, if this was really true, then why isn't he answering any questions, and why did he need a blanket pardon? Why? I mean, like, this is just like really, like, this is the kind of stuff, like, this is the common sense stuff, right? Where it's like, if you really thought this was true and you were acting in good faith, why can't you just explain what you were trying to do and what your goals were? You see what I'm saying?
All over the world, he has been a dedicated public servant who could have made a lot more money outside of government than inside, but he stayed. And now we are at a point where members of Congress, and yes, you, Rand Paul, are on a witch hunt. And you're...
Good. We need more of them. We need more witch hunts. I love them. Finally. Finally, we're going to do... Thank God. Waiting on this for hundreds of years. Bring it back.
You know, the best I can say for Rand Paul is that he's being really honest. I mean, he has said now over a period of years, he wants Anthony Fauci in a jail cell. He has said it out loud. He wants him in a jail cell.
Right.
That's the point of this hearing.
Yes.
That's why they're doing this.
Correct.
They want to take something that Anthony Fauci says and then claim it amounts to perjury, and they want to prosecute him. Right. They want to convict him, and they want to...
I don't think they should just do it with him. I don't like the idea that Anthony Fauci is the only person that gets pilloried for this. Because there's a lot of other people that were involved too. It's not fair that it's only one guy. Why is this guy sweeping for a criminal? Because the reason why is that whenever they see the government is willing to actually go after people like Anthony Fauci for communicating in a way that's dishonest, dishonest media outlets get afraid. Because they know that if they're willing to go after Anthony Fauci, they might be willing to go after you. That's why they get scared. Because they know that going after Anthony Fauci, they are on that same spectrum. They're next, maybe not next, but, you know, like they're, you know, somewhere around the list.
Throw him in prison. That's the point of this hearing.
Yes.
There is no other point of this hearing There could be. I mean, there are things they could certainly ask him, but he can't answer. Because if he answers, it doesn't matter what he says.
Yeah.
You know, if you can prosecute somebody for frickin' seashells on the beach shore,
Right.
then you could certainly prosecute somebody for what they say in a congressional hearing.
Yes.
And that's the climate we're in.
Good.
We are in a Senator Joseph McCarthy climate where
Beautiful, right? You know what's really sad is that he's wrong. It's so sad that he's wrong. No, we're not. You know we're not. It's obvious that we're not.
there is such fear that people have.
There's not enough fear.
And legitimate fear that they'll end up in prison for what they say, no matter what it is, if they are on the wrong side of somebody in Congress or the administration.
Okay. All right. Now we're talking. Thank God. I've been waiting for this. Holy shit. How long did this take? Jesus. That's the whole point, buddy. What do you think that this is all for? Is TMZ the studio that celebrated when Kirk got shot? It was. It was. And do you remember what I said before? Never give an inch. Never give an inch, bro.
That they have been silenced. And that's where we are right now. We are in Senator Joseph McCarthy territory. And the idea that you have to watch this man take the Fifth Amendment, and again, I will say that I disagreed personally with some of the CDC decisions. Absolutely, I did. That said, he's a public servant who worked for us and saved lives for decades. And we are turning him into what Rand Paul wants to be, a criminal.
Couldn't you say the same thing about Tom Homan, who was given a medal by Obama as the Border Patrol, but then you're platforming people that are saying that ICE are Nazis? No, you're not going to say that at all. So this is the issue. Like, I mean, I've said this before, right? These people have no values. They have no values. They have no center. There is only power accumulation. That's all. It is everything. Do things move the ball forward or farther away? That's all there is to it. I waited, I planned, I prepared, and I got ready. And today, I'm pretty sure we're ready to beat the last bosses in this fucking game. The final bosses. I'm gonna show y'all what I've been doing. Let me go back to my base and see how they've been doing. How are these retarded pieces of shit doing? Let me see here. Give me a minute, let me look at it. All right, so I have a number of different pals that I have set up and ready to go. So we have, I guess, where can I start? This is a video about an honest review of women's suffrage. Oh, man. All right. Oh.
Women are capable of many things. But voting well doesn't seem to be one of them. In their defense, men don't vote that well either, but are still considerably better on average. In this video, we go over the political gender gap, the causes behind it, and some ancient wisdom to give an honest review of women's suffrage. And if you enjoyed, consider subscribing, it helps the channel.
Yeah.
First, let's get some basic things out of the way. Contrary to propaganda, we do not live in a patriarchy. Collectively...
Fuck no! I wish. It was a lot.
First, let's get some basic things out of the way. Contrary to propaganda, we do not live in a patriarchy. Collectively...
Fuck no. I wish. It was a lot better when we did.
Women have more power.
It's better for women whenever we did.
West than men do. We live in democracies where everyone can vote, and women both outnumber men
Turn
and
it
have a
off!
higher
Turn it off!
voter turnout. If
We did.
less than men do. Women have more power.
It's better for women whenever we did.
Less than men do. We
Yep.
live in democracies where everyone can vote, and women both outnumber men
Turn
and
it
have a
off!
higher
Turn it off!
voter turnout. If women
No, I
voted
wanna
as
see it.
one united bloc, they'd win every election.
Uh-huh.
Secondly, women control education through sheer numbers, and as anyone of my generation can attest, will often force their politics down children's throats.
That's right.
Thirdly, women control the professional
Yeah, it was in Iceland. Yeah, yeah, there you go. And nothing happened.
But as long as the status quo remains,
Yeah.
women collectively are in charge. So what have they done with all this power? The Greek
Ruined
playwright
everything.
Aristophanes, referred to as the father of comedy, wrote a play 2,400 years ago where he predicted the outcomes of what would happen if women took control of politics, called the Assembly of Women. His predictions included massive welfare expansion and equity focus, enabling free riding and draining the treasury, hostility to private property and private relationships, erosion of the family unit with the state as a substitute provider, weakened commitment, chaotic dating markets, and ironically fiercer female competition, as well as the punishing of masculine traits leading to more effeminate men.
2,400 years ago? Holy shit. Wow.
Aristophanes was eerily prescient,
that's
with modern
crazy.
voting data showing women, on average, strongly backing the patterns he warned about. And
Well, it's only true for single women. Married women vote a lot more conservative. Men are still more conservative at every ratio, but women are also on average conservative. See, women, the reason why single women vote for the far left stuff is because it's simple. They don't have a man to take care of them, so the state has to take care of them. Somebody's got to do it, and it's not going to be them.
an 8 to 15 point swing over men in favor of increasing welfare beyond its already extensive size, a 20 point swing in favor over men in support of increased gun control, and as much as a 15 point swing over men in favor of mass immigration.
That's right.
And perhaps something not even Aristophanes would have predicted.
And nuclear power is another one.
56% in favor of killing their own unborn kids for any reason. A 15 point gap compared to men.
Yep.
Looking at the downstream social effects, declining families, rising spending, polarization, Assembly of Women feels less like satire and more like a warning. There are two clear patterns here. Firstly, many women are clearly voting to use the state as a substitute husband. Instead of men protecting and providing for their families, the state does it. But the irony is, the state can only provide for them by taking resources from men. After all, the state itself does not produce anything.
That's right.
In essence, this is a form of forced disenfranchisement against men.
Exactly.
Men's naturally advantaged ability to protect and provide was once leverage for them in the dating market. Leverage
now
they
being
could use
taken
to get a
away.
higher quality spouse. But by these being forced
This was promised to me 2,400 years ago.
taken from them and given for free to women,
Yep.
men's value and agency have been vastly reduced.
That's right.
One of the only things nowadays that men get to keep entirely for themselves is their own physical attractiveness.
Yes.
Historically, physical attractiveness is a trait women would use for more leverage in the dating market. But since that's all that men have left for themselves, it explains the recent trend of men becoming so obsessed with their appearance, and as a result, becoming more effeminate. People blame dating apps and social media for the extreme focus on male appearance. But the fact that so many other aspects of masculinity have been forcefully substituted by the state seems like the greater cause. Since men are now less incentivized...
This is a really based video. Oh my God. This might be the best video I've ever seen in my life.
to acquire the necessary masculine skills to protect and provide, they'll do so less, and focus instead on more rewarding feminine traits. And as such, the state will have less and less masculinity to draw on, ultimately leading to less provision and protection
That's
for
right.
society over time.
True.
As we're already seeing.
Everything gets
There's
worse.
some nuance though, because while women generally have been treating the state as a substitute husband, there are certain groups of women who will absolutely not vote this way, and in fact despise this behavior. That is, women who themselves have long-lasting successful relationships with men. This is intuitive. The less successful a woman is in establishing a strong private relationship with a man, the more likely she is to try to use the state to redistribute masculinity towards her. Meanwhile, if a woman is successful in that pursuit, the less likely she is
It's always the
to share her man.
Fat.
This is effectively the libertarian versus welfare debate, except proxied through relationships.
Yep.
As such, Societies that encourage promiscuity, polygamy, and non-commitment are effectively a form of socialism for undesirable women. As men and women continue to a form of socialism encourage promiscuity through relationships. As such, societies that encourage promiscuity, polygamy, and non-commitment are effectively a form of socialism for undesirable women.
Oh my God. Wow. This is crazy.
As men and women continue to drift apart and fail to establish long-standing relationships, the more appealing this form of socialism becomes for them. This again mirrors Aristophanes' prediction, where in the play the assemblywomen forced men's attention.
Also, by the way, being ruled over by women was literally a curse from the Old Testament. Like, this is, I mean, we didn't just, like, it wasn't just him, is what my point is.
To be shared with less desirable women. The second pattern of female voting is supporting whatever the current thing is.
That's right.
I gave you the stats about modern-day voting issues, where you see women giving significantly more support to liberal mainstream ideology that we've all been taught in school. But if we rewind the clock some decades back to when mainstream institutions were conservative,
they're going to be way more conservative.
You'd see women being more conservative than men.
That's right.
Why? Because it was the current thing. Women are, on average,
5 times
more agreeable than men.
Not more, 5 times more likely to exhibit own group bias.
The consequence of agreeableness is the fear of going against the perceived consensus.
Yeah, exactly.
As such, women operate less as independent voters, but rather as parrots of institutions.
You know it, I know it, everybody knows it.
If the dominant institutions are conservative, women will broadly be conservative.
This is why I've said before that you have to change consensus. Unless you want to take away their right to vote, you have to control institutions and control consensus. This is exactly the reason why. I never really explained that, but that's why. And there are men that think like this too.
If they're liberal, women will broadly be liberal. Naturally, parroting the dominant opinion is not helpful in politics, and actually reinforces political entrenchment, facilitating corruption, lack of scrutiny, and dogmatism. A deeper issue of suffrage is its effect on the family unit. In healthy societies with strong families, husbands and wives are aligned. They'll vote the same, making the extra votes redundant. However, now you have the political incentive to appeal not to families, but to individuals. And if your platform is generally more appealing to women, especially single women, but not to men, you are now incentivized to push policies that sabotage or delay family formation, or to get wives to vote against their husbands, which causes marital rifts and has happened in recent campaigns. After all, as we've established, generally women in successful marriages will not vote for the state as a substitute husband.
This is true. This is one of the components that I try to bring up a lot, is that, like, it's only single unmarried women that are the problem. The married women aren't really the problem. I mean, they are, but, like, not really. It's not the main problem.
This means that at best, women's suffrage is largely redundant, and at worst, it politically incentivizes the subversion of the family, and therefore, the future of your nation. Additionally, this is a weakness that's unique to women's suffrage, as while you can somewhat use the state as a substitute husband through the roles of protector and provider, the state is incapable of providing men with what they'd want from a wife.
Well, and if they did, the thing is that, like, if the state went, like, if you want to see women make the Gestapo overnight, they're going to make fucking Adolf Hitler's secret police create an immigration program that only allows attractive women from other countries to come into America. Like, that immediately, bro. Like, you're talking about, like, that's going to be overnight. Overnight, shit's going to change. I vote for that? Yeah. With measurements? Yeah, exactly. Like, no fatties.
Market, on the other hand, fully exploits single men. But that's a topic for another day.
It is.
So here's my honest review of women's suffrage. We're now in a situation where family formation is at an all-time low, reckless government spending at an all-time high, men and women are lonelier and more depressed than ever, dominant political institutions are more entrenched than ever, and every single policy that led to these outcomes are consistently upheld by the female vote. In a way so predictable, the ancient Greeks were laughing at us over 2,000 years ago. 0 out of 10 would not recommend opening the door for total societal collapse again.
I'm going to link you guys this video. I think this might be the best video I've ever seen. This might be the best video. This is an incredible video. What an important video to see. What an amazing video to see. I really like this video. Wow. No different than Hassan? Well, the difference is that I'm right. Yeah, so that's the difference. In case you were curious. Yeah, really, it's actually really simple, honestly. And Greek story has Pandora's box. Yeah, exactly right. I mean, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Oh my fucking God, bro. Like, we might have to watch some more of these. The channel's name is Basic Logic. Uh-oh. Look at the channel's other videos. If you guys think of some more of them to look at, I'll have to watch them, man. Look at the all arguments ranked and debunked, ranked unequal. Wait, is racial egalitarianism? Oh my, bro, is this dude? Oh fuck. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch that tomorrow. That is crazy. Holy shit.
This might be one of the wilder trends of the year because thousands of people on TikTok and Instagram have now become obsessed with taking down AI-powered police cameras. Some are climbing ladders, others are throwing cheese on solar panels, and you have entire accounts just dedicated to tracking where these cameras are currently located. So now you have a whole trend where people are documenting these cameras, mocking them, and celebrating every time one stopped working. So what exactly is Flock Safety, and why has a surveillance company become the internet's newest villain?
Flock identifies itself as a public safety technology company that uses connected cameras to help communities across the country respond to and investigate safety incidents. Critics argue the company is a massive surveillance operation and worry personal data is at risk.
Yeah, so unless you're really into like local government meetings or police technology, there's a good chance you've never heard of Flock Safety until all these videos started popping up recently. And that's kind of crazy considering just how widespread they've become. Flock Safety, in short, is a Georgia-based company that builds automated license plate reader systems used by thousands of law enforcement agencies across the United States currently. They'll probably expand though. But according to the company, its technology is used by more than 5,000 agencies across more than 6,000 communities, helping investigators with over 1 million investigations in 2025 alone. So I guess the idea here is instead of waiting for an officer to spot a suspicious vehicle, you place cameras around the city that quietly watch traffic 24 hours a day. So every time the vehicle passes one, the system captions a still image and records things like the license plate and the make and model, the color, the body style, the date, the time, and the direction the vehicle is traveling. That's currently though, but it also seems like they're also adding features to detect devices that are in the vehicle as well, like phones or Bluetooth devices. That could, for example, give them the ability to not only track who owns the vehicle and where the vehicle is going, but who's currently sitting inside the vehicle. You know, because each phone has its own ID. So in theory, you could then track a whole lot more people, including people on the bus or people who are passengers in certain vehicles. Regardless, this is essentially automated eyes sitting on poles, constantly logging what passes in front of them. And that said, these things are also fairly advanced technology-wise because many models actually use infrared illumination, so they can capture clear images day and night. And in many cases, they can actually see through people's masks. So that's one reason they're so effective, and also one reason why people who are currently wearing masks to destroy these need to be a little careful, because infrared isn't really mask friendly because it can still detect the shape of your face. And it's safe to say police departments absolutely love them. The Abilene Police Department in Texas says flock cameras have helped investigate homicides, recover stolen vehicles, solve hit and run cases, and even track homicide suspects across multiple cities.
Police department has confirmed it is using 13 flock camera license plate readers to fight crime around the key city. APD did not disclose to KRBC the location of these cameras, but did say all 13 are located along major roads.
So I guess if bank robbery suspects drive through town, investigators can actually see where the vehicle entered, where it exited, and potentially where it went next. So I guess instead of relying entirely on eyewitnesses, they suddenly have a digital breadcrumb trail. But really, this is only the tip of the iceberg because these cameras aren't just taking pictures. See, every time your car passes one, information gets added to a searchable database. Not just your license plate, but your vehicle make, model, color, body style, and so on and so on and so on. So Flock is very clear about a few things. The company says the data belongs to the agency that collected it. Searches are, I guess, logged and audible, and by default, the information is automatically deleted after 30 days. And the company also repeatedly says that it does not use facial recognition technology. But critics argue that you don't really need facial recognition to build a surprisingly detailed picture on someone's life. Think about it. If a camera sees the same car outside of the same house every night, then outside of the same school or outside of the same church regularly, they can build kind of like a very good map of where this person goes and exists and what kind of life they live. And I don't know about you, but I feel like most people believe that this is the kind of data we should consent to. And it seems like most people agree with that. So you have groups like the ACLU and the Electronic Frontier Foundation. They've argued that that's where the real privacy concern actually starts. Not because the cameras identify faces, but because they can document movement patterns over time. And that debate has only gotten louder and louder as Flock's network has grown. So you have thousands of agencies now using these systems across thousands of communities. And some departments also participate in something called a national lookup, allowing agencies to search data collected by other departments. And again, police obviously see value in that. If someone steals a car in one state and drives hundreds of miles away, investigators don't have to hope, like, I don't know, another officer spots it. Cameras along the route may have already documented where it traveled. But if all these cameras are quietly collecting information every day, how much tracking is too much tracking? Because there's a lot of stories popping up now that are becoming a real issue, and I'm gonna get into a few of those later on in this video. But one of the stranger stories making the rounds involve a man who reportedly filed a public records request for flock data tied to his own license plate, only to have the request denied over privacy concerns. Excuse me, what? He's trying to get his own information, but he's being blocked due to privacy concerns? So the government can collect data on your movements, but when you ask to see information about your own vehicle, you're told releasing it would violate privacy. What? So no doubt, this is starting to get a little weird. and the debate has started changing laws. So Washington State passed legislation restricting where automatic license plate reader cameras can operate, limiting collection near places like schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, food banks, and immigration-related sites. Other cities have reconsidered or ended their contracts with Flock after concerns over safety. So for one group of people, I guess, these cameras represent safer communities. But for the overwhelming majority, they represent one of the largest surveillance networks most people never realized already existed. And then, I guess you have the internet.
Yo, chat, 5K likes, I'm gonna start taking Flock cameras down. All right, I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't restrain myself. I low-key just gorilla shook this motherfucker and it broke. You, Peter Thiel. You.
And instead of, I guess, writing angry opinion pieces, people started posting TikToks. And not before long, Flock cameras weren't just controversial, they became content.
Hey, Peter, we're coming for you. We, the people of the United States of America, are not going to stand for that police state. The good news is we can do something about it.
If you scroll through TikTok or Instagram Reels or Twitter, it won't take you too long before you find videos of people celebrating another Flock camera going offline. Some people cheered because, you know, they drove past an empty pole, and others post maps showing where all the cameras are located. And then, of course, one of the stranger trends I've seen come out of this is people throwing slices of cheese onto the camera's solar panels, which I guess temporarily blocks them from charging. And obviously, not everyone online is just joking. I do want to say that a lot of people protesting Flock cameras aren't doing it for the trend online either, but they're literally just trying to get this kind of surveillance removed. And it makes sense because this is one of the craziest overreaches we've seen in a while.
Historically, I stay out of the city and the city stays out of my business. It was a pretty decent arrangement. But then y'all sent me one of these tickets from one of your AI red light cameras you have deemed as necessary infrastructure in your city. The thing about this is I was in Seminole, Alabama at the time I allegedly ran this red light downtown. Because the enforcement action of 316.0083 unduly shifts the burden of proof to the vehicle owner, me, to prove my innocence rather than the state having to prove my guilt. Currently, I'm guilty by default. I've been convicted by a computer program. So not only does this process flow through a private company, our DMV records and personal registration information are accessible by a foreign actor.
But regardless, police around the country are investigating multiple incidents involving damaged or destroyed Flock cameras. One recent example came out of Indiana, where a Flock camera along Interstate 69 was found lying on the ground, and Indiana State Police confirmed it belonged to the agency and opened an investigation. There was also a dude in Virginia, I think, who got arrested for, let's say, a guy in Virginia arrested. Yeah, it was a dude in Virginia who also destroyed a whole bunch of Flock cameras and got arrested. What I guess was kind of amusing about the Indiana one is officials, they couldn't confirm if it just fell or if it was vandalized, but they are currently looking for whoever did it. Essentially, people across the internet are putting out hits on these AI cameras.
Peter Thiel! Peter Thiel! Well. It's a Flock camera. Peter Thiel! Peter Thiel!
I see you, Peter Thiel!
We have a message.
And also in North Carolina, damaged Flock cameras started a debate over whether the technology's crime-fighting benefits outweighed the privacy concerns. And then there's a bunch of videos that go much further, like posting guides explaining different ways to either take down the Flock cameras or disable them or just outright destroy them. Now, to be absolutely clear, this channel does not condone that whatsoever. Doing stuff like this has some serious criminal risk. You don't want to mess up your life because you hate an AI camera, but I don't think too many people have too much sympathy for them. It's kind of like the same thing of hearing about like, oh no, someone destroyed a speed camera. What will I ever do? Regardless, don't do anything that can wreck your life. And there's also the reality of damaging a few cameras doesn't suddenly make the network disappear, because from what I can tell, every time you destroy one, Flock gets paid to replace it. So we are really just kind of stuck in this weird purgatory for something that I don't think anyone voted for. It's just another thing to add to the long list of inshtification that we've experienced over the last few years, because there's no clear win here. Like, either your every movement is tracked and your tax money goes to replace the broken cameras, so your every movement can be still tracked. Fun. But I mean, the amount of hate these things is starting to get is making the criticism harder for the company to ignore. Because some of the biggest controversies weren't about strangers damaging the cameras at all. They were about people who were authorized to use them. Because no matter how secure a system is, it's still operated by human beings. So in Georgia, a police officer by the name of Paige Fort was charged after investigators alleged that she searched Flock's database for personal reasons. So according to Georgia's Bureau of Investigation, she conducted more than 30 unauthorized searches, including searches involving her former boyfriend and people connected with them. Well, that's not good. We sure have opened quite the fascinating can of worms here with this system. And she was eventually charged with computer invasion of privacy. And now, that's obviously not Flock deciding to stalk someone's ex. That's an officer allegedly abusing the access that she's been trusted with. But critics argued that's exactly the point. When you build an incredibly powerful database, you also create the possibility that someone with access could misuse this database. And, you know, it's the same concern people have with medical records or any database containing sensitive information. The technology isn't always the problem, the person behind the keyboard might be. And that was definitely not an isolated thing. There are tons of situations like this, and this isn't even only a recent thing, because even years ago, investigative reporting found that officers in multiple states had used automated license plate reader systems to look up people for reasons unrelated to active investigations. I'm pretty sure there was also a case where some cop, I guess, thought a woman was attractive, so he looked her up so he could pull her over. Yeah, that's crazy. Let me fact check myself real quick here because I saw it on a headline. I want to make sure this is real. A Florida deputy used an automated license plate readers to track and pull over a woman he met while working a security detail on a TV set. This is real and very recent. This happened this month. I'm recording this on the 29th of July. But I guess that's exactly why departments now require searches to be tied to a case number and maintain audit logs showing who searched what and when. Flock itself says every search is recorded and auditable, making it easier to see when someone is using it for the wrong reasons. But also, I have a feeling that can be bypassed, but what do I know? But I guess that's better than having no oversight. But, you know, as we've seen in plenty of other industries, having rules isn't the same thing as everyone actually following them. Then you have cases where nobody necessarily abuses the system and things still go wrong, like Joel Fetter. Fetter was driving through Colorado when he suddenly found himself pulled over at gunpoint. Police believe the vehicle he was driving had been reported stolen, except it wasn't. According to the reporting on the incident, the problem started when the vehicle was entered into the National Crime Information Center database using only a partial license plate instead of his full license plate number. So Flock's system searched using information that had been given and generated a possible match, and officers acted on that alert. So the result was an innocent man being detained because a chain of human errors snowballed into a terrifying traffic stop. And I don't know if this makes it better or not, but Flock said its system had functioned as configured and apologized for what Fetter experienced. And the company also acknowledged that figuring out the exact matches from partial matches was fair feedback. Feedback? The guy had a firearm pointed at him. What are you talking about? Oh, thank you for the feedback. That could have gone so bad. And essentially the company's response was just like, well, we'll work with this constructive criticism here. Excuse me, what? Also, another issue is that most people don't actually understand how the system works. Take Oshkosh, Wisconsin. During public talks on whether the city should purchase flock cameras or not, company representatives reportedly told officials that one feature, known as heat maps, wasn't possible. But then later, police showed that they could generate maps showing where vehicles had traveled based on camera detections. So is this being misleading on purpose? What's going on here? Was it all just like a misunderstanding or different features being discussed? I don't get what's going on. Or I guess did city officials simply not get the full picture before making a decision? But I guess even when the company says it has safeguards, if the public doesn't understand how those rules work or thinks the rules don't make sense, trust really starts disappearing. And once people lose trust in surveillance technology, it becomes a lot harder to convince them that the cameras are only going to be used for the reasons they were promised to be used. If this statistic is true, we have a massive problem. But apparently the CEO of Flock, he ended up talking about the people who had a problem with Flock.
You've got organizations like the ACLU and the EFF who take an above-the-board approach to fight for their point of view. And thankfully, we live in a beautifully democratic, capitalistic country where we can fight in court. And I have a lot of respect for those groups because they have reasonable debates and we follow the law. And then unfortunately, there's terroristic organizations like DFLOC, whose primary motivation is chaos. They are closer to Antifa than they are anything else. And that, I think, is unfortunate because we don't want chaos, or I don't want chaos. I like law and order. I like a society that has a bedrock of safety. So for those groups, I think it's just disappointing that they haven't chosen a more constructive mannerism to try to get what they want, which they have a right to have. But that's why we have a democratically elected process, right? Like we're not forcing flock on anyone. Elected officials know that as a community, you want to be safe.
That's not very reassuring, and also that's just flat out wrong. DFlock is an open source project that simply maps out license plate readers. Like, if you're gonna litter our communities with license plate readers, we should at the bare minimum have the right to know where they are. Also, if you actually care about bedrock of safety, you should care about how your flock cameras are installed, because currently there's a bunch of them that are just installed in a way which could kill people. How do I know this? Well, meet Steve Eimers, who goes by the guardrail guy. His daughter Hannah tragically lost her life due to an incorrectly installed guardrail. So he has dedicated his account to pointing out incorrectly installed guardrails, posts, and other things alongside of our roadways, so whoever installed them can come and do it correctly and actually save some lives. And he's recently noticed a trend of these license plate readers being incorrectly installed.
Listen, don't try to co-opt anti-flock guys. Don't try to co-opt me. I'm handing you a gift horse. Shut up. All right, let's get down to this. This is not crash worthy. I have the design drawings, what was approved by Tennessee DOT in 2023. It was crash tested at Texas A&M tests 360, 361, 362 of the MASH testing standards, and it has a slip plate. That's embedded into concrete. It's a fixed sphere. Do you see any kind of stickers? Nothing. There's some flock stickers, but no stickers showing that this was inspected. Let's come back here. We have a Tennessee DOT sign. They're both on the right of way. That one's actually closer to the roadway. This one's much further away. And take a look. You have the lower stub. You have the upper part. You have the inspections. Unlawful to remove. So there's oversight. It's properly installed. And over here, we have a device that ended up on our roadside. Folks, I got the emails. That was approved through engineering. This was approved by an unlicensed administrator. So it's good enough. Folks, that is not the way we do this. It's a privilege to be in the clear zone. We cannot just say, let some unlicensed bureaucrat say, well, just go ahead, do what you want. Dadgummit, what that will be, and don't hit the post.
Clearly, safety isn't their #1 priority. And by the way, Flock isn't the only company making this kind of technology. Motorola Solutions also has their own automated license plate reader system after buying Vigilant Solutions. And the Guardrail guys also made videos on them mounting their stuff incorrectly as well. And then you have another company called Axon, and that company is probably best known for its tasers and police body cameras that you see on the United States police officers. And they're also building connected camera networks through Fusus and Axim. So Flock just happens to be the company that everyone knows. So that's important because even if Flock disappears tomorrow, these cameras wouldn't. It seems like Axon and Motorola will happily fill the gap. Police departments could still buy similar systems from other companies. So essentially, the real question is, should Flock exist? It's kind of like, how much surveillance are we comfortable with? Because, you know, China's been criticized for many years for this exact type of surveillance, but now it seems like we have it. And judging by the number of city council meetings, lawsuits, public record fights, and just viral videos, we're still trying to figure all this out. And the backlash has gotten big enough that some cities have actually started walking away from Flock altogether. But from what I can tell, they aren't actually walking away from all of Flock's competition yet. I think people are just vocal enough about Flock to make them walk away from Flock currently. For example, Los Angeles, they voted to actually end their contract, while other communities have paused or reconsidered the technology after public pressure. And as criticism has grown, Flock CEO Garrett Langley has spent more time publicly defending the company and arguing that the technology is being misunderstood rather than abused. Well, I mean, we've already confirmed that it has been abused.
Flock CEO Garrett Langley spoke to us about the LAPD cancellation and holds out hope the two will soon work together again.
We got to tighten up the policy, make sure everyone's aligned, and then turn it back on.
While Flock is not working with LAPD right now, the company still has dozens of cameras throughout LA County and tens of thousands across the country.
So that's Flock Safety, a company that says that it's helping to solve crimes and absolutely not being abused whatsoever. Critics are saying, hey, this is building a massive surveillance network, and now the internet has somehow decided the best response is to throw cheese at the solar panels on them. I'm being a little hyperbolic here. But I mean, one thing is for sure, this conversation is not going away anytime soon, because on one side, it is absolutely giving away our privacy, and on the other side, it is absolutely making it easier to track down criminals. But to quote Benjamin Franklin, those who would give up the essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. So hey, what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments down below. If you're new here, feel free to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in tomorrow's video. Peace. Streamer University has finally come to an end. It's safe to say it was definitely something. I mean, overall, it was just a bizarre social experiment to watch unfold. And this ranges from arenas shutting down the auditions due to overwhelming crowds and safety concerns to people going broke and even ending up homeless just to try to get in to Streamer University. I mean, it was a little bit more than just a mess. And it wasn't just the lead up of the actual Streamer University that had bumps in the road, because once everyone had been accepted and I guess school started, things only got even more chaotic because everyone was trying to, I guess, click farm and rage bait to get one viral clip, and it just turned into a massive mess.
I actually hate you. I despise you. You want me to first I put my hands? Get off! Cut him out in here.
I see you on campus, Dane. Yeah.
So naturally, a lot of these new streamers chose the obnoxious IRL streamer who causes controversy route, which, you know, seems to get views these days, but a lot of creators might have just ended their own streaming careers before they even really started. But regardless, Kai Cenat probably needs little to no introduction, but over the last couple of years, he's built a massive platform, broken the Twitch subscriber record multiple times, and launched something called Streamer University. He launched this concept in 2025 with the intention of helping to discover and cultivate the next generation of online talent. And it's safe to say it was a success. So that 3-day event was so popular with viewers that naturally, Kai brought it back again this year, even though after the first round, he seemed unsure due to how hectic it all was.
I'm gonna just go ahead and say I do not know if I'm ever gonna do this again. I know people want it, and y'all want it, and y'all want it, and y'all want it.
But I guess, hey, sometimes you just gotta give the viewers what they want, despite the headaches that come with it. So he did it again, and this time around, it was set to be way bigger than just 3 days, and with huge names like Ludwig joining as professors.
Let's see who we got. Ludwig. This is a really stacked lineup.
So I mean, hey, Kai should have probably seen the writing on the wall that this is probably going to be just as much of a circus as the first time, because I mean, from the beginning, the audition process was just complete chaos, with people just camping out for days in advance, trying to get their chance to be in front of Kai.
This is genuinely Skid Row, bro. We got cops out here. Look at that.
So the in-person auditions were in New York, LA, and Atlanta, and all the auditions had their own sets of challenges.
We're doing a whole music video out there.
So one creator by the name of Alexis Rivera's posted multiple videos claiming that she was unfairly removed from the line at the LA auditions.
Off campus, that way. Out. You out.
Wait. I didn't break any of the rules. I've been following all your guys' rules.
Go.
I don't know what I did to get
But as it turns out, she brought her child with her to camp out and create content, despite knowing that the rules at the Streamer University is 18+.
My daughter's been with us, and she's been keeping us company, camping out for Streamer University.
All day, all night.
We haven't showered.
We haven't showered. We stink.
Anything to get Streamer University, right, guys?
Facts.
Imagine willing to bring your young child to a massive meetup of young Twitch streamers and have her camp out overnight with you outside. I mean, that is just beyond irresponsible. The desire to be internet famous is clearly just rotting people's brains so hard that they don't even consider that that might be just a little bit dangerous for your kid. Like, forget the fact that it was against their rules. That's just stupid. But the LA drama was nothing compared to what went down in Atlanta. And that's due to the fact that the State Farm Arena shut down the auditions because of safety concerns. And I mean, honestly, from looking at the footage of it, yeah, that seems like a reasonable call. I mean, we just have hordes of aspiring IRL streamers all congregating in one area. That doesn't sound like a bad idea at all. So some people apparently traveled from other states and put themselves in debt just to wait in line and potentially have the chance to meet Kai. Take creators like Rain, who claimed that she was essentially homeless and was camping out in hotel lobbies until she got kicked out and had to find somewhere new to sleep.
I can see I got all my stuff with me, my tent, all the stuff I was gonna have. And out here, nowhere, like I don't know where to go now.
She says that because the time and location kept changing and she was spending so much on Ubers that I guess it was becoming unsustainable. Essentially, she was doing all of this for nothing.
Homeless, stranded, money lost, spending money on Ubers and no destinations. I'm gonna just assume that this may not be the opportunity for me.
And Rain obviously isn't the only person who temporarily went homeless and went into overdraft just to get a shot at the audition. But honestly, like, who is really to blame here?
Bro, Kai, you got us up, man.
Literally negative 1,500, bro. They just canceled Atlanta stream, bro. We literally came all the way out here from LA, bro. I didn't even get to talk to you the first time, Kai. We literally lost our cars, our jobs, bro, for this. Doing everything we can. You cancel it, bro. Like, bro, help us, Kai.
No, Kai, please.
Please, bro. We literally, this is all we got, bro.
Please, Kai.
I think this is rage bait. I hope this is rage bait, but I guess it still is. applicable. Like, I understand following your dreams and being optimistic or delusionally confident. That's cool and all. But don't put yourself in a really bad situation just for the chance of getting some clout online. And I mean, I understand the mindset because I personally did everything I could to become a YouTuber, which included working a night shift janitor job while grinding content until I could sustain myself, and then moving in with 4 other roommates in rural England because I guess it was extremely cheap to live there. And I did go to the brink of homelessness multiple times, but I did also pick up minimum wage jobs to sustain myself. But never have I put myself in a position to where I would spend thousands of dollars to maybe stand in front of a big streamer who could potentially give me an opportunity. Yeah, I didn't do that to myself. Which brings us to the auditions. Those were fascinating, to say the least. Like, I'm sure you can guess the route that lots of people kind of went, which is basically just yelling in a manic episode, I guess, and jumping on furniture, because it seems like way too many people did that.
Let's go, baby! That's that! I'm great, baby. How you doing? Different. Mr. Mance, tell your man hop on over side. Get out, bro! Get out! No, like, get out! Get out! Get out, bro! That's like, get out!
One creator by the name of Big Loaf decided to do the same thing, but also wanted to add some flair to it and strip in his audition and was almost immediately thrown out.
My boy! KC3! Talk to me! Oh! KC3! Your drawers, gang? You waited that long for your drawers? I just got denied. Oh my God, where's your clothes now?
I guess his thought process was get into Kai's Streamer University auditions and go viral from that. I guess because he's probably understood what the odds of actually getting into the university were. And if he just went all out in the audition, that could get him some more attention than, you know, trying to be serious and not get in. Who knows?
It was 2,000 people there. I did the same exact thing. Oh, I've been grinding. I've been doing this. Check out my Twitch. Yeah, I've been working hard. No, that's not gonna cut it, bro. That's not how the internet works, and that's not how it works, bro. We gotta do that's gonna stand out. I always been a nigga that always been different, bro.
So I guess that was one way of doing it, and others tried to use God to guilt Kai into accepting them.
But I'm gonna tell you this right now. Just like accept me if you love God.
Okay. What? What if I deny you?
You don't love God.
Again, yeah, that's one way of doing it. But regardless, it's safe to say the people who did make it in, they had a lot to say. And they even went on as far to say it was rigged and that no one who auditioned even stood a chance.
Oh, so after exposing Streamer University, now they want to give me an acceptance letter. Now Kai's actual management and Kai DM me, but in order to get in, I gotta delete all the facts that I dropped. After doing all the research that I did, it come to find out 70% of these kids are kids and nephews and nieces of the people who run Twitch and are board members, people even too, sponsors that he has and all this for clothes and all these other things, bro. It was rigged. It's all rigged.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, that's just not true because let's be real here. Look at the numbers. Total applicants, over 1 million people. Accepted students, about 120 creators, which puts the acceptance rate below 0.012%. Clearly, a whole lot of people are not going to be getting it. For context, Harvard University's acceptance rate is 4.2%. I wonder how many people use bots to send in applications. I also wonder, what if you charged like $50 to $100 per application? That would be a good way to, I guess, riddle out potential spam, make the pool a little bit smaller, and then he could use what he raised from the applications to, I don't know, book or rent this crazy school for the project. Wait, let's see. How much does it cost to apply to Harvard? $90. I don't know. I'm just creatively trying to think of ways to get his acceptance rate a little bit higher. Because, I mean, 0.012% is just brutal. But hey, when school started, however, surprise, surprise, more people clashed, complained, and damaged their reputation, all for 15 minutes of fame or a viral clip or something like that, or just attempting to get a viral clip. I mean, watching the Streamer University was kind of like watching a school where a majority of the people there had main character syndrome and everything was about them and what kind of clips they could get. Because like for so many streamers, it doesn't really matter what happens on the stream as long as they can get some sort of viral clip, which is why clipping culture has made streaming so much more toxic. But someone who was at the center of some of the controversy was Lacey. And this is due to the fact that I guess he tore his ACL and was using a wheelchair to get around.
Streamer you, here I come! Handicap coming through! Everybody, handicap coming through!
And I'm not saying that he was the one causing problems. He did have that moment where he kissed a dude to attend a girl's sleepover or something like that. But I guess the main thing that involved Lacey that caused some controversy was actually due to the fact that people kept feeling the need to try to rip him from his wheelchair and run off with his wheelchair for content.
Acting like that. Hey, bro, come on. Come on. Dean!
Come on, Dean. Come on, Dean.
I can't, Dean!
You can't take us.
Dean, come on. What are you?
I'm trying to. Dean.
So obviously he can still walk, but you know, one wrong move with a torn ACL and it's game over. So when university student Peibei took it a little further and started pulling his leg while he yelled for her to stop, viewers immediately started flooding her stream with criticism.
I need it. Get out. Get the out.
And then she had the nerve to try and blame him for the negative reaction, only making her just look even worse.
You're right, but you have an influence.
You can go back in the VOD.
But you can say something to have an influence.
Guess what I didn't say? I said, guys, don't send her hate. She didn't know. That's what I said.
But you continue to talk about it, and then when I come over here...
You have no brain. Your brain is gone.
I'm not going to apologize no more after this, though. It is what it is. Who don't with her? Rage had pulled Lacey out of his wheelchair, and I was like jokingly like, oh, let me take this nigga shoe. And I guess I was like hurting him. So I'm just apologizing because I didn't mean to. But I honestly thought like.
I mean, they've been throwing him out that wheelchair, running around with his wheelchair.
What? You live streamed yourself being a moron. Why are you angry at someone else for your own actions that got you some backlash? It doesn't make sense. But I guess another notable moment where someone just made themselves look like a total moron was when the streamer, the Mighty BA, pulled an allegedly $300 Pokemon card and immediately bent and tore it up, despite it belonging to his roommate, Keem.
You like Pokemon?
Yeah, I love Pokemon.
Bro, hold on. No. Yo! That's an SIR! That's an SIR! That's a big hit! No, you're bending it!
No.
You're bending No. That's an SIR! No. What are you doing?
What did I do?
Why would you bend this card?
Bad?
What are you doing?
I didn't know that's bad.
He bent the Jolteon SIR!
So, is that bad?
Yes, bro!
What does that do?
You can't hit this card. It's impossible to hit.
Sorry. I'll give you another one. Here, you can take mine. Because that was low-key your Jolteon because I grabbed it off your bed. I'll give you my Pokemon. How about that?
I mean, anything for the clip, I guess. Like, dude essentially just tore up a PS5. For what? Tensions between them got so bad to the point that Keem physically tackled the Mighty BA, held him down on his bed, and yelled at him to stop patting his head.
Getting baited, bro. Stop it, Keem.
Wait, did he rip a hollow?
Yo, love you, Keem.
One of your fans, y'all.
Oh, wait, don't ever pat my head again. Okay? I'm sick and tired of bull.
I got you.
Pat my head again. I'm not your son.
I mean, the whole streamer university, again, is just such a interesting social experiment because you have a bunch of main characters live streaming every hour of the day, pretty much interacting with each other, and all of them are trying to clip farm each other. But by the end of streamer university, the Mighty BA was feeling, I guess, so down due to his perception that he got a little pep talk from Ludwig, urging him to really think about what kind of creator he wanted to be.
Today been rough?
The past 4 days been kind of rough.
This whole event's been pretty rough, right?
Really, it has.
What has made it difficult? I'm sure your expectations coming in were a lot different than what you actually experienced.
What made it difficult was my actions, actually. That's what made it difficult.
So, like, how do you feel? Like, what are you going to take away? What's your plan now?
What's my plan from here is to flip it and to not do the things that I did.
Yeah, there was definitely no shortage of rage-baiting, obnoxious, poorly behaved streamers on campus. I mean, just by acting like a decent human might be the way to actually set yourself apart from the rest of this group here. Because a lot of these creators just seem to care about getting viral clips, and they weren't even considering the damage that it could really do to their own careers before, I guess, they started getting some backlash. But I guess Kai does kind of endorse this kind of behavior by handing out awards for things like worst behaved. Once again, just putting someone on a pedestal and giving them more attention because they were being the most disrespectful, I guess.
The worst behavior award goes to BorovEUW. Get your ass up there.
I don't know. It is definitely an interesting social experiment. And Kai does this even though that he has the same complaint that people just don't know the difference between content and being disrespectful.
In my opinion, I feel like I'm going to expel somebody today. I don't know who it's going to be, but I'm going to expel somebody today because I have to now set an example to make people understand that there's a difference between making content and then disrespecting.
But hey, that being said, he's already announced Streamer University 2027, except next year, apparently it's happening in Europe. So the question then is, how many American streamers are going to be spending thousands of dollars on flights and I guess not make it and then complain next year? I guess we kind of have to wait and see. One thing I do believe is extremely important though is if you're one of those creators who tried to get into Streamer University and you didn't get in, please don't let that discourage you. Again, you saw the acceptance rate, 0.012%. And at the end of the day, just make content that you're passionate about and make content that you think will be interesting for others. Keep iterating on that and do that for long enough, and eventually you'll find an audience. I feel like nothing really happens overnight in the creator space. You just kind of have to show up and make as much content as possible and do that consistently for as long as possible. I mean, I've been doing YouTube full-time for going on 11 years now, and I've been doing it for many more years than that, and I still kind of just feel like I'm just getting started. But I also want to give a quick shout out to both Ludwig and Agent for putting a ton of effort in making great classes for the students there, because they both dropped a whole bunch of game from their years of experience of being a full-time creator. So if you are an aspiring creator, I would heavily recommend checking out their Streamer University classes. But regardless, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
We've all seen AI write them funny images, things like that, making yourselves into a little doll figure, all these cool little things that we've seen AI do over the past few months. But what's going on behind the scenes and how advanced is AI really? Is this just an awesome tool for the future of mankind, or could this be us creating our own undoing? What's up, preppers? Welcome back to another video. Wanted to talk about AI because it keeps getting brought up in different live shows and things like that, and I've got quite an opinion on it.
What you're about to watch is mostly unedited. I streamed.
Female researchers are finally starting to see the damage that women have caused in the dating market. It's about dadgum time. If they would have subscribed to my channel 2 years ago, we wouldn't even have to watch this freaking video, but here we are. And if you haven't subscribed, I'd love it if you did. And then stick around to the end. I'm gonna cover some comments from a previous video. Let's get off into it.
Are not very friendly to women. Yeah, ran through was really the term that stuck with me. I don't know the term.
Ran through. She's a runner, she's a track star. I've been saying runners, dude.
Women can't be trusted. Women only want to date men who are, you know, tall, rich, and handsome. And if you're not one of
6'4",
those,
blue eyes, and works in finance.
yes, actually,
I've also heard of this as like 666. He needs to be 6 feet tall, make 6 figures, and have a six pack.
Dude, they must have been. I call it the mark of the beast. 6 feet, 6 pack, 6 inches. Like this is all stuff I've been saying for years, chat.
Which, like, I think is something that men believe women want.
This is pure gold. Because it's not something that men believe, it's something that men know. We know that women want this stuff. We know. Because it's been proven time and time again, and women have even said it. I want a guy that's tall, I want a guy that has money, I want a guy that has this, I want a guy that has that. They're self-snitching. So many of these women have self-snitched on themselves to the point that men are just listening now, and that's all it took. All it took is them to snitch, we listened, and now we know what they want. Most women don't want to date a guy who makes less than 6 figures, don't want to date a guy that's less than 6 foot, and doesn't want him to have a micro penis either.
these calls live and sometimes spend hours or even days talking to these scammers, and typically on my main channel, I edit that down to say 30 minutes. But this is almost the entire thing. Occasionally, we'll cut out long periods of silence, or if I go to the bathroom or something, we'll cut that out. But for the most part, you're just gonna get the complete full experience as if you were really there when I spent hours talking to this scammer. I hope you enjoy, and if you get a chance, maybe share this with someone who you think will enjoy it as well. Know that you're valuable and that you matter. In the time it takes to watch this video, $3 million will be stolen globally due to scams. I'm Kipogo. I've been investigating and educating on scams since 2017. My team and I developed Seraph Secure, the first anti-scam software solely dedicated to protecting people from online scams. Seraph Secure is the hero you need, since 1 in 4 people fall victim to scams. Many online scams start with victims being tricked into downloading remote access software. It allows a scammer to take control of your computer from anywhere in the world, as if they were sitting right in front of it. Even if you hang up on the scammer, you're still in danger if that remote access software is not uninstalled. And what do I mean by danger? Well, the scammers will have unrestricted access to your computer, even when you're not using it. This means your personal documents, photos, webcam, passwords, even your bank accounts can be accessed by the scammers. With Seraph Secure, it will completely block these scammers from using remote access software, leaving you and your online information safe, secure, and protected. This service is free, with premium plans also available for more ways to protect against more scams on more devices. Like how Seraph Secure will notify a loved one if you're being targeted by a scam. The financial devastation and emotional toll these scams have on victims deserves a proactive anti-scam solution, a Seraph Secure solution. Get protection for free at seraphsecure.com. Okay, so let me show you something. This is what we'll tackle a little bit for the start. Precursor to, there is going to be, either I'll just say this now and I'll let you decide what to do. Please, Twitch, don't ban me. Chat needs to know about this. For those of you that care, there will be I don't think it's not safe for work, but there will be a scantily clad lady in what I'm about to show you.
You remember that huge TikTok NPC trend a few years ago that blew up? Did you know it's still around? There's still a ton of people doing that. I assumed it just kind of fizzled and died, where it was just like this ephemeral, wacky freak shit where people got tired of it after like a month or something. But no, it's still around, kind of in the same way that Concord was in that final week of its life. It's very much hanging on by a thread on life support, but there's like this refusal to pull the plug. So it's even more sad and pathetic now than it was then, when it was like novel and new and weird and zany. Even the queen of NPC streams, the lightning rod that really started it all, is still actively doing it.
Thank you for sharing. And double tapping. That's what's up. Ice cream so good. Take it to you. Yes, yes, yes. Take it, S-man. Yes, vacation day.
This shit looks miserable. It's a joke that's run its course and it's still just sadly petering along. It's like watching season 28 of Tung 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 Sahur. Like, come on. It's been 3 years and she's still doing it. And I know she's tried to pivot in a ton of other things, like other social media, career type endeavors, even got into music, but I guess at the end of the day, bread and butter is the NPC streams, and I'm just going to tell you, she looks miserable there. I'm not trying to Reddit armchair psychoanalyze her, but her eyes look hollow. There is no sparkle, no soul left. She looks like someone who has spent decades in a cubicle working the corporate 9 to 5 and has just lost the joy in life, the whimsy. She literally looks like the Coraline dad meme of him at the computer. Now, of course, she's not alone here. There are still other NPC streamers in the trenches desperately trying their best to cling to that shtick, to suckle the last drop of milk from these dusty tits. And I found a really cool one who got into a public spat with a guy who was just asking him to stop being weird.
Wait. Go away. I'll call the police. Then call police, but go away. Can you go away, please? Yeah. Go away. No. Go away. Don't touch me. Then go away. What are you doing? What are you doing? Go away. You don't have any problem or what? I have a problem. Then go. Then go. People. Then go. What is your problem, mate? You. What's your problem, mate? Go. Doing noises. Just go. It's my problem. It's not yours. Stupid noises. It's my problem. You are a stupid who stress me right now. What? Then go. You don't have any other problems. Yeah, call police. How the heck is that, man? Can you go away, please, now?
This guy does NPC streams, so he was out in public making a ruckus, causing a commotion, I guess, and this guy had enough of it and put his foot down, asking him to stop. He didn't want to stop, so then they had a little back and forth. The guy was threatening to call the police. The NPC streamer was talking about, like, why do you have a problem with this? And he just goes, you're making stupid noises, which, fair enough, checkmate. This guy is making stupid noises. And initially, I kind of thought that was a bit of an overreaction because it doesn't seem like he's blocking the path. He's not playing like obnoxious and loud music from what I can tell. So like, yeah, it's embarrassing and cringe, and you can argue that it could be criminally cringe, but I still don't know if it was worth wasting law enforcement resources to send out a squad to just ask this man to pack up his tripod and do his idle animations elsewhere, like maybe at home. Like, I don't see why they do it in public anyway. Like, it doesn't add anything to it. It is just annoying, but everyone else just walks by him. You can easily just ignore it. But then the video continued and it became abundantly clear this guy ate the goober fruit, and I agree. Get this guy off the streets ASAP. I'd rather have people fucking fint-leaning than having this guy doing his NPC streams in public. Holy fucking Toledo.
No. Can you? Then stay here. I don't care. You can stay. All right. That was a crazy one. Let the party begin. Ask me, man. Ask me. Wow. That refreshed Batman. Thanks for sharing around. That's for you, my lady. Beautiful. Ask me, man. Ask me. Oh, good. I'm ready for action. That's for you, my lady. Beautiful. That's for you, my lady. Beautiful.
Stumbling upon a dead body in the public park there would have been less jarring and less disgusting than bearing witness to this tragedy. Dog shit doesn't even begin to cover it. If I was in that position out there, I would have rather I turned that corner and down that path I see my dad cheating on my mom. Like, I would have preferred that than seeing this garbage. Also, there was a very subtle plot twist there. I don't know if you caught it, but it turns out there was another guy posting up there just parking slab that was hidden by the NPC streamer. It's this guy right here in the blue shirt. I don't know if he's like the NPC streamer's security, like his hired muscle, or if he's another concerned citizen about this and also trying to like put the kibosh on it. But he kind of popped out of nowhere, just spawned in once the NPC streamer started doing his business. And I'm very curious his role in all of this because he's like very close to him. and he doesn't seem happy about it, so I'm led to believe that this character's got some pretty deep lore, and I imagine that he also was pretty bothered by this stream, just based on what I can see here.
I'm getting pretty sick. Beautiful. Wow, thanks for sharing around. Wow, you look very great. That's for you, my lady. Beautiful. Let's sing. Thanks for those likes.
Now, being totally honest, I do actually think the people that watch this and consume this sludge are worse than the clowns that perform it. Because they are making money doing it, like a sizable amount. I think in this case, it was like a few $100s from what I could tell. Like, I can't even be mad at them for doing it if it's, you know, putting bread out like that. It is a good chunk of change, especially over the course of like a month. Like, Pinky Doll, the woman that started it all, she does multiple streams like this a day, from what I can tell. So, like, she is still making good money from it. So it's the people that are watching and the ones that go above and beyond the Call of Duty here, the actual lobotomites that are giving money for it, that I think are significantly more pathetic than the protagonists here, the stars of the shit show. I actually just can't fathom that. I cannot imagine the person, like the living, breathing, sentient organism that sits down, staring at their phone screen, watching this. I don't get it. Like, I can kind of get it in this case, though, where there's like a confrontation and you want to see how it plays out. That kind of checks out. But the audience that just sits there watching and then deciding to donate real hard-earned clams for it, just for them to repeat the same line and the same animation from the NPC, it's incomprehensible to me. Like, what does that person look like that does that? That is just such a fucking loser that words can't even accurately describe.
Thanks to the rose, my lady. That refresh. All right, I got you. Don't worry. Wow! I'm just ready for the action. Excuse me, sir. Can you please go? Thank you so much.
So the blue shirt guy actually went to upstage him there for a moment. He went front and center there on the camera. I thought he was about to start hitting like fucking Gangnam Style or something. Like, I thought this shit was about to bust out Crazy Style, but it did not. And then the NPC streamer kind of got in his face about it, asking him to like back off, like, take a fucking hike, Buster. This is my show. This is mine. So I think it became pretty clear where Blue Shirt's allegiance lie. He is not on the side of the NPC streamer, so I imagine he's with the other guy, wanting to get him out of there.
Oh, thank you so much. Not again. Woo!
Hello,
I'm ready for the action.
Memorial.
Please, hey, can you go away now? Now you are, hey, can you now go away?
With me and is bothering everyone.
Guys, watch this stupid guy. Stupid guy.
Yeah.
What a stupid guy calling police.
There's a guy here.
I will come back, Chet.
Goober's freaky ass will return in Avengers Doomsday. He swears it. So the guy actually does seem to get police on the horn, so he's like reporting him. So now he's going offline to handle this now. He's probably got a whole new set of animations for when the police get there. I also love how many times the NPC streamer calls the other guy stupid. Bro, like, look in the mirror. Like, take a look at where you are and what you're doing there. That's crazy that he'd have the gall to call someone else stupid. Yuck. Yikes. But yeah, that's where the confrontation ends. I don't think he's been live since, but I highly doubt it's because he's like in jail or something. Things would have had to really pop the fuck off for that to happen. Like the police arrive and he starts hitting with the, Glocky so good, and just like airing that shit out on the officers or something. Like I feel like there's no way he actually got severely punished here to the point where he can't go live right now because he's in jail or something. Or like, I think he probably just hasn't been live over the last few days because right now he's kind of soaking up the attention this has got him, maybe. I don't really know. I just don't think it's like a super severe case that's got him behind bars. But maybe it has. Maybe there's a lot more that went on than we have TikTok footage of. Who really knows? But anyway,
Ellen DeGeneres is fighting with her troll ears and goblin eyes to keep these videos from the internet, but luckily people like me are always going to keep covering them. And don't forget, stick around to the end. I'm going to cover some comments from a previous video, so you might be featured. And if you do enjoy the content, please subscribe. That's all I ask for. Let's get off into it.
Do you remember the time Ellen DeGeneres pushed Sandra Bullock to reveal a horrifying high-end beauty trend?
Okay, let's talk about this facial that you're obsessed with. That how many did you get the whole cast of Ocean's 8 to do
Not
this?
everybody.
Okay, and, good, smart ones.
Just those that I thought would appreciate it.
Okay, explain what it is.
Well, it's this way in which one forces through microneedling. It's like a little roller with these. Some of you, I think many of you know it. And it pushes through the skin and ruptures the collagen, and then boosts it. You look like a burn victim for a day, but then it pushes. The
What are you pushing into the skin, Sandra?
Sarah?
Carrie? What are you pushing into the skin?
Well, you push in whatever the facialist would like to insert into your pores.
But what is it?
It is an extraction from a piece of skin that came from a young person far, far away, and they somehow figured out how to extract.
It's foreskin from a Korean baby. That's what it is.
The exploitation of third world country kids. This is truly sad. And she's like, the kid's far, far away, so my morality isn't connected to it because he lives far away and I don't know him. It's some kid in Cambodia.
Okay.
Who comes up with this?
I don't think, and it's not like I'm lying there with little pieces all over my face.
She is the real deal.
Why do you say this? You should at least know I shouldn't say this. And let me see here. Hassan Piker's interview is a research behind the scenes by Eric Havagim, a socialist producer who now lives in China, has been featured by the Chinese state media. What is this?
Specifically came on the podcast because I saw that y'all was in Hassan's orbit. I did meet his producer in China.
Yeah. Oh my God, Marge.
No, Eric. The interview
His producer is Mark.
His interview producer. Come on, you don't know all these people.
You're telling me Hassan Piker has a specific producer in China?
Yes.
At all
times. For his interviews.
Someone tell Jesse Waters right now. Is it like his translator or some shit?
No, Eric doesn't speak Chinese.
Wait, what?
That I sent to Shanghai ahead of my visit. I sent them out there ahead of time.
Says the whole squad knows Roy Singham, admits Singham is friends with a lot of Chinese Communist Party members. Oh, dude. Oh, no.
I'm friends with Roy Singham. He's dope. He's super cool.
Isn't this the guy that they're investigating? The federal government and congressional panels are investigating American businessman Neville Roy Singham for allegedly funneling hundreds of millions of dollars from China into a network of U.S. nonprofits and activist groups. Oh, this is looking really bad.
And the idea that he has some secret ties to the Communist Party of China is so fucking funny.
Why is it funny?
He is friends with a lot of them. I'm friends with Jody Evans, co-founder of CodePink. She's fucking dope.
Man.
That is Roy Singham's wife. And I texted her when the subpoena dropped. What's going on here? And she basically said, don't fucking worry, bro. The whole squad out here, we all know him. She is a revolutionary woman for sure. She's linked up with, maybe I shouldn't. No, she's talked about this. She's linked up with Fidel Castro. She's linked up with Hugo Chavez. She was just in Venezuela talking with Nicolas Maduro's son. She is the real deal.
Why do you say this? You should at least know I shouldn't say this.
She's been doing this literally her entire life, but every time I think about
doesn't that make it like what? How's that even an argument?
Leave America.
Eric Havim was a video editor on the Zoran campaign.
I was fortunate enough to work on a few of these videos. I decided to move to China.
Wow.
As a dude, I feel sorry for the Uyghurs being used as a pawn by the CIA to foment unrest. I feel bad for the people of Taiwan who overwhelmingly do not want to be independent. And I feel the worst for the people of Tibet who were literal slaves up until they were recently liberated. You and I have been subjected to a lot of CIA revisionist propaganda that's only now getting its own Wikipedia pages. Hopefully I'll be able to visit all three of these regions over the next year or two and try to scrape together better anecdotal experience.
Twitch, if I were to call for the killing of Asmongold so that China's economy can prosper, would that be a TOS violation? Well, yeah, because it wouldn't even be true. What are you talking about? I literally got unbanned from Bilibili because I liked Black Myth Wukong so much. Do you know how many fucking Chinese games I play? These are the people that I've always said many, many times, if you don't go after these people, they will try to kill you. The fact that this person, he's living in China, has this person been charged with treason or something like that? Probably not. We don't charge people with treason anymore. We just let them do do it. The big issue is that you have all of these foreign governments and foreign influences that are trying everything that they can to win over the hearts and the minds of the American people. And the problem is that the American people are so stupid, they'll go along with anything. So this is basically, he has some kind of commie Chinese agent working with him. I'm not surprised by this. I think anybody could have expected this. It's pretty obvious.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar, and actually, we've got a pretty important thing to me to talk about today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very important thing that's been going on. The no disc, no buy. Now, I actually missed responding to like a message sent to me over here because I was a little bit busy. But basically, it had me. Basically, I was asked to participate in this boycott of Sony, right? And it's one of those things where it kind of shocks me a little bit because I thought for the last month I made plenty of content and enough of a statement to basically show that I don't have any interest going further with like game companies that are against preserving video games, right? Now, before we continue into this video, I think the best way to kind of leverage and sort of talk about this is kind of bring you up with my past. I immigrated to this country when I was a very, very young kid. And the first gaming console that I remember getting, right, was all the way back on one of my birthdays when we were living in an East Toronto apartment. My dad had brought home a PlayStation 1 box, like the original gray box PS1. And, you know, back when I was younger, my dad would be that kind of a dad that, you know, he would come home and when he would buy us a video game here and there, my dad would go to like a pharmacy and purchase the most random video games you could probably ever imagine. You know, for a lot of kids, when they were growing up, Mario Kart was their game. Like, if you were a Nintendo household, but us being a PlayStation household, my dad brought home Scars. You know, it was this game where you would have these animals digitized into, like, these vehicles that you were driving in these digital... It was actually a pretty interesting game, right? Like, if I ever have to tell you about, you know, Mario Kart, but Ubisoft made it with animals and, like, a 3D simulation, that would be the game, okay? You know, when a lot of people were playing, like, their favorite alien, you know, resistance simulator, I was playing something like C12 Final Resistance, okay? One of my, like, favorite little PlayStation 1 games, super cinematic, super interesting, actually stands up quite well for being a PlayStation 1 game, right? Literally, every time I play this game, I think to myself, full voice acting, you know, full 3D environments, reminiscent of something like Metal Gear Solid, and I'm actually, you know, playing, it's a full campaign, start, middle, and end. And then there were other games like Akuji the Heartless, okay? You know, a lot of other people would be playing, you know, their Banjo-Kazooie. My cousin would have Banjo-Kazooie literally on N64. He was the Nintendo household. And I was the one that had Akuji. And I remember back then, it was kind of impressive because my dad brought home this game that also had 2 extra demos on it. Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, and Tomb Raider. So it also felt like, you know, my dad bought 3 games for us instead of just the one. There were also games like Small Soldiers, for instance, right? Which was, you know, it was a movie tie-in game, but if you played the game and then you watched the movie, which I did later on, you'd be like, whoa, totally different. I mean, the game is super ominous. The game almost feels like a horror game, especially when you're a young kid playing something. And then, of course, games like Siphon Filter and obviously Metal Gear Solid and Final Fantasy VII, games that I also grew up with. But again, the games that I just talked about are actually very key memories to me, right? They're memories of simpler times when I was much younger. And obviously, you know, my dad would bring home the game. You know, back in the day, there wasn't really the freedom to go out and buy whatever you wanted. You were kind of just lucky enough to get something on a birthday. You know, maybe your parents took you to a Blockbuster or like a Rogers store and you rented a game for a weekend or a week or whatever. And that was pretty much how you played a lot of games, you know? So for me, my dad would be that guy that would unironically pick up the rare games like Tomba 2, bring that shit home, and, you know, he was like, oh, it looks like Mario, it looks close to Mario. I mean, it wasn't Mario, it wasn't a standard platformer, but we were thankful, right? And that's how I got to play a lot of those weird games out there, you know? And when I was recording creepypastas, the best part about it wasn't even reading the creepypasta, it was the ability to just record a random game as background footage, because then I could kind of show people the random side of video games, the most underrated side of video games, through my channel. But anyways, as a gamer, as somebody that enjoys video games, importantly enough to me is physical media. This is a Chrono Cross on the original PlayStation, and as you can see right over here, you know, games back in the day used to be these like multi-disc part affairs where again, you would finish disc 1, move all the way to disc 2, and you know, on the ride home, you would get these instruction manuals that would like kind of tell you about the lore and like I mean, it would literally be an extra, right? Physical copies, man. I love them. And ultimately, the end of the day, for a while, I used to take the physical copies that I had and I would just put them into a CD burner, DVD burner, and like back them up, put them into a hard drive, and be able to play them at any given time later on in my life, okay? As I do with emulators all the time. So anyways, to kind of bring you back into it, there's this PlayStation blackout that's supposed to happen in August, and unfortunately the timing we'll get into. For several years now, Sony has continued to grow further apart from its fan base, whether it's closing down beloved studios like Bluepoint, pursuing a misguided live service strategy, which Sony continues to lose billions of dollars on this shit. I don't know why they're constantly making marathons and Concords when they don't have the money raised from them to justify that spending. I don't know what Sony's about, okay? Maybe they think they're gonna strike it big and have like Grand Theft Auto Online or something like that. You know, something that prints like billions of dollars. Maybe they'll have multiple multi-billion-dollar generating live service games, but we've yet to see them materialize. Sony is so inept that a game like Destiny 2, which is already end of life, has seen a resurgence of players, and they're not even focused on announcing a Destiny 3 or focusing on that. In fact, I don't even think the company they own, Bungie, is at this point the same company to even be pursuing that. But anyways, ending physical discs in 2028 feels like the last straw, and honestly, it is for me. And I'll get to why. We understand there's only so much the company can control, but with decisions that are within its control, the company continues to mismanage the strong position it inherited from the PS4 era. There are so many issues with PlayStation right now that bringing back physical games would only be meeting halfway. There's so much more that the company can do. We miss Twisted Metal, SOCOM, Sly Cooper, Resistance. You know, the issue with this paragraph alone is I understand physical games are important. The other reality is Sony is also a business. How many people would exist to be buying a Sly Cooper game or even a SOCOM game? I know that I would buy those two franchises, right? I'd buy a Twisted Metal game. But ultimately, Sony looks at the numbers of something being sold, right? If something isn't being sold, you're probably not going to go and produce it or make it, right? Obviously, if they made every single one of their IPs again, would I love a new Siphon Filter game? Sure. But I'm only one person spending the $60, right? Obviously, if it's not going to sell, if it's not going to be worth the cost of production, it's about the same thing as Sony making the other live service craps out there, right? But I do understand, right? Sony has a lot of these IPs, and it's kind of infuriating to see them spend so much money on a shitty game like Concord when the same budget they spent there could have been used to make a small-scale Twisted Metal game that people could spend $40 on and play on PlayStation 5. It would have been great if they could build another SOCOM game that would, you know, leverage into the modern tactical shooter, like, you know, craze that's going on, maybe even the extraction shooter craze. I hate to say a SOCOM extraction shooter is something I'd be more interested with than a fucking Concord. Sly Cooper would be great, you know, small scale, low budget, but hopefully enough people buy it. Like, that's the issue, right? So basically, in this case, they're calling a economic and gameplay blackout from August 23rd to August 30th. So there's a couple issues that I have with this. First off, this is in between Modern Warfare 4 open beta. And if it's one thing that kills your boycott, it's Gun and Ball Gamer, right? Back in the day, there was a Modern Warfare 2 boycott, okay? Literally, I have a post from the StarCraft forums where they talk about this, right? Where literally MW2 would say that they'd have like no dedication. Basically, MW2 when it dropped on PC was like basically one of the worst multiplayer experiences for PC. Like no server browsers, none of that bullshit. It would be basically the worst aspects of consoles legitimized and brought to the PC. So obviously the community wasn't a fan of it, but ultimately at the end of the day, when it came down to it, people were still playing the fucking game. Even when it came to MW3, what's funny is this screenshot they share around, but it basically is the case, right? Like, here's the MW2 boycott. Guys, we're still playing MW2 here, okay? Like, it is what it is. Gun and Ball Gamer is the kind of gamer that will absolutely screw over any blackout. And the thing about it is ultimately, the end of the day, the way you participate is by turning off your console and logging out for 7 days. Now look, I think it's honorable to have like a boycott, like make your voice heard. But when you give an end date to a boycott, effectively all that tells Sony is, don't worry guys, we're going to see low player counts on August 23rd, and we'll be back to normal by a week down the road. Now here's the thing, okay? Sony does not give a fuck if you sign off for 7 days and come back. Sony gives a fuck if you stop giving them more money, okay? So for me, then now that this has been done for a month, I want to tell you what I've done differently in my time. Okay, since Sony dropped this terrible fucking news that they were basically killing the physical discs, that was the only reason for me to own this kind of stuff, I have basically moved my gaming over to Steam. And they might be like, oh, well, you're switching digital over to some other other service. Isn't that the same thing? Not really. Being on PC, yes, I'm part of the digital problem, right? Ultimately, I'm buying a digital game on Steam. I'm buying a license. But here's the thing with something like Steam, for instance, right? I just bought the Assassin's Creed Black Flag remake, right? So for instance, right here, you can see that Black Flag Resynced is located on my device. I've been playing it. And the reality of it is that you might be like, well, what happens if Steam takes this game away from you? And that could happen, actually. But here's the thing about Black Flag Resynced. This game has also been bypassed with its DRM. So I'm not promoting piracy over here. I'm not going to sit here and say that. But the reason I'm talking about this is even me purchasing a game for like 70 bucks, if down the road Ubisoft censors this game, removes this game, Steam removes this game, having the files available on PC is better than having no file available whatsoever. The problem with getting rid of physical content on these consoles is at the end of the day, Sony can dictate exactly what you do and not do on your system. And it's the same for Nintendo, it's the same for Xbox. What I have decided to basically do instead of boycotting Sony is just move my economic options over. I'm not going to stop playing video games. I love video games. I really enjoy them. You know what game I'm really fucking excited for at the end of this year? Grand Theft Auto 6. You know what pains me? Is the game is not coming out on PC day one, which means if I'm going to play that game in general with my friends, I'd have to wait for the actual PC version, whether it drops on Rockstar's launcher or Steam or whatever. I have to wait for that game on that system. But it's not as if GTA 6 is not going to drop on those systems. The fact that we're going entirely digital shows me one key problem, right? In the last few weeks, we've already had issues where Xboxes, because of an online service, couldn't even launch downloaded games. Heck, even disc games were apparently fucked in the process. We've seen situations where Sony actually faced server outages. So if this is the future that Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft, heck, all these platforms want to give us, it's situations like that where the servers go down that make people think, oh, well, what happens if I wanted to play a game that day? What happens if I wanted to download a game from my digital library that day, but the servers are gone? You might be like, well, you can just wait for later, but what if that was my only free time, right? Like, what happens if I want to play something like fucking Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and I bought it digitally, but the servers are down, so it's a single-player game, but in order to access it, I have to go onto the internet and download it, as opposed to, hey, here's my disc copy of the game. All I have to do is install the data disc, then the play disc offline, and just play it right there and then. That is the issue. That's the fucking problem. So when GTA 6 ends up dropping, I actually theorize, because the game is so popular, that when the game is allowed to be preloaded like a week before release, I expect Sony servers to crash and burn. I expected Microsoft servers to crash too. But I expected way worse for Sony. PlayStation Network has a very poor track record of fucking consistency, okay? And ultimately down the road, I can't wait to see when the servers start crashing and the people who are the biggest defenders of this digital future and the people that are the most apathetic realize, oh wow, I just bought the single player game. Oh my god, I'm having troubles downloading it. I can imagine the shitstorm that will happen on the launch of something like GTA 6, one of the most anticipated and hyped games on PlayStation, where literally the week up to its release, so many people are going to be attempting to download this game. And again, it's going to be so many people, so many. I'm sure GTA 6 has literally sold like $1 billion worth of pre-orders already. and a vast majority of them probably on PlayStation. And ultimately, downloading that game is going to absolutely hammer those servers. And I think both Rockstar Games and Sony will regret not having physical copies for the game, where at least, even if the servers are crashing, you can still take those discs, install them, and play a single-player crime game, right? I think the only way to make this known to Sony is you got to cancel your PlayStation Plus subscriptions, which I've canceled mine. I don't have it. I don't feel the need to give Sony any money monthly for an online service that let's be honest, I barely use to begin with, right? And I'm not spending extra money to play PlayStation classics, like PlayStation 2 games. Dog, I know how to fucking set up an emulator, okay? The fact that I would give you monthly for it is just a sign of me being incredibly lazy in that regard. I'm not going to sit there and buy games like Assassin's Creed on Sony servers. You know why? Because Sony learns the message when people stop buying games from their systems and start purchasing them on places like Steam or even Xbox or Nintendo or whatever. They realize once people start doing this, when you're not making that cut of a digital sale, because this game is multi-platform and you can just buy it on PC, that is when that company truly learns. I 100% support the PlayStation boycott. You know who I probably think supports it even more than me is probably fucking Chad Warden, okay? Chad Warden would not be okay with the current state of PlayStation dog shit that we're seeing right now. But a weak boycott isn't going to do anything. All it's going to do is the bean counters at Sony will realize when their player base comes back. The only way to make this known is going into the future, instead of purchasing their games on the Sony platform, you purchase games, even mostly multi-platforms, because that's really where most of the gaming is these days. Again, I'm a little biased because I really don't care about shit like Wolverine. I think the last Sony game that I enjoyed, not released that long ago, Death Stranding 2, already on PC anyways. So for me, looking into the future, if I'm going to be purchasing games like GTA 6, dog, I might as well just pick that up on the fucking PC. Honestly, it's probably better for me to pick that up on like platforms like Xbox, because at least even Xbox, in my opinion, might be a little bit more better than like the Sony platform, simply because of how much more reliant Microsoft is. And honestly, the fact that when you buy at least they're exclusives digitally, they give you like an Xbox version of the game alongside, you know, the PC version of the game down the road. So I don't know. Sony, for me, the path that they've went down with this live service shit, these disc things, I'm not somebody that's looking at this blackout as something that's going to change their mind. What really is going to change their mind is you start buying all these digital games on different competing storefronts. And ultimately, once they see that reflected in their balance sheets, maybe they turn it around. Like, they said they're not going to release discs till 2028. I'm not even going to buy the physical copy for FF7 Revelations. I was planning to for PlayStation 5. But honestly, them saying that 2028, it doesn't matter. 2020, the beginning of this month was sort of the last day. I don't care about, you know, 2026, 2027, 2028, because for me, knowing their plans going into the future, I know that the money that I spent on physical copies for PlayStation is fucking useless, because the PS6, anything going forward, won't even have a disc, won't even have anything to begin with. It's all locking you down into that digital ecosystem. And there's no reason for me to stick with a closed ecosystem like Sony when I could just stick with something like Steam or GOG or even Epic. Just stay on the PC platform. You know, not only is the experience better, not only am I able to play all of my backwards compatible games and the memories that I told you about in the beginning, but ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't have to be involved with Sony financially. And I think that is really what's going to change things. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
This TikTok hypebeast streamer and co-owner of a famous LA sneaker store was just arrested and hit with federal charges for his alleged involvement in a $1 million cargo theft operation. Okay, so if he's actually charged here, he could be sent to prison for up to 15 years, and he can be hit with up to $500,000 of fines. Definitely not the ideal situation to be in, but how did he get here? So this indictment, I mean, it kind of just seems like something out of a heist movie. Like, we've got Nike employees apparently involved in the inside, multiple shipments of expensive shoes being diverted, and multiple other resellers named as well, for a grand total of 12 people indicted. So why is this newsworthy besides, I guess, it being, you know, a massive alleged theft ring of Nike sneakers? Well, one of the people named was the co-owner of a famous LA sneaker store called Cool Kicks. And you guys might remember that I actually covered the story a while ago when a different one of the owners, Adil Shams, was arrested and had their warehouse raided for allegedly purchasing stolen Nike products. So yeah, definitely not a great year for them so far. And while the stolen Nike products might lead you to believe that, hey, this is a follow-up story on that, no, this is actually a whole different owner being hit with different charges. So this time, it was actually Barakat Abraham, a 39-year-old who is described as the co-founder and co-owner of Cool Kicks. Birds of a feather. What is that saying? Birds of a feather flock together? I don't know, but apparently birds of a feather bond together and start Nike Hypebeast reseller stores, and then they stream it on TikTok. Awesome. Allegedly. This is all alleged. No one's been found guilty in a court of law yet. My lawyer's in the background going, I'm just saying it's quite the ironic coincidence that you have two stolen Nike scandals this close together coming out of the same company. And as of right now, it seems like Barakat is the only Cool Kicks employee involved in this new bombshell. But he's one of 12 people accused in stealing over $2 million worth of Nike shoes from the company's North American Logistics Center in Memphis, Tennessee. And apparently this investigation has been going on for years, with the alleged operation being said to have spanned from 2021 until 2024. Nothing's happened yet, so and that does make me wonder, did they think they were going to get away with it, or did they know at some point their day was coming? He was probably stressing when the other co-founder got raided a while back. He was like, uh-oh, it's about me, and then it wasn't about him, and he was probably like, phew, but now it's about him. But regardless, around 9 months ago, we covered Cool Kicks when co-owner Adil Shams was arrested during a live stream for allegedly selling stolen Nike products. And at the time, he maintained his innocence and stated that the products were purchased in good faith, and if they were stolen, he and his staff had no idea. Which, I mean, honestly is fair. You can't exactly trace the origin of every item when you're reselling shoes. They are purchasing items off of random people in the store, and they're buying out strangers as collections, so I bet their biggest concern at this point is making sure the items are real or not where they're from. So whatever the actual case may have been with that story, Adil was ultimately released, and he was back to his Whatnot live streams pretty quickly. And he's currently maintaining kind of a low profile on social media compared to before, but he posted on his Instagram back in May, so I think it's safe to assume that he didn't actually face any real consequences that we know of yet. Who knows? There might still be an ongoing case. But what is important that you guys do is you can't confuse the two co-owners, because while it does sound bad put together, like, all jokes aside, there is a chance that Adil and the other Cool Kicks employees had no idea what was going on. So with that disclaimer out of the way, let's look at what these sneakerheads did to land themselves in extreme hot water. But real quick, data brokers make billions of dollars selling your information to spammers, scammers, and stalkers. And most services just remove your data after it's already out there, but the problem is you keep on creating new vulnerabilities every time you sign up for anything new, which is why I added Cloak to my data protection arsenal, which is the sponsor of today's video. And a massive game changer is with Cloaked, it allows you to create burner emails and phone numbers, and you can actually text an email using these burners inside of the Cloaked app, which means data brokers can't actually tie these accounts back to your identity. So not only is your identity protected, but the data broker just bought, I guess, worthless information. So finally, you're the one playing them. But then on top of everything, Cloak gives you a $1 million identity theft insurance policy. So hey, if that sounds interesting to you, you can go to cloak.com/Atozy and get a free scan to see if your social security number or any other personal information is currently out there for sale. And if you use my link that you'll find at the top of the description down below, you'll get 30% off of any plan. But without further ado, let's continue the video. So On May 21st, 2026, a federal grand jury returned an indictment charging 12 individuals with conspiracy to commit interstate transportation of stolen property, and one with interstate transportation of stolen property. Stolen Nike property, that is. And like I said earlier, the story of this indictment reads like a story of a heist movie or something like that, and the way they were caught is honestly just even wilder. So apparently, in the beginning of 2021, several employees at Nike's North American Logistics Center in Memphis, Tennessee, helped locate high-value products in the warehouse, and they reroute them using fraudulent shipping labels. And where were they being routed to? To the resellers, of course, because, you know, they could charge like 10x in some cases of what the Nike retail stores were retailing these shoes for. And of course, Abraham is one of them. And it's said that this logistics center had some of the most valuable items Nike carried in it, which, if you know anything about sneaker culture, you know there are certain pairs that can resell for thousands of dollars each. Yeah, apparently those thermals go for like $1,200 in StockX right now.
The new shoes, the hottest shoes of the year. Beautiful shoe. Right now they're very cheap. I think these are gonna be above $1,000 within 12 months. This is just a beautiful shoe. Damn. So remember when you're adding these shoes, this goes for $1,200 on StockX. Banger.
I feel like sneaker culture for the most part has definitely cooled down a bit. Sure, I mean, certain pairs will still go for a lot of money, but it's nothing like it used to be back in like 2017, 2018, 2019, maybe early pandemic as well. I feel like a lot of people who are waiting up all night to cash in on these like Nike drops just kind of moved on to either farming and scalping tickets, or I guess real estate, or watches. I actually, watches is kind of what the culture has moved into, especially with the Royal Oak pop that we saw a few months ago that was also a disaster. I was actually walking down Karl Johan in Oslo, I think it was like the 15th of May or something like that, and I walked past the Swatch store, and at first I didn't even realize it was the Swatch store, but you just had a whole line of kids, or teenagers, probably like, I don't know, 17 to 21 year olds. So not only teenagers, but young adults and teenagers. And they were camping out. And I was like, why is everyone camping out? And I realized, oh, this is for the AP Royal Oak Swatch drop. I haven't seen a bunch of people camping outside of any store since what, 2016, 2017 Supreme drops. So yeah, no, I actually go back and say, yeah, it seems like this hypebeast culture just kind of like moved into watches. But yeah, going back to the Nike shoes, at the time, I mean, they could retail for, I don't know, around $200, or you could buy them from a reseller for like $1,000 or something like that. Meaning one shipping box filled with the right sneakers could be worth 5 or even 6 times, or in some cases 10 times on the resale market. So really the scheme itself is pretty simple. So allegedly the Nike employees would steal blank Nike shipping labels and print their own UPS labels on them using an account associated to Abraham and Cool Kicks. Then they just slap them on boxes of expensive shoes and ship them out with everything else.
The Cool Kicks owner, according to the feds, allegedly worked with another guy here in Los Angeles to steal blank shipping labels from a Nike warehouse, a distribution warehouse in Memphis. I'm told by the LAPD detective who handled this case that this warehouse in Memphis had some of the most high-end shoes that Nike can sell. So once they get the blank slips, the blank packing slips from the warehouse, then they come back here. Cool Kicks comes into play according to investigators because Cool Kicks has a valid UPS account and can make these shipping labels. So they get the blank shipping labels from Nike, they put the bogus addresses on them allegedly here from Cool Kicks, and then they send those shipping labels back to the employees who are working with everybody according to the feds at Nike. And then those Nike employees allegedly slip the bogus packing slips on these cartons of shoes as they are about to leave and be distributed. So instead of being distributed to the places they should go, they get distributed to the bad actors, according to the feds. And according to the feds, at least one of the bad actors was the Cool Kicks co-owner.
And yeah, I guess that was the scheme. How did you not think you were going to get caught? But regardless, everything was fine until it wasn't, because in 2024, there was a snowstorm that hit Memphis, and all the shipments stopped. And this backup caused these boxes with fraudulent labels to sit in the warehouse for way longer than normal, and allowed a very observant Nike employee to notice that some of these labels didn't look right. So the employee notified someone higher up, and this resulted in authorities actually slipping a tracking device in one of these shipments and followed it until they could found one of their culprits.
According to the detective, in Memphis, there was a really bad snowstorm, and that halted all the shipments and allowed these bogus shipping labels to remain on these items for longer than they normally would, and it caught the attention of a very observant Nike employee who notified their supervisors. They then called an LAPD detective here, who has worked with them on other cases, put a tracker in those shipments, let them go on their way, and then allegedly caught everyone in the act. Now, all 12 of these people facing federal charges.
See, kind of sounds like a movie. But after that, I would only assume that the people who were caught started ratting on their co-conspirators, and in total, 12 people were charged in relation to this. And as usual, Cool Kicks released a quick statement saying that, hey, they had no involvement or knowledge of this scheme going on, and they just continued with business as usual. And in their statement, they say that Abraham denies the charges, and Cool Kicks had no allegations of wrongdoing. And they also mentioned that they apparently terminated his relationship with the company. And I mean, that does make it seem like he worked alone, because if Cool Kids had any knowledge of this or let it happen, they would be risking, losing their entire empire if they were caught. Or is this a move to save face? I don't know. Regardless though, if they were involved and tried to pass it off publicly like they weren't, it would, at the end of the day, make things a whole lot worse for them. As for Abraham though, he's currently facing conspiracy, aiding and abetting, and interstate transportation of stolen property. If convicted, he could face up to 15 years in federal prison, fines of up to $500,000, and as many as 3 years in supervised release. So I mean, hey, it's safe to say that's quite the fall from grace. Like, you're going from part owner of a massive sneaker reseller to facing federal charges. So now I guess Cool Kicks is down another owner, and the other one, Adil, he still keeps his distance from all their other content, minus the live streams, because it seems like he's still live streaming. But it's overall a pretty big switch up from their content from a few years ago that essentially revolved around Adil and Abraham buying sneakers and rubbing elbows with celebrities and influencers. But now the faces on their YouTube and Instagram are managers and store staff instead of the actual owners. But currently it appears that the 12 individuals, including Abraham, will be in front of a district judge on August 12th. So I guess we just kind of have to wait around and see what happens then. But regardless, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys in tomorrow's video. Peace. YouTube investigation, and an 83-year-old man's Star Wars collection was still missing. Well, the saga continues because on July 8th, part 3 dropped, and it turns out the reason it took so long for this to finally be released was because of the legal red tape. According to Ben, he was genuinely just trying to stay out of prison.
I'm about to go to court, and I don't even know what I did wrong. Yeah, Bricks and Minifigs is making up tons of lies about me to the police to try to get me thrown in jail so I can't release my documentary about them. But the crazy part is I'm not even allowed to know what they're saying I did.
Okay, so part 3 is definitely the biggest chunk of new information that we've got since this whole story came out. But some of it only makes sense if you know what happened between my last video and what we're recording right now. So let's pick up from where we left off. So first, a lot of you guys said that I missed an important part in my last video, and that was the whole U-Haul situation. So to understand the whole U-Haul thing, we kind of need to go back to November 14th, 2024, the night that Bricks and Minifigs Corporate took over the Kaiser, Oregon store from the Gormans and handed the keys to Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson. So Crystal Gorman says that when Brandon showed up that night, she noticed a large U-Haul truck in the parking lot. BAM Corporate's version told CoffeeZilla that Brandon arrived in a rental car, not a U-Haul. And any U-Haul involvement was a complete, separate, unrelated event.
When Brandon came to the store that night, he was driving a U-Haul truck.
Now, in typical fashion, this was immediately disputed.
Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
It wasn't until after he told me he was taking the keys and locking me out that I really kind of paid attention to the fact that he had a large, not the small, the large U-Haul truck.
Then a former employee from the Eugene, Oregon Bricks and Minifig store, the location that Brandon and Josh were already running, told CoffeeZilla something that caught a lot of people's attention. They said on the night of the Salem takeover, Brandon showed up to their store with a medium-sized U-Haul truck full of Star Wars and other Lego sets, and that Brandon's explanation to the staff was that Crystal had stolen them and bolted.
I'm a former employee, started in 2024, and I was working under the old manager, Brian, and he sold the store to Brandon, Best, and Josh.
What store was this? Bricks and Minifigs where?
Eugene.
Okay, now what did you see that made you want to talk to me?
I saw Reckless Ben's YouTube video about the Salem store closing down because when I was talking to my co-workers about the situation about Salem, and what we were told through other employees that it was just a bad area to work in. It was like haunted, if you will, is what was going around. But after seeing the video of Reckless Ben, he exposed them, and it makes a lot more sense with what we dealt with Brandon and Josh. Like, oh, Crystal stole Lego sets and bolted out of the country.
Who says that?
Brandon Best told us.
Now, BAM Corporate said that story was being mixed up with a completely separate event. So their explanation was that on October 24th, about 3 weeks before the takeover, Brandon picked up inventory from a different former franchisee in a U-Haul and brought it to Eugene. Then on November 14th, there was a second U-Haul, but that one was for hauling a camper trailer to a spot in Salem where Brandon planned to stay. Not for Legos. And the documentation Brandon provided to CoffeeZilla lined up with the parts of that story. A U-Haul contract dated November 14th, a final photo taken inside of the Salem store at 9:44 p.m., and a mileage photo from when he returned the truck at 12:41 a.m. on November 15th. So that leaves us with about a 3-hour gap. And when CoffeeZilla asked the former employee about that, they said it took 4 hours to unload the camper. Which CoffeeZilla pointed out, hey, if it took 4 hours to unload, he physically could not also drive to another city, load a bunch of Lego, unload them, and still return the truck at 12:41 a.m. Like, the math just doesn't make sense. So the reason I didn't include that situation in the first video I covered was that CoffeeZilla left it there. It was weird, it was unresolved, but the timeline doesn't really support the whole he moved the Lego to Eugene that night theory. At least not with the evidence that was available during that time. I just wanted to wait for more information before I talked about it. But then Reddit and Twitter got involved. So using the contract number from CoffeeZilla's video, people on social media pulled up the actual U-Haul return receipt, which showed a return time of 6:12 in the morning. Not 12:41 in the morning. And I guess the reason the 12:41 a.m. photo doesn't automatically settle this is U-Haul charges a convenience fee if an attendant has to process the return for you. But if you skip that fee and do self-return through the app logs the return time automatically. And according to people who went very deep into this, it essentially is impossible to have a 6:12 a.m. return time in the system without that self-return process running, because the app is what records the timestamp. So essentially the argument that's being made is Brandon took the photo of the mileage at 12:41 in the morning, but the truck wasn't actually returned until 6:12 in the morning, which would mean that he would have roughly 6 more hours than what was presented to CoffeeZilla. And separately, someone pointed out that it's against U-Haul's own policy to tow an RV with a box truck because most camper trailers don't have their own brakes, which is clearly a safety issue. So there was even a problem with the original story for why the U-Haul was there. Now, I do have to make a disclaimer though. None of this has been officially confirmed. The receipt hasn't been externally verified, and the U-Haul policy angle is based on a specific trailer involved. And at this point, we still don't have all of the pieces. But it's worth knowing that this aspect of the story exists because a lot of people believe this is the moment where the whole thing started. And it's the reason that the U-Haul question keeps coming up every time someone tries to figure out where the Legos actually went. Okay, so moving on, CoffeeZilla's full investigation dropped on June 10th, and that clarified a whole lot. The first thing he cleared up was the number everyone had been repeating since day one. The collection was never worth $200,000. The actual internal store spreadsheet, created using a Bricks and Minifigs Salem email address, and I guess sitting on BAM's own servers the entire time, put the collection's real value somewhere between $85,000 and $120,000. The $200,000 figure came from a press release that went out before anyone had gone through the full inventory. The Gormans admitted it, while BAM had even used it themselves. But after going through over 200 photos Crystal took the night of the takeover, and having people manually tag all the Star Wars sets, CoffeeZilla found evidence of about $21,000 in Mansell inventory that can be confirmed in the store that night. And then on top of that, some of the remaining Legos were explained by a private side deal Brian had made with another Lego YouTuber, selling, I guess, sets that were still marked as in storage on the BAM spreadsheet. So then you had the point of sale data from the store's own system showing about $51,000 in Star Wars collection sales, matching the Mansell collection, which compares to the $24,000 that Crystal's own spreadsheet had recorded. So there's definitely a gap there. And that could be partially explained by layaway items that got marked in one system but not updated on another. But putting it all together, CoffeeZilla estimates that only about $10,000 to $20,000 of the collection is genuinely unaccounted for. But Brian is still likely owed somewhere between $50,000 and $83,000 for sets that were sold and were never properly paid out to him. So essentially, we're looking at both missing inventory and unpaid money, which are two different problems, but both are extremely real and important. And then we have BAM's CEO, Ammon McNeff, acting like this is the first time he ever saw the spreadsheet of Mansell's inventory, the same spreadsheet that had been created using the Bricks and Minifigs Salem email address and stored on BAM's own servers the whole time.
A spread, like, I understand a spreadsheet and a contract are a good start. Yeah. Yeah, but we never got that. That was never sent to us at corporate, by the way.
It says it's. I'm so confused. It says I'm on the file right now. It says storage used, owned by BAM Franchising Inc. Owner Salem.or bricksandminifigs.com.
What are you looking at?
It says owner Salem.or at bricksandminifigs.com. That's you guys.
So this would have been created under, like, so we have the
y'all definitely have this. Y'all have access to this.
Well, I had no idea.
And after all that came out, BAM put out a statement saying they had worked diligently to resolve Mansell's collection issues, and that it was all an isolated and unfortunate incident related to a single former franchisee. And they also directly denied that they had ever made any legal attempt to seize the GoFundMe that Reckless Ben had set up for the Mansell family. The problem with that denial is, though, that people almost immediately pulled up the actual lawsuit filing and found this. Because right there under the complaint, under the section listing what the plaintiffs are asking for, it specifically names, quote, GoFundMe and other crowdfunding proceeds as a part of damages that BAM was seeking. Uh-oh. Yeah, so it's safe to say that response made things a whole lot worse. And then there's the consignment argument. So BAM has been insisting since day one that consignment was never an authorized activity for their franchisees, and that the Gorman's deal with Brian Mansell was completely unauthorized under corporate policy. But then people started pulling up the actual franchisee agreement, the one that Ammon McNeff signed, and they found that it specifically says franchisees may also offer consignment services. Uh-oh. Again. But then on top of that, BAM's own Facebook post from November 2023 advertised Ed Mansell's collection publicly, describing it as one of the most valuable privately held Star Wars Lego collections in the region. They straight up used it as a marketing tool, so like the whole argument that the corporation was just unaware of this just doesn't make sense whatsoever. And then you have part 3 that goes back and shows the full version of this argument playing out in person, because Ben included footage of his very first visit to Ammon at the corporate headquarters before any of this became a documentary at all. By his framing, he went there in good faith, wanting to give BAM a chance to just return the sets before making anything public. And Ammon's response on camera was to just flatly deny ever hearing about Brian Mansell or any Lego collection at that store. And then that story only shifted once Ben pulled up BAM's own social media post advertising the exact collection.
So what's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No. So who's
Brian Mansell.
Okay, and who is that?
He's a guy who had he had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store.
Nope. Never happened.
Eamon was first trying to claim that he's never even heard of Brian Mansell, and this guy definitely never had any Legos in a Bricks and Minifigs store. But once we showed him all of the social media posts his own company made, it was very obvious that we just caught him in a lie. So the CEO decided to change his story, and now the story is the Legos used to be in the store, but the previous owner, Crystal, she stole the Legos right before they took over the store.
We don't have the Lego. Crystal sold the Lego.
And I mean, at that point, the story became, okay, it existed, but the previous owner, Crystal, sold it on her way out. And now we know it seems like that's not true. So after CoffeeZilla's video dropped, Benjamin Gorman put out his own response, and he added a piece that hadn't really been talked about before. He says that when BAM Corporate took over the Salem branch that November night, they promised the Gormans a full itemized inventory of everything in the store. But apparently that itemized inventory list, that never showed up. And here's why that matters, because under the franchisee agreement, if the Gormans had received that inventory list, they would have had the right to trigger a clause allowing a neutral third-party evaluator to come in and independently assess the store's assets. So without that inventory list, that clause could never really be invoked, which means they had no way to formally challenge the valuation that BAM put on these assets they were walking away from.
The franchise agreement gives us the opportunity to challenge that inventory by demanding a third-party evaluator of everything in the store. Of course we wouldn't have accepted their inventory if Brandon was claiming the Mansell sets weren't there. And then they would have had to provide a third-party inventory, which would have either revealed everything inside the store or would have immediately conflicted with the photo evidence. So everything about the missing sets could have come to light at the time if BAM had simply followed their own franchise agreement.
But I guess instead of sending an impartial corporate representative to assess the store, BAM apparently tasked Brandon Best, the guy who was there because, you know, he was going to become the new franchisee owner. He was the one who was evaluating the inventory. That sounds like a conflict of interest to me. You know, since Brandon has every financial reason to value things as low as possible going into the deal because, you know, he's the one buying those assets. That's like showing up to a used car lot and you put the price on the car that you're gonna buy. You're like, yeah, I think that's worth 12 grand. I'll pay 12 grand. And they're like, okay, fine, how about it? No third person was involved to, I don't know, check what the market rate for everything was. But Crystal also said in the podcast appearance that she and Benjamin signed nothing transferring ownership of the store or terminating their agreement that BAM had never properly transferred the store lease to them in the first place. And then later used the same issue as justification for taking it back.
I would have to imagine that the seller would be the crucial party to sign that.
Yeah,
So
and we didn't sign anything.
Okay,
Nothing.
nope.
We didn't sign their termination letter. We didn't sign anything. In the franchise agreement, there is stuff in there that if you are purchasing a pre-existing location, it is corporate's responsibility to get a hold of the landlord and have the lease transferred over to you. Ben and I signed paperwork within that franchise agreement that they were then supposed to send to the landlord, that they never sent to the landlord. That night where they showed up, Kai McAllister in that phone call says, well, we technically still own the lease on the building, so you have no rights to remain there.
Dirty.
And that's kind of one of the bases of our lawsuit is you created the problems that you then used as a way to terminate our agreement.
Then she mentioned something else that got a lot of people's attention. She said that she spoke to 4 other former franchise owners who described going through similar experiences when they tried to exit the company. So as it turns out, Crystal really wasn't the only one with a story like this. Not even close. So a former Bricks and Minifigs franchise owner that goes by The Last Relic Online came forward with an account of what happened to a Florida store. He bought an existing BAM location, put serious work into it, his mom painted the store, his dad built the tables, and when he hit financial trouble after, I guess, back-to-back hurricanes, he went to corporate and asked for if he could bring on an investor. But they said no. So he then tried another option, sell the store back to corporate, stay on as a manager and buy it back within 6 months once things stabilized. But corporate, I guess, agreed to this, and they sent in Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson to assess and take over.
After the hurricanes and everything, I'm like, well, the situation it ain't good. Like, I'm actually really worried about paying rent, and I would like to bring on an investor, and they still said no. I'm like, well, here's my other proposition. You guys are personal guarantors. If I can sell you back the store, I stay on as a manager, then in 6 months from now, I don't care what the price is. I'll buy it for more than it's worth right now. Like, it's no problem. And they're like, all right, well, we have these 2 guys named Josh and Brandon, and they labeled them as like store rescuers.
And after the inventory was done and the handover was agreed to, he says that he was suddenly hit with a letter from BAM's lawyers saying that his contract was being terminated with $70,000 in fines tacked on, which he says happened to roughly equal the value of his entire store inventory. Meaning, instead of walking away with anything, he walked away with nothing.
I'm like, all right, I'm waiting a few days. And then I'm like, hey, man, I'm kind of feel like I'm being jerked around. Like, what's the sale? Like, what's the inventory count? He's like, oh, it matches your inventory completely. I'm like, okay, that sounds great. I'll get like possibly 120,000 out of it. I wasn't expecting much. I'm like, I'm not selling you the furniture or any of that stuff, the goodwill parts of things. So then I get this letter from their lawyers. It's like, we're terminating your contract, putting $70,000 in fines on you and all this stuff. And it apparently equaled out to my inventory count. And they just said, like, you violated paying rent, which I never did. Like, I always paid rent on time. You violated paying royalties. I'm like, your accountants agreed on that. And you guys, the owners, agreed on it.
And one morning in May, he got a call at 7 in the morning from the store manager saying that 3 guys from corporate had flown in overnight and they were loading everything into a U-Haul and shutting the place down with no warning, no time for employees to look for new jobs. And then a month later, he started receiving calls from the landlord because BAM had never taken his name off the lease during the 7 months that they ran the store. And the day, I guess, they closed, it happened to be the day after their names and personal guarantors came off the lease. So then he was allegedly left holding $500,000 of debt on a store that he hadn't owned in months.
Trust me, Bricks and Minifigs, in my opinion, is freaking thieves in the night. Literally in the night. They literally flew over at night and closed down my location. And so then they left the lease with me. The property manager was like, hey, you owe us like 500 grand because you still have this many years left. What? Yeah, and I'm like, what the freak are you guys talking about?
I mean, that just sounds bizarre. But apparently he eventually got out of it, not because of any legal win, but because the landlord remembered him as a good tenant who always paid on time and cleaned up everything himself. So I guess thankfully he had that going for him. But apparently there's even more stories like this because you have a former California franchisee who tried to exit the BAM system when their contract ended to rebrand into their own store independently. They ended up getting sued by BAM and won. So according to the franchise owners themselves, 2 of the California stores are still running today under different names. So BAM lost that case, but they do apparently have a history with this. So now documents that surfaced during the controversy raised a whole bunch of questions about Josh Johnson's actual role in all this. Because according to franchise records, Joshua was never formally listed as a franchise owner of Bricks and Minifigs. Only Brandon Best's name appeared on the Oregon franchisee listings. So Joshua's role seemed to be on the corporate side. But then in the leaked body cam footage from Ben's arrest in Utah, Josh is on camera telling the police that he's the owner alongside of Brandon Best. Ben and his crew really just showed up here like Scooby-Doo and his crew because they would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for these meddling kids. But I guess separately, when BAM announced they were parting ways with both Josh and Brandon on June 4th, Brandon Best still owned the Bricks and Minifig store in Eugene, Oregon. The same Eugene store that the U-Haul was allegedly driven to. But I also feel like I want to mention that BAM was also kind of like disorganized when it comes to its own documents. So I don't know if that has anything to do with this as well. So whether parting ways means something different than what it sounds, or whether the June 4th announcement was specifically about the Salem agreement, that's kind of unclear. But they're apparently still in the system. So now, in part 3 of his series, Ben frames his approach as trying to do things the right way at first, going to BAM directly and giving them a chance to just hand back the sets before he made any of these videos public. But according to him, Ammon's response wasn't to work anything out. No, he just called the police. So from there, Ben says that BAM spent the following months trying to build a case to get him arrested before he could finish and release the documentary. That's when a search warrant was then issued naming the missing Legos and resulted in Ben and the people around him being taken in. And after he got out, Ben says a warrant was issued for his arrest on a separate, not specified charge. And the police showed up at his home in Los Angeles looking for him without bail being an option. But since he was out of state at the time, nothing came from this particular visit. All of this just sounds so crazy to me. Does it really work like this? I mean, if so, we have some very clear flaws in our system. But once things escalate into actual charges, it's split into 2 separate cases. One, an American Fork, and the second one, which is the more serious one, in Provo, where BAM's corporate office is based. In the American Fork case, Ben says a protective order was put in place that kept the specifics of what he's accused for sealed from him, including redacted body cam footage, and a prosecutor pushed back on him representing himself, reading that if he obtained the details through discovery, he could use them for content on his channel. Regardless, I think it's a terrible idea if he chooses to represent himself. Hopefully, he is not representing himself. But apparently the Provo case is the one with real teeth. Ben says that Bam accused him of extortion, claiming that he'd threatened to burn the store down and hurt people if the Lego sets weren't returned, which is apparently the accusation that triggered the search and arrest warrant.
Hi there, I'm calling to report a crime. They themselves say, hey, you guys stole this.
So what is this? Who's this girl?
Yana quickly apologized to her Ukrainian Uber driver for making him uncomfortable.
Where are you from?
I'm Ukrainian.
Oh, nice.
Ukrainian.
Like London?
No, I'm Ukrainian, from Ukraine.
Oh, I don't really know my geography.
Ukraine is like Central Europe.
Oh, Russia. Like kind of like Russia?
Ukrainian.
Oh, nice.
Ukrainian.
Like London?
No, I'm Ukrainian, from Ukraine.
Oh, I don't really know my geography.
Ukraine is like Central Europe.
Oh, Russia. Like kind of like Russia?
Why do you say that?
Luckily, no.
Oh, no.
Luckily,
okay.
no.
Dang, I don't know. But yeah, I'm from America, though.
He knows. You didn't need to tell him that. He knows.
So how do you like it there? A lot?
Oh my God. Wow.
Is it hot?
Is it hot? Is it hot? Is it hot? The chat? Why would you say that? Russia is their op.
Overall, it's nice.
Overall, it's nice.
Oh, they said they're at war. I did not know that. They're at war?
Between Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah, I did not know that. I don't know any geography, and maybe I should educate myself.
People like her can vote? Hey, nobody wants to listen. Nobody. She's not the sharpest tool. Someone baited her before this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Fix your fucking face before you ever fucking talk to me like that again, you stupid ass bitch.
Is this me?
Let me call me ugly one more time, and I'm gonna pop you right in your dead square in your fucking mouth, okay? But I can't.
Wait, was this about me? But what? Did I make a comment about her? Someone in chat told her you said she's ugly. And she got rage baited? I never said that about her.
And I'm gonna pop you right in your dead square in your mouth, okay?
Not even like, hey, yo, like this dude was talking shit about you. Wait, what? Is this another one?
Streamer Yana J's blatant disregard after being told other streamer Snowcone has a serious peanut allergy. Opens and starts chewing down on Reese's peanut butter cups.
That is not good. Oh, I'm allergic. Oh my gosh, I love these. Wait. Oh, I love these. Guys, don't eat those. She's allergic. Don't eat those. We won't eat those. I don't give a fuck if Snowcone's allergic. I'm about to eat this Reese's. Not Skittles though.
Skittles and pop.
Everybody say bye, Snowcone.
Yeah, hurry. Get that in your mouth now.
I know. Why?
You realize you just ate, like, she said not to eat it. You just open and, like, there's peanut butter in the air. You realize, like, you genuinely, like, that was gangster. That's up. That was gangster. That was looking gangster. Yo, plug your nose real quick. Yo, do we need...
We have the fan air blowing the peanut. She's not allergic. She's lying.
to stab you, like...
People think that peanut allergy's fake? They think that you can't have a peanut allergy? Look how small they are. Dying for content? Yeah.
Ring pops. Oh, those are my favorite. I actually do love those. Are hard.
Oh my gosh.
That's why I get upset.
Oh no. Wait, that kind of makes me sad too.
These people are,
I didn't touch it with this hand.
it's certain special.
The chime glitch ruining people's finances and lives all in one. Before you know it, it's going to be the jail glitch that people are going to be figuring out.
Once and I'm gonna say it again, this chime shit really finna feed generations, fool.
Feed generations.
Stupid.
I know y'all keep hearing niggas on this app talking about chime this, chime that. That's because chime is really booming, gang. I swear niggas is really missing out on an opportunity to change their lives because they want to be lazy.
You know, this looks like a legitimate business owner here. Let's hear him out.
Try something new, bro. Whether you a CC demon, you grab enrolls, you drop slips, bro, there's no point in missing out on a free wave. This chime shit is really paper on the floor, bro, and it's something that anybody can really get. Y'all need to lock in, bro. It's summer of 2026. If you're not already on this chime shit, y'all need to hop on. I'm putting it online for free in my bio.
Oh, there it is. It's always it's for free in my bio. Available balance 32 bands.
Another day, another one. Let's get busy, man. Y'all see what's going on, man.
Admitting to scamming is crazy work.
Come on, man. Get active, man.
Hey, when I tell y'all chime is always hitting game, only thing you need is a debit business. Link that bitch and transfer 2K. You can only transfer 2K to your bank account. Rinse and repeat. Once you do that, buy somebody else's chime account who don't use that shit and keep adding your bank account to their shit, gang. I'm telling you, this shit is live. Look at the date, June 4th. I'm telling you.
Just exposing themselves for fraud. Oh my god, you gotta be dumber than a bag of dildos to think you're not gonna get caught, bro.
This shit is going on, gang. I want to show y'all this shit. This shit is going on live in the flesh.
Imagine wanting to ruin your life over that amount of money. It's like, what, 50 grand?
This how much I done spent in 2026. Mind you, we only 5 months in. 6 months now, but the 6 months
You've spent 63 grand. Why would you need to spend that much money?
ain't over with. Niggas not even making 63,000 a year. And I spent that shit in 6 months, gang. We is in June. My average monthly spending is $12,000, gang. $12,000.
God, that's a lot of money, bro.
A month.
Chat, what's your monthly spending? I can do between my mortgage, groceries, fund money, and my car is around 5 grand.
For the whole year, gang, that shit is through the roof, I'm telling you.
Stupid.
Like, just in June, the month just started, I already spent $2,000. I don't know what. On what. Don't ask me, gang. I don't know. Like I said, if you want to have dog shit in your bank account, gang, all you got to do is hit my phone.
Hit his phone, bro. Hit his bio. Link in the bio, man. Are people actually falling for this crap, dude? The chime glitch ruining lives. You got the Klarna glitch, the chime glitch. It's always a glitch, right?
Hey TikTok, hey everyone that's still looking at my page and seeing everything that's coming through my page, bro. I'm glad y'all paying attention. Can y'all continue to keep running and rushing me, bro? I'm nearby my phone. We're working today, man. We're trying to swipe. China 2026. We're trying to swipe all this out, man. We going big, man. We're getting all this money, man. Just come to me prepared. I don't need any personal information. Are you not sending any type of money? Just come to me prepared. I repeat, just come to me prepared, man. All it take is 3 to 10 minutes at your time of your day, man. We will get our money. We cannot swipe the whole thing today. We can swipe one half today, and tomorrow morning we can swipe the rest. Just tap in with me, man. Not come to me with no negative account. I repeat, no negative account. I cannot do anything with no negative account. And you will have to have something sitting inside your account, man. Just hit my DM and we can work right now.
Yeah, look at these guys. The humanitarian efforts these men are putting up is just... These guys are such nice guys, you know what I mean?
What y'all boys telling y'all this shit really going on, man. No bullshit, man. Y'all better pop y'all shit on. Come tap in with me. Come get with the real wipers. Y'all know how I get on wiping every day. They ain't no. Come get with the real wiper. They ain't no bullshit. Pass that chime. Come at nigga. Oh, these your baby girl. Now if you got a chime, y'all know who to get next to, gang. Tap in. Link in bio. Let's go. We going up.
And I feel bad for all you niggas that ain't found out about the chime method yet. Like, y'all niggas so green. Y'all niggas green as bro. If y'all niggas really want to know, bro. If y'all niggas really want to know about this chime shit, bro, let me put y'all niggas on right quick. Good. These other niggas y'all listening to, these niggas don't know nothing, gang.
Let me guess, you know everything, gang? Let me guess, you just got it down pat, huh? I'm just saying that the feds, the IRS, somebody's gonna be after you guys. It's inevitable. You're going to jail eventually.
This video so I can help.
Speaking of a glitch, if you want to hit another glitch, go to Free Cash where you can get $10 just to play mobile games. This isn't actually a glitch. This is legit. But average time to earn your first cash, 17 minutes, $22 withdrawn yesterday. Over $300 million given out on Free Cash. I got a dude in the Discord that's made over $2,300. So get in there if you want some extra coin. It's really simple. You just scan the QR code, click the link in the description, really easy. You'll get $10 on me and you can cash out as soon as you hit $20.
Help a lot of y'all, bro. It's not about how many chimes account that you bring me, gang. It's about you putting up that we could buy the chime log with the balance on there so we could both split the bread. That's all that matters. Everybody keeps saying how many chime accounts they got and can we do 60-40s and all that. Stop texting me, gang. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I'm telling y'all, if y'all ain't on this chime shit, bro, y'all missing out on free bands, gang. One thing I like about this shit, bro, is that with chime, you can really leak that shit to anything, bro. It's not like all these other institutions where you gotta verify the bank, you gotta do all that bullshit, bro. Chime really links to PayPal, that shit linked to Apple Pay, that shit links to anything, gang. So really, when you smacking with your sauce, bro, you just gotta make sure Wi-Fi off and you gonna blam. And since chime is so easy to link to any app or website, you don't have to worry about declines. If y'all got your own sauce or methods, y'all know it ain't free, bro. But I'm putting y'all on the game in my bio.
Oh my God, I love it. It's always a link in the bio. That guy right there, he's basically selling a course, man.
With the chime logs doing the transfer, every account only has a maximum of 2 transfers. Once you reach 2 transfers, they will not let you do it anymore.
They don't see when you do this, it don't harm your account, anything like that. I know a lot of people keep asking me like, is it gonna mess up my account? No, it's not gonna mess up your account. But you only have 2 transfers. So if you get 18K twice, that'll mean you done made 18K and I done made 18K. I got 9, you got 9 2 times on bro. Then once you done did that, you gotta use a whole nother chime. You feel me? They can't use the same one no more. You only can use it 2 times for the transfers to work. So when y'all lock in with me, just be mindful that 2 transfers maximum that you can do to each chat.
So okay, so that's why they're trying to get everybody else's chime, because they know that if they get your chime, they're going to get half. They're basically going to take half of whatever you make. I don't understand why you would ever think this is legit. If it's too good to be true, it probably is. Why always charge $200 up front? Comment chime if ready. Dudes are selling this like they're.
Literally, thank you so much.
No problem. Here to work with anyone, anytime. All right, go ahead. Send me my cut.
How much is your cut?
1,000.
Oh, yeah, I'll send you it.
Hello.
To the platform.
How much is your cut? 1,000. Did you really think that you're helping someone scam and that they're going to actually pay you? They're actually going to do you right? Like, you know what? They're going to do you right. Don't worry about it.
Chime stole $800 from me. Chime stole $800 from me, and now I'm about to lose everything. You can hear this music. These dumbasses are trying to tell me that I'm not me. I've sent my ID 6 times. Big back, big back. 6 times, and I've sent proof of address, everything. I don't have a phone number. All they want is a proof of a phone number and a phone bill. I don't have one. I use Wi-Fi. I'm a broke bitch, and even if I did have one, I wouldn't be able to pay my bill right now because y'all took my money. I was literally at the car dealership buying a car, and they locked my shit 3 days ago and won't give me my money or my account back.
Get a job.
I don't know what I'm gonna do now. I'm so
Go get an application. Apply for a job.
sick of these stupid people that I talk to on the phone too, not understanding what the I'm saying.
So let me tell y'all something. If you got a Chime account, you need to go ahead and close that right now. And don't say I did not warn you. This morning, I woke up to an email from Chime saying that my account was closed. So y'all know I get on the phone and I instantly call them. So first they tell me that my credit builder account was closed due to bankruptcy, and due to the fact that my credit builder account was closed, all my other accounts was closed. So I'm like, okay, cool. When is y'all gonna send me my money for the $4,000 that I had in the bank? These people gonna tell me that my account is not eligible for a refund.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Y'all know I went slap off. I'm like, bro, y'all got me messed up. Y'all got me messed up. So I did a complaint with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and I did a complaint with the FDIC, because legally, even if a bank closes your account, they cannot hold your money. And legally, a bank cannot close your account for bankruptcy if you don't owe them anything and you file for bankruptcy. But in this case, I never filed for bankruptcy. I even called the national courts. They said it's not no case in my name. I called the bankruptcy lawyer. He searched the system and said it's not any case in America with a bankruptcy in my name. And legally, the bank cannot hold my money. So with that being said, if you have a Chime account, I am warning you, close that shit. Get your money out of there right now.
I ain't got a Chime account. I've always been taught that if you can't buy it twice with your debit card money, then, you know, you really can't afford it, bro. And I don't gamble, and I only recently started building my credit maybe the past decade. So, you know, I was very anti-credit card for a long time.
The biggest lie on the internet, and I don't understand why more people are not talking about this. Everybody online tells you if you have bad credit, you need to get Chime, Self, Kovo, kick off all these credit builder accounts to help build out your credit to get approved for funding. Yes, these accounts might help build out your credit score, but not only will these accounts not help you get approved for funding, it's actually going to be detrimental. Let me explain why. Oh, by the way, everything I say is backed up by this book written by the co-founder of the largest credit repair company in the history of the United States, and somebody who has personally been invited by the FICO headquarters to discuss new rollouts. There's a difference between your credit score and your fundability. Your fundability factors in all the types of accounts you have on your credit report, and all accounts are going to be ranked anywhere between tier 1 and tier 4. Of course, tier 1 being the most beneficial, while tier 4 are going to be the junk accounts, Chime, Self, Credit Strong, because they scream, I'm a consumer. They scream, at one point I had bad credit. I am a high risk. And lenders, they're not dumb. They have the highest technology in the world to determine risk. So they're not going to be finessed. A better way to improve your fundability is to go to credit unions and small regional banks and get approved for secure loans and secure products. Because not only are you going to build out your credit that way, but you're also building relationships with institutions that can potentially get you funding down the road. Unlike these rinky-dink accounts. Stop using them. If you want to build out your fundability, build your credit the right way.
I mean, I've never heard somebody saying get Chime to build your credit. I've never heard anybody say that. I've never heard somebody say, man, you really want to build your credit up? You got to get Chime, bro. That's what you got to get. Never. I've heard get a credit card. And I started with a Discover card. I started with a small little Discover card. And guess what? My balance at the beginning, because my credit was bad, was like $200. And after that, now it's like 20 grand. But it took me a long time to get there.
You bank with Chime, you need to be watching out for the same shit that just happened to me the other day. So long story
You need to be watching out for the buffets. Shots fired! Goodness gracious.
short, I received a text message like it was Chime, notifying me that somebody tried to make a transaction with my debit card at Walgreens.
Thanks, Adwalker.
It said, was this you that did this? I said, no. It replied a text message like Chime would, but see, I received a phone call. But see, me not really knowing those red flags to look for, because mind you, I've never been through this shit before for real. I answered the phone. This man sounded like Chime customer support to the T. The man had the last four of my social. The man had the last four of my debit card. He had my address. He had my email. And of course, clearly he had my phone number. The man basically told me that my whole account was compromised. And they had to help me get into a whole nother bank account and a new routing number. He was even able to see what I was seeing on my screen in my bank account. Yes, that's how serious it was. Somehow, some way, this man got me to move my funds to my own email that I know my password to and my information to. But he also had me add ID in front of it. I know the story is getting more and more fucking ridiculous. I get it. But in that situation, I was at the store. It was a lot going on. I was overwhelmed. It was loud. It was a lot going on. I was already nervous because I'm scared. Like, this is the money that I work hard for. I just had a direct deposit from my paycheck going through, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm real life worried at this point. And I instantly knew as soon as that shit happened, fucking idiot. An idiot. No, I know. A fucking idiot. In that moment, when you're manipulated so tough to where it's like, it sounded so fucking real. You know, I'm 27 years old. Like, it sounded so real and so legit. Like, them having my information like that, pretending like they were Chime customer support, they got me for my money.
That's crazy. I don't know about you guys. I get spam calls all the time, but I just let them go to voicemail. I don't even answer them. If it's really important, you'll call me back is my whole philosophy on it. If you want to call me once, great. But if it's really, really important, you'll call me back. You'll call me back.
Be the next scam guy. No, I was the fucking method. I'm joining all these telegrams, these discords. They showing all this sauce and shit, these, what they call them bitches. I don't know what they call it, but they, it was like receipts, them putting niggas on and shit. And my dumb ass getting geeked. I'm thinking I'm finna be the next Punch Man Dev, nigga, in that jet, nigga. No. They selling all the sauce. They selling PayPal logs, slips, all type of shit.
So what is this? Who's this girl?
Yana quickly apologized to...
Okay.
What do you call the far right? Falsely.
You think is the normal person. Okay.
Yes, literally, you could go back 10 or 15 years. These policies were completely normal. Like, take a speech from Obama and Hillary, and then go to someone, say, who's what I call the lunatic left, and say, what do you think of the speech by Trump? And like, oh wow, he's the worst person ever. Actually, that was a speech by Obama.
Yeah. I agree. No, I agree that the center of gravity in this country has shifted. Certainly, the Democratic Party has shifted to the left. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people like Rupert Lowe. I'm
Fringe
talking
right,
about
please.
people.
It's actually just normal people.
It's the fringe.
Here are the principles, and tell me which of these sound terrible. That we should have secure borders, that we should have safe cities, that we should have sensible spending. Which of those three are far right fringe? And I would like to just...
I
You say things like civil war in Britain is inevitable. Just a
On the
question
current
of when.
trends, yes.
I live there. That is
You
nonsense.
live a cloistered existence.
No, I don't actually. You have.
On the
question
current
of
trends,
when.
yes.
I live there. That is
You
nonsense.
live a cloistered existence.
No, I don't actually. You have painted a kind of view that you're kind of, overrun with terrifying Muslim immigrants. There's rape on every corner. There's a sort of civilizational
I haven't
destruction.
said any of those things. If you have a large and rapidly growing group of people whose beliefs are antithetical to Western beliefs, at some point there will be a reckoning.
Are you anti-Muslim?
If people are coming to a country with antithetical views, I am against that. I'm against rape and murder. I'm against the imposition of rules and laws that are contrary to what we've come to accept in the West.
You don't even live there.
I think of it as the sort of the West collectively.
It's why, we started this conversation saying superlatives. It's why people loathe you. I mean, some people do loathe you.
Yes, some people do. I don't care. I think a lot more people hate you and the media more than you realize.
She does not even know, bro. Like, she has no idea.
You don't buy the idea that any kid in Africa died because of the suddenness with which...
Zero.
By the way, the reason why they want to assign accountability to Elon Musk for killing people in Africa through doing cuts in USAID is to greenlight crazies, like trying to assassinate him. They're trying to create a moral justification for assassinating him.
Literally tens of thousands of NGOs. Well, the Gates Foundation has $50 billion. What about them?
Lots of
Mackenzie
these
Bezos
countries,
is...
USAID,
Mackenzie, whatever her last name is, used to be Bezos, gave $50 billion. What about that? They are capable of acting very quickly, and
True.
if they didn't, I would say they're equally responsible.
I don't want to have an
USAID
argument
was a
about
political
this.
organization.
Very
biggest
sure that
funder
there was
of regime change.
And them...
Exactly. Who do you think got the money? Joseph Kony got the money.
Also, USAID funding was not stopped. It was moved to the State Department.
It was stopped. There were huge numbers of things shut down in Africa that were
No, there were
health-related.
claims of this. These claims are false. When funding is stopped for fraudulent organizations, do you think they're going to say, please keep funding the fraud? Or do you think they're going to come up with a
Please
sad
save the
story
African
that
babies.
sounds
Yeah.
sympathetic in order to get the funding restored?
Yeah.
Obviously, it will be the latter. Zero died because of
that's
Doge.
what I- that's what I would-
0.0.
This is the way that you need to respond to these people. They're not playing the same game that you are. They're not trying to come to a conclusion that understands the other side. They're trying to assign accountability to you so they can use it as a justification to attack you. Before I get to that, I just want to show Africa population estimate 3.8 to 4.3 billion people, accounting for roughly 40% of the world's global population. Oh my God. Look how many minorities there are out there. It's gonna be 4 billion minorities there. Oh my God, man. That's crazy, isn't it?
Hello, guys and gals, me Mudahar, and ladies and gentlemen, I did not expect to be talking about EDP 445, but I would say like a few weeks ago, Mike Klum actually hit me up and told me that I made the final cut on this EDP documentary that he released the actual trailer of. Now, I was a little bit shocked. Mike Klum came to my house 3 years ago and interviewed me about EDP 445. Now, again, to give you guys a little bit of a history and context into what's been going on, EDP 445 is a character that was by far one of the most, I would say, meme-tastic characters on the internet. I mean, he made pretty simple videos. He talked about the Philadelphia Eagles, so a lot of expletives, just your average meme on the internet. One fateful day in Bakersfield, California, it seems as if EDP decided to show up and, be a part of a sting operation, obviously without his consent. Now, it's crazy to say this, 5 years ago, 5 years, by the way, okay, time is flying. EDP 445 was caught by these predator poachers, and basically, he was alleged to be going after a 13-year-old girl. And, when he was caught, instead of like running away he just stayed and participated in this entire sting operation. And he kind of held that, he was just there for a cupcake, right? Now, since then, EDP 445 has basically just been nuked out of orbit. People have kind of forgotten about him, but I genuinely did keep tabs on him. Now, here's the thing, okay? I wish I could show you photos from the sting operation or like videos, but YouTube's terms of service has actually changed over the years, and it's totally fine. We'll discuss a lot of this stuff towards the latter half of this video, right? But anyways, EDP445 had this entirety of like, he had this documentary that was effectively coming out, and basically a trailer has dropped on Mike's channel where it looks really like cinematic. It looks really nice. I mean, we are talking about something that is on par with like something you would see on like Netflix or like any major like streaming service. I mean, the quality is through the roof, okay? Mike might take like 3 to 4 years and like bring it out a documentary, but when he does, it looks like it slaps. Now, from what I've actually gathered about this documentary, it seems like EDP 445 has effectively done all the things a lawyer will tell you not to do, which is when you're the target of an investigation, especially anything, you should shut the fuck up. EDP doesn't do that. I mean, watching this trailer, it's crazy how much stuff he effectively admits to. I mean, there are lines in this shit that blow my mind, okay? Like, he pretty much almost seems to justify going after a 13-year-old, you know? Sometimes, when it has to be stated so honestly, the easiest part of content creation is literally not diddling children, okay? That's like the easiest part, you know? There's never like a Green Goblin mask that I have to look to in the corner and it's like, don't do it. Don't go near there. You know, you don't have to like... One thing that I find really weird about these kind of people, it's not just EDP445, it's anytime you find like online predators. You know, to me, it makes me wonder, like, what the thought process for somebody like that is. Like, you look at somebody that is a kid at the end of the day, and you just think somebody that, like, is literally a kid. Like, you have nothing in common with them. How can you be attracted to somebody that is a literal child? And then, of course, you start to see people like EDP, which, you know, even despite, like, how he looked, I always thought that EDP at least was charismatic enough to be going after people in his own age bracket. But it doesn't seem that way, okay? As far as I have been able to see, as far as I can reasonably believe, EDP is an actual danger to like human society, right? Like, he actually is dangerous to children around you. When you take away all the memes and the laughs, this guy is a dangerous dude. So anyways, Mike Klum actually ended up coming over to my place like 3 years ago, and he did like an interview in my house. And inside this interview, he asked me a bunch of questions about EDP. And one thing I won't forget is he had this like blue binder that he gave me during the fucking like filming. And it was just like pictures of like his messages. But I saw like 30 photos of like EDP sending shit pics. I literally that day saw some of the filthiest images imaginable, you know? Like, I have never seen fecal matter that was released at that levels of volumes. It honestly shocks me about like what EDP's physiology is, because when I opened this binder, there was literally one image where it looked like a football was released out of a dude's anus, and then he still had enough shit left inside him to leave like a puree on the side. Sorry if that sounds disgusting, but these are images that are like burned into my head. I remember distinctly like right after, you know, my parents were actually over at my house, and my mom was asking, what's that about? Is that like a TV thing, Muda? And I was like, no, Ma, that was another YouTuber asking me about EDP445. And my mom's like, oh, what's an EDP445? So I walked her through that rabbit hole, saw her eyes wide open, regretting that she even asked me. And then I even told her about the shit. I told everyone in my life that I saw EDP's crap pictures. And honestly, describing them, it's one of those things where, like, once you see it, it's burned into your fucking retinas. It's photographically memorized into your head. Give me a minute. So anyways, EDP is part of this, like, documentary. And again, ultimately, at the end of the day, it's a cinematic affair, which is coming out, I guess, in, like, you know, August. It's coming out very soon. And honestly, I'm more excited for this shit than I would ever be, like, the Odyssey or, like, a new Spider-Man movie or whatever the fuck that's out there. Because ultimately, there seems to be a lot of new stuff that's coming out with this documentary. A lot of new information about him. And ultimately, at the end of the day, he says really fucked up shit. Like, this is one line that blows me away.
You think you wanted to have with a 13-year-old?
I mean, the reason why I wanted to have with a 13-year-old is already clear.
What's so clear about that, Brian? Like, what's actually, you know, it is kind of like I said earlier, you know, I don't understand the people behind it, but I guess at this point, EDP's sort of given up. Now, if you've been following anything about EDP, obviously, the last few years haven't been exactly too kind to him. Obviously, ever since the story kind of broke, YouTube, I guess, took down his channel. He was basically removed from like all forms of like social media out there. You know, to the point where the last few things that he had were like a few websites and basically showing up on places like Cameo. And to be honest with you, the moment I guess you start doing Cameo is when you kind of know, you know, it's like your online time is done, okay? It's time to log out and it's time to return to like normal human life, if that makes any sense. But yeah, EDP's up there, sitting there with like a nearly 5-star review. You know, you got people going like, great job, great job, pal. Again, I feel like the reality of this is that there's still always going to be a continuum. One thing that I've learned about the internet, it doesn't matter how fucked up of a person you are. It doesn't matter if, like, you could literally be an actual fucking murderer on the internet. And as long as you just keep posting through it, and as long as you just like, as long as you exist, you are basically an uncancelable person. Now, EDP obviously isn't as popular as he was before, but one of the reasons why I actually stuck out from not talking about EDP as much was that he's still actually active in the community, right? For instance, EDP does actually have a real channel from like, you know, again, this is a channel that's been down, it's been up, it's just basically him, right? It's actually him existing. Now, he's only got like 5,000 something subscribers, so you might be sitting there wondering, okay, obviously his reach is effectively gone. But the thing is, these videos still get viewed thousands upon thousands of times. And one thing I didn't actually realize too while making this video, because I knew he existed, but I didn't know that EDP was still armed and still had firearms available. I feel like if you're this guy, I feel like if you're EDP, you probably shouldn't be allowed to own firearms whatsoever. And I honestly thought in the United States, you probably wouldn't be allowed to own any of this stuff because you could be a convicted felon. But then I remember, oh, EDP's never actually been convicted at all. You know, sure, the comment sections might be filled with, we are not forgetting, we are legion, expectus patronum. Bro is intimidating nobody. Those firearms are his only friends. That is a brutal comment section, Jesus Christ. When the comment section exists to solely roast you, that's also another sign to just give it up and go. But the reason why EDP was never arrested is obviously if we go back to the original sting operation, obviously the people behind it, which would be, you know, the Alex Rosen, for instance, and like, you know, the Predator poachers, you know, at the time they were basically hunting down EDP, they had kind of tried to make content out of it, right? Like they wanted to I remember distinctly when the EDP like stuff was coming out, there was like, you know, this whole hype up of like, hey, we're gonna have this live stream over here, get ready, we'll sign in. There was kind of a push towards the monetization aspect of this story, which I feel like there's a huge market now, obviously, of people that are doing predator poaching content. But and this is where it gets really murky, right? Like obviously if you want to make it big on the platform, just hunt predators. They're like the easiest people to go after. You can be as morally fucked up as possible, but as long as your enemy is a child predator, it doesn't matter if you got a few murders under your belt, you're still technically above that pile of shit in society. So ultimately, when it came out to this situation, when they did their first sting operation and EDP walked away, they didn't actually have law enforcement over there. They didn't actually have cops present during the sting operation. You know how you watch like To Catch a Predator, and after like, you know, Chris Hansen's done asking the person about their shit, the guy leaves the house, and then the cops in the ghillie suits jump out of nowhere and basically grab the motherfucker. That didn't happen here. So you can even see like Rosen at the time followed up for a few days with, again, the Bakersfield Sheriff Department and left a message for the detective. And obviously, since they didn't work with law enforcement at the time, EDP got away. Like, it was a sting operation where, again, you think that the kind of shit this guy admits to, maybe the cops would have been involved. But because the investigation wasn't done right, ultimately that let people like fucking EDP get away with, obviously, one of the most heinous crimes somebody could do. That's why we have to use words like alleged. I know a lot of people, since the inception of me using that word, are like, man, why are you using the word alleged? I mean, listen, I'm not giving anybody like a pass to potentially sue me or something of that nature, right? At the end of the day, it is just an allegation. It would have been a conviction. It would have been something if he was formally charged, if he was taken to court over this kind of stuff. And again, a court ruled and found and judged him of these crimes, which unfortunately has not fucking happened. You know, one of the things that I cannot sort of stand are like these predator groups like for instance, dads against predators, who even law enforcement agencies have talked mad like fucking shit on them, mostly because people like this exist to ruin entire cases, right? Now, this is a clip from a predator hunt. I can't show you this. I can show you a screenshot because literally this clip, I thought, is actually like death snuff footage. And I'll tell you why. You see those pumpkins in the back? They confronted this predator, pushed him around, so you're already bringing assault charges into a story. And then if you grab that pumpkin, for instance, as you can see the hand right over there, that pumpkin was grabbed and thrown over this guy's head. I almost thought this man died on fucking camera because of this, right? And then ultimately, the end of the day, look, imagine if this guy is actually a sick child predator. Well, you didn't work with the cops, or at least I didn't think you worked with the cops. And even if you did, that doesn't give you the right to grab shit and assault the guy on camera for views, right? Because ultimately, yes, it probably draws in views, probably draws in like actual revenue. But at the end of the day, this man gets like a sterling out on a fucking satin pillow. And that is the kind of shit that drives me insane. It's one of the reasons why I don't cover a lot of these predator hunts, unless, of course, there are people that literally do work with law enforcement, which a lot of people who do hunt for predators on the internet do. Like people like Skeeter Gene, people like the predator poachers, individuals like Schlepp, for instance, a lot of the people that are looking for creepers in the Roblox, Minecraft, like fucking Fortnite circuit, if you will. Those are the people that I actually have a vast amount of respect for, because not only do they make the entertaining content out of this by hunting a sick child predator, but before the content is made, obviously the effort to put them in jail is really the first and foremost part of the story. Now, obviously, EDP445 still exists on the internet, and obviously he'll ask people, yo, how's everybody doing? Which is pretty brave, after the fucking shit that he got brought out for. It's like, dog, why would you be asking about disloyal, fool-made, bitch-ass punks when you're the one that was caught literally looking for cupcakes, okay? Literally trolling around for people that haven't even entered puberty yet. It's fucking insane to me that if anybody would be caught for the kind of shit EDP was caught, he would literally slither into nothing and just not exist, okay? He would literally, I'm not saying, anything drastic. I mean, literally just get like a fucking janitorial job somewhere, get like some data entry job somewhere and be hidden entirely from society. He could probably do that. Get like a little studio apartment, get like some rinky-dink part-time job, and literally just do like subsistence living at that point. Because ultimately, that's kind of the only future that he has. Now, obviously, because that EDP is literally still active on YouTube, and again, I'm not looking at the monetization aspect. I don't think EDP is making anything worthwhile or anything close to what he used to be making pre-Cupcake incident. But the reality is, when you are on the internet, one thing that does fuck with me is that this guy is still like active. Like when you take away every single joke in the situation, you remember to yourself, this guy is actually an active danger, not just on the internet, but in his immediate like surrounding. And that's one of those things where like it really fucks with me when I see EDP sort of pop up again, because I think to myself, look, about a year or two ago, I realized that he had like, I think, late stage kidney disease. So I was like, oh, it's probably God taking out the trash at that point. But no, he's still actually here. And unfortunately, because he's active on these platforms, which who knows, by the time I upload this video, YouTube could even take this channel down or whatnot. This person is still an active threat on the platform, still an active threat on the internet. Now, is his reach as substantial as it once was? No, but he's still a fucking decently like active threat, I would say. And ultimately, at the end of the day, man, I actually can't wait to see this Mike Klum documentary, because there is supposedly a lot of really, really big like things that have come out. All right, apparently there's still an investigation, and honestly, I think based on what I've heard, this guy could actually open up new charges on EDP, and this guy could actually get arrested. Like EDP might actually face prison time before his actual time is over in this mortal coil. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, wanted to go back and relive the EDP hell, but I'll be real, once I saw that documentary pop up on Mike's channel, the trailer, all the shit pics came back. This man makes so many poo coils. This man This man's physiology has produced some of the most awful, off-putting craps that I've seen that they're burned into my brains, okay? The fact that somebody that was potentially underage may have seen that is actually incredibly like that. If I'm traumatized as a man in his 30s after seeing that shit, I can't imagine what a child must be fucking going through. You know what I mean? Like, goddamn, crazy shit. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
Female researchers are finally starting to see the damage that women have caused in the dating market. It's about dadgum time. If they would have subscribed to my channel 2 years ago, we wouldn't even have to watch this freaking video, but here we are. And if you haven't subscribed, I'd love it if you did. And then I'm just saying.
These researchers are now documenting consequences that many men in this space were talking about years ago. And guess what? They won't be called women haters for doing so. Let's get into it.
Definitely came up in my reporting and with young people that I've talked to. That's something that definitely came up in my reporting and with young people that I've talked to, millennials and Gen Z. I think one of the things that Carter was pointing out very correctly is that the entire social environment shapes how people move about, how they interact with each other, and maybe eventually how they have sex. So first of all, we have to know that Gen Z has come of age in a very anxious time, right? There was COVID in the pandemic. Everybody was stuck at home. Our political climate is frankly insane. And then Me Too happened in 2018, that kind of a formative age for many people in terms of thinking about sex and dating and how to relate to other people. I think for young women, Me Too served as a moment in which they could say, you know, the current sexual climate, our current sexual landscape, maybe actually doesn't feel that great for me. And I feel like I'm allowed to say that publicly. There's like less pressure.
Yeah, well, here's the reason it doesn't, because you ladies got to dictate the terms. Women control access to sex, men control access to relationships. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. The sexual landscape is so bad is because women made it bad. And you know what else is bad is the fact that you guys haven't downloaded Free Cash yet. All you got to do is scan this QR code. Super simple. Discord, who's here?
On me to assent to things, which is, I think, a really good thing. I think for young men, however, they became really frightened, actually. There's one guy I remember interviewing who said that, you know, after Me Too, asking out a colleague in the workplace or hitting on a girl in public was like handing them a loaded shotgun. It was really dangerous and could have consequences for him.
Kurt Cobain style, baby. It's crazy work.
But I was kind of like, that seems extreme.
Hold up. Look at that face. Yes. Women have...
She 100% agrees with this. She's like, She 100% agrees because she knows. She knows. This woman right here knows. She's been in the workplace long enough. And Me Too brought down 201 powerful men. Nearly half of their replacements are women. And I'm telling you guys, man, Me Too and the DEI stuff really only benefited liberal white women. I mean, you can go look it up. It's really only benefited them.
A lot of actually conscientious young men noted that, you know, Me Too had happened. Women had been made uncomfortable in a number of circumstances that they, you know, hadn't known about, and dialed back their own behavior, their own willingness to ask people out, to try and pursue sex on a date, to even try and pursue dating in some situations. And obviously, if you're not talking to potential sex partners, it is far less likely that you will have sex with them.
This is the...
I mean, that is a shocking revelation there, Rebecca. Oh my goodness. You're telling me if I don't shoot my shot, that I can't shoot my shot? In a sense. I'm sorry. Sometimes they come to me. Oh, come. Okay, let me stop.
I think what I found in my reporting is it's different for the genders, as Christina's talked about. But what I found really interesting is when I talked to young men, and I should say for my book, The Second Coming, I interviewed more than 100 young people under 30.
First of all, she did not call it The Second Coming. Oh my God. The jokes really write themselves. Feminist writes a book about Gen Z men not approaching called The Second Coming. Oh my God.
I've also covered gender and sexuality for 10 years now. I found that young men actually weren't all that moved by Me Too. And I think this is partially an age thing, which to Christine's point, you know, she's talking about people being in the workplace. But many of the young people I was interviewing, like, they did not remember Me Too, which was sort of a dagger to the heart the first time I heard it. Because it was...
I'm going to be honest, Me Too never affected me. Chad, did it ever affect you guys? If anything, it affected women more than it did the men. Maybe 201 powerful men got taken down. But I mean, dude, if you're a creep...
We're bucking the trend for a moment here. Here's a body cam that is not a fake cop. This is not a LARPer in any way, shape, or form. That's not to say that I've beaten the addiction to those body cams. I am still very much in that whirlwind, but we did take a brief respite to just look at a wacky one from the other night that I wanted to share with you here. One that I looked into a little bit and couldn't find any additional information on, so it leads me to believe that this was just a one-time thing where dude must have been having a real bad day. Saw this wild body cam. Simple doctor's visit ends in disaster. Has the nicest cop I've ever seen. It's so odd. The title sounds very familiar, but I guess not, because I feel like I would have remembered this guy. He's got like a battle pass skin on.
How are you today, sir?
Why do you want to know?
Well, I'm just trying to get to know you. I want to make sure you're okay.
Oh, okay.
The reason I'm here is the staff called. They were concerned about you, so they sent me to come and check on you.
Okay, I'm fine. You can
Officer's talking like Mr. Rogers at him.
Is there a reason you have a general antagonistic disposition towards me? Or?
Yeah, because you two goons have come here specifically to try to incite a physical incident with a person who's had a heart attack last week.
What?
And I don't think that's a very good thing, and I don't like that.
That's quite the assumption.
It's very disruptive, and I...
Did they come in wearing like boxing gloves or something? You guys are here solely to beat me up. You have been called here because you want fisticuffs.
You folks would step back.
Why do you think that?
Because of your body posture, because of the way that you're acting. I take offense to it, and I think that you should stand back.
Hello.
Another step or two would be good.
Come right in. Perfect. This is what little information we have on him because he was a new patient. But he came in and he was very argumentative. He's playing his guitar while we were
playing his guitar? He's a bard? He's a traveling bard.
Called him another person. And then he told
that if I'm not a threat to you.
Did you have any type of interaction with them or anything like that that was negative?
I was invited to come here and play my guitar. Apparently I was playing the rap music they like or whatever, but they decided they wanted to make an issue out of it after being told specifically that I could come here.
Okay.
I had a heart procedure, and they're trying to figure out if this is healthy or not.
Okay.
Playing the guitar?
I play guitar, so I have to play the guitar so that we can see. I drove all the way here in 85-degree heat.
Wait, what?
After having a cardiac event.
I'm so confused. Okay, there's a lot to unpack there. So he had a heart procedure. And he's claiming now he was invited to come play guitar here to see if it's healthy for him to keep playing guitar. So like what, a concert? He's doing like a music festival here in the waiting room? I feel like the answer would be, yeah, it's probably fine to keep playing guitar. Right? Like, I can't imagine that being a huge strain, unless you're doing, like, fucking headbanging and on stage performing. Like, outside of that, you're probably fine just to be hitting the blues.
Last week?
It was that recent?
Yeah, last week. Would you prefer to have me have a heart attack? I'm not a physical threat.
I would strongly encourage him to be evaluated in the ER for mental health, but he can't come back here unless he's treated. Okay.
That's fair. I think that makes a lot of
So
sense.
why do you have to provoke me by standing close and leaning?
I understand you were here for a follow-up appointment from your heart issue. Is that accurate?
I don't have anything to say to you.
Okay, well,
Okay.
My doctor's appointment at 1 o'clock. Got here early, and I'm waiting for my appointment.
Okay, well...
That's all you're going to get out of me. Have a nice day.
Well, they would now want you to leave, so I'm just here to assist with that. So...
Go for it.
Okay, are you ready to go?
You know what? You're going to have to physically hurt me.
Well, we don't...
Well,
There's
that's...
gotta be a way we can avoid that. It seems completely unnecessary.
The cop sounds like fucking Ned Flanders. No, I mean, surely that can't be called for, right? That can't be the only path here. No, absolutely not.
Why don't you go back?
He does seem nice. He does seem nice.
I think that we can probably come up with a solution together.
Yeah, I think so too.
So based upon whatever interaction you had with them, they're no longer willing to see.
I'm going to sit here for a while.
Unfortunately, that doesn't sound like it's an option because they want you to leave.
You're going to have to pick me up and take me out.
Oh, there's got to be a way we can avoid that. You seem like a reasonable man.
I made an 80...
It legit sounds like it's okay to feel sad, that kind of thing. I've never heard anyone talk like this. It's like equal parts soothing and almost sinister sounding. I don't know. Like he seems like a nice guy, but man, it really is like a very interesting way that he is communicating with this guy here. It's like he's talking to like an animal that he's trying not to startle. You know what I mean? I honestly thought he was going to start doing like baby talk, you know, like, oh, but what about the airplane? That kind of stuff. It was fascinating because you have someone that is steaming and then you have the exact opposite. The legit Zen master just standing there like, oh, well, that can't be right. Oh, come on, man. Like almost ASMRing it.
Well, with them being in control of the facility, it's kind of like their property. If they want someone to leave, we have to help facilitate that.
How about this? How about this? You sit here until I feel good and ready to leave.
Well, we're here to help everybody.
Oh, baby.
What about we get an ambulance to come and take you somewhere to get treated?
I don't care what the fuck you do. I ain't moving until I feel good enough to leave.
Well, ask him to play some music. That'll cheer him up.
Okay.
Do you have an appointment here?
He came here to play
Does
guitar.
that leave us with two options? Either he leaves voluntarily or they want him trespassed out of here and he goes to jail.
He's a reasonable man. I think we can avoid option 2.
Neither.
The only other option we have would be to take you to jail. We don't want to do that. That's completely avoidable.
Let me think about it.
Take some time.
All right.
Option
I'm
A.
going to take probably about 45 or 50 minutes to think about my decision.
So option A would be you simply leave and you're not in any trouble with anyone. And option B.
Oh, you're going on his Facebook group. You're going on his Facebook group. Get ready.
That's got to be something we can avoid.
I copy. Radio, anybody?
Yeah. I believe I'm in the market for some legal services. I have 3 goons standing over me, leering and trying to provoke a physical incident. They invited me to come over here and play my guitar because it's my wrist that was injured with the heart cath procedure.
Ah,
I want to
okay.
make sure that everything's okay with the wound, and they said, yeah, fine, that's fine, just come up. They were looking forward, they said yesterday, to me coming over here. I know, I'm rambling, but anyways, they now told me to leave, and I don't feel like leaving. So,
The lawyer. I'm not sure if you guys could hear that, but he said you guys are fucked. He said that I've got a slam dunk case against you guys because of this, so I highly recommend you leave. That's just my lawyer's advice. You don't have to follow it, but you could also sit here and listen to my concert. Thoughts?
Whatever you want to do. I'm going to take 45 minutes to just kind of rest and see how I feel, and then we'll decide if I leave then or not.
Okay. I don't know if I'm going to be able to give you that much time, unfortunately.
Can I give a 65-year-old guy with a heart attack a chance to make it out alive, or you want to hurt me?
I don't want to hurt you at all.
I'm hoping that we can resolve this peacefully.
I'm hoping we can resolve it peacefully in about 45 minutes.
Because we've got an ambulance that can come up with a cop.
Why, though? But, like, why, bro? Like, you've just been in here hooting and hollering. Why do you want to stay? Like, go home. Or just not, like, go into the lobby and, like, play the guitar for the guests coming into the facility.
Max?
Yes, sir.
This is the doctor who's in charge of the premises, and if this man does not vacate the premises now, he's banned from here. If he doesn't leave, he wants to pursue
This guy seems pretty big. Like, this guy is he's kind of yoked out. Like, the way he talks, so mild-mannered and, like, soft-spoken. I was expecting to be, like, an older guy, but he seems young-ish and in good shape. He's got, like, paladin build.
You gonna let me think about it?
No.
No, you have 60 seconds.
They want you
Well,
they want you out of
I
here
can't think
immediately.
about that 60 seconds.
Okay, well, the time to leave this building is now. They've made it clear.
Okay, let's go.
You've been clearly told. You've been clearly told that you are immediately to vacate the premises.
I'm ready to go.
Damn, he does his own stunts, too.
Anything I
Holy.
can say or do that would convince you to simply walk out peacefully?
I don't think I can, because I had a cardiac event.
You can take a few minutes outside. You need to leave this building now.
Drag me out.
Get up and act like a grown-up. Act like a grown man and get up and walk out.
All right, sir, you're under arrest. I gotta put you in handcuffs. Do you have any weapons on you? Watch your head. Where's your pocket? I don't want anybody to get hurt.
Damn, he got the Lone Ranger, bro.
You don't know where it is? Is it in your pocket?
They're about to cuff up the Lone Ranger.
No.
When does the madness end?
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Come over.
Put your hands behind your back.
No.
He's still ASMRing it.
Let's get your other arm and then we can get you sitting up, okay?
I can't move.
Yeah, you can. Just relax. I got it.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be good for his wrist, unfortunately. It was unavoidable, though. They gave him no chances to leave.
Just relax.
Put your hand behind your back.
Don't you kick.
He's not kicking. He's trying to pluck the guitar.
Don't know.
I will not tell anything to anyone until I get a mask on my face.
Okay.
And I get my glasses.
You got your mask right here. There you go. And your glasses. How about
He has to keep his identity a secret to protect the ones he loves.
You want it to be easy? We can just get me up and I'll walk out.
All right.
Wait, you're willing to walk on your own power? 1, 2, 3.
All right.
Hey, Mike.
How you feeling right now, sir?
Do you have a medical condition that you need immediate attention for, or are you ready to go to jail right now?
The hospital.
For what?
We have to tell them what you're going for. What are you going for?
They don't just let people
Lack
in.
of good music because they stopped him from playing his guitar.
Feel right.
You're still under arrest. Your property's going to go back to the jail. You can come back to the jail when the hospital clears you, and you'll get your stuff then. Sound like a plan, Brian?
You.
Easy. There's ladies here.
Stamp 2.
No, come on. Settle down.
Uncalled for.
What we're doing, criminal trespass.
Yep.
It's kind of sad. But today, I got recommended a video from YouTube's mysterious algorithm about a rare futuristic e-bike from a channel called BorovEUW. And I recognized the e-bike from an old Indiegogo campaign called Revo. This fantasy factory fuck-up raised over $6.5 million, and then the company just disappeared, leaving their backers in the dark. And they did actually deliver some product, but I never actually bothered to follow up on it. And then randomly today, I got this video from BorovEUW, who reviews it and calls it the worst bicycle ever made. But first, let's jog your memory. What is the Revo, and why did people go feral throwing their money at it?
If you could design your own e-bike, how would you do it? Would it be classy, sexy, or perhaps a bold new design that's elegant yet functional? Want to know more? Introducing Revo, the hubless e-bike.
They treat the marketing for this bike like they're trying to advertise the new Avengers movie here. It just goes so Insano style for no reason at all. And it worked. It was gripping. It had people by the nutsack begging them to put money into this.
You'll be turning heads with Revo's amazingly unique design. The patent-pending hubless wheels are crafted from aerospace-grade alloys and engineered for maximum durability. Revo also rides and handles exceptionally well, thanks to a strong, lightweight core. Feel the need for speed? Simply rev the throttle and watch the world slow down.
Engineered by Galileo, brought back to life by our patent-pending necromancy technology, we crafted the Revo out of alloys and polymers that haven't been identified on this planet yet from the year 3000. Yeah, the Revo is everything you thought impossible made possible. But it's not made yet. We need your clams in order for it to be in the corporeal realm. Eventually. Maybe it might. That's the beauty of crowdfunding. There's a good chance it just never exists.
Or, if you prefer, use the incredibly clever pedal assist that adapts to road gradient and provides you with a gentle boost that feels so natural. Ever feel anxious about leaving your bike alone? We feel you. Simply use your fingerprint to lock the bike. A strong wheel lock deploys automatically, out of reach from bolt cutters. No more carrying bulky chains around.
Far be it from me, a simpleton, to question the experts at the Revo think tank. That headquarters must have incalculable neurons firing at all times, but if I may posit, what stops a thief from just picking it up and carrying it away? Yeah, you have a fingerprint scanner, that's awesome. Yeah, maybe it also pops out like a retina scanner and then like a taste bud scanner to ensure that it's you behind it, all this biometric data that it's collecting. But it doesn't, like, the beauty of a chain in a bike is you chain it to something so they can't just walk off with it. Here they can. And in order to solve the problem of them walking off with it, you'd still have to chain it to something, so it doesn't get rid of the need for the chain, you know what I mean? Now, based on the BorovEUW video, I know the answer to this question. No one would ever want to fucking steal it, because it's basically just an elaborate way of killing yourself. Also, it weighs like 2,000 pounds. It's apparently extremely heavy. It's not actually 2,000 pounds, I'm exaggerating, but this thing is like Thor's hammer. Like, it is very fucking heavy, apparently. So maybe that's a part of the anti-theft technologies. It's so heavy, no one would actually want to carry it away. They'd be too exhausted.
An intelligent motion detector activates when the bike is parked. It sounds an alarm and notifies you when someone tries to move your Revo. But we didn't stop there. An integrated GPS also anchors the bike to its parking spot and lets you track its location in real time. Your Revo is yours and yours alone.
In fact, it's not even yours to begin with, because a lot of people never got the Revo that they thought they had paid for through the crowdfunding. Also, I love the idea that it sounds a fucking alarm. Step away from the Revo! We have contacted Judge Dredd. You will be executed. Step away from the Revo.
That raised over $6.7 million on Indiegogo before the company up and vanished, leaving everybody who ordered one without a bicycle or asking for a refund, except for the customer who bought this bicycle. He sold it to me on eBay at a loss after seemingly not riding it at all.
Which is why that eBay seller is probably still alive to tell the tale, because he didn't ride this fucking thing. This is a story as old as time. It's just so standard, unfortunately, where a crowdfunding campaign is extremely successful, rakes in tons and tons of money, oodles of cash, and then the product either never gets delivered, somewhat gets delivered but not what was advertised, or, in a case like this, the company and the people behind it, they just poof out of existence.
From what I can find, of the 2,700 people who ordered a Revo hubless bicycle, only about 150 actually got them delivered before everything fell apart. Today, the comment section's full of would-be customers desperately trying to contact Revo. And if you visit Revo's social pages, it's just more of the same. But their website is truly damning, a GoDaddy parking page. That's an obituary if I've ever seen one.
Well, let's not jump the gun here. Hold your horses. Just because they haven't maintained the website doesn't necessarily mean that they just left. Maybe they're planning a huge comeback and they wanted people to be privy to the fact that the hosting isn't paid for anymore. Because they're doing the Revo 2.0, baby. This time, no wheels. It's going to float with just dreams. And that's all you need.
So right now the motor is not on, and with great difficulty I am pedaling it. Can you believe how loud it is?
How would that ever even make it into the hands of someone that put money into this project? That is embarrassing. That shit sounds like an Aztec death whistle. That is shockingly loud. Lawnmowers are quieter. Even just setting aside the dump truck sound that it's making, it's apparently very hard to pedal, which is the number one thing bikes need to be good at. Pedaling. You know, using it like a bike. That's actually step one, and they fucked it up somehow. They failed on that front. How would this ever make it past testing? I don't get it. I guess they were really just banking, putting all their eggs in the basket of that, like, pedal assist feature, but most people who are going to buy this bike are cyclists. They're going to want to pedal it. That's like the whole point of riding a bicycle. I recognize it's an e-bike, so it's a little different, but I still don't think people want it to just be like a fucking electric scooter, but with the option of miserably pedaling it and burning out your fucking quads.
The second you start pedaling this thing, you start noticing a lot of stuff, and I'm gonna try and break it down. Let's start with the wheels, because I think that's a lot of where it's stemming from. Any bike, even e-bikes, they just roll, right? As soon as you stop pedaling, it just rolls on forever. It's like gliding. You just feel the resistance every step of the way on this thing, whether or not you're pedaling. Look at this.
Get some WD-40 on that bitch stat. It's a wheel that can't even function as a wheel. They reinvented the wheel and made it worse. So it's airless. It's an airless tire, which already I think is just kind of silly. Like, you just have hard rubber around this fucking donut that's not ever going to feel good at all. You're just going to be absorbing all of that impact on it. I don't know how they wouldn't have known that. Like, surely somebody hopped in the brazen bull, right? Like, somebody at the Revo facility must have tested this to some degree. Like, they clearly had engineers working on it. They did make some. So there was a team. It wasn't just, you know, Goober in his garage put this together with toothpicks and, you know, a stick of gum. So how the fuck did it end up like this?
They even advertise its lightweight core. This is one of the heaviest bicycles I've ever picked up in my life. They say it's like 70-something pounds. I think it's heavier. And I'm gonna start applying my brakes right here. Let's see how long it takes me to stop. That was a full-on emergency stop. I had both of my entire hands on the brake levers, gripping them as hard as I could, and it could barely stop the bike.
It looks more like you're riding a missile than a bike. It doesn't really emergency stop very well. It weighs 70 pounds plus, potentially. Yeah, I mean, that's just not super safe at all. Even just setting everything else aside that makes it horrible, this is certified unsafe. It's cycling on ultra nightmare mode. Again, this is another thing that has me raise an eyebrow wondering what the fuck they were even doing when making this, because stopping a bike is pretty important, and it needs to stop pretty quick, you know, because things move pretty quick out in the world. I feel like that would have been a problem they were privy to, like, hey, can't really stop super efficiently. So, like, let's say your pedal assist is getting a little out of control and you're going a little faster than you want to be coming up to an intersection. Well, you start engaging the brakes, it's not stopping in time, bang, now you're in the road and you're fucking sitting duck.
But it's a terrible e-bike too. Let's examine this and see if it's something that could ever be repaired. Yeah, listen to that. It's like there's a jump in the wheel. It's done. It's garbage.
So we already covered how inefficient it is to use it as a bike, you know, pedaling it. So now he just tries it as a full-blown e-bike, and it immediately fails that test too, because the first little bump in the road there that it hits destroys the back wheel. So he spins it, and it sounds like a bunch of marbles being poured out of a bucket, and he says that it's just kind of cooked. How could an e-bike, which they advertise in the marketing material, you might remember, you know, cruising where the world slows down around you, how can it go that fast and not be able to handle, like, the slightest change in terrain, like from complete flat glass to maybe like a small little, you know, bump? That like, how does that break it?
When you push it along, the pedals move because it's just not very mechanically sound. And so if you push it fast enough, the pedals actually engage the pedal assist, and it's a chain reaction. The bike keeps going. Watch this. Okay, so you're walking your bike and you kind of jog across the street a little bit. And it kicks in. And so you might say, Seth, just turn it off. I can't turn it off. I tried holding down the power button on the battery, everything. The only way to do that is to take the battery out, but I need the keys to take it out, and I don't have the keys on me.
This is what I found to be the most entertaining part about this catastrophe of a bike. How it can just have a mind of its own. It just gains sentience and tries to run away from you as quick as possible. So if you get the pedal assist engaged while you're not on it, you know, fucking ghost riding it, it will activate and just shoot off. So he demonstrates that in like a field, and it goes quite some distance actually. Like, it's not just like a little burst and then peters out. It goes until it falls over and can't go anymore.
Oh no.
That's fucking amazing. That is such a big discovery right there. Hats off to him for finding that, because I actually bet Revo didn't know about that. They probably didn't really put it through its paces and never actually figured that part out. But another thing he mentions is just how miserable it is to ride. It's apparently very painful, and that is something that they must have been aware of, because he mentions that they actually put in a shock absorption system to the seat, and by that I mean they did a very cheap attempt at having a suspension system to absorb some of the shock. He mentions that it really doesn't do anything to help with the ride. It is still pretty brutal. I highly recommend you watch the whole video on just how bad this thing is. For $6.7 million, not only do people not get the product, most people, but the ones that did, they were bestowed a curse from this company. Not a gift. Certainly not what they thought they were getting. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Attention hits harder than Fent, and people's quest for that high leads them down dark paths. And today I want to share with you someone that I've followed for a little while now to see if they would ever finally have like a come to Jesus moment and realize how cringe what they're doing is. But it's coming up on a full year of daily degeneracy here.
Today is day 361 of trying to make a phone call with KSI. In this series, I'm posting a video every day doing a KSI tattoo until he calls me. Oh, no. On the 361st day, I continued doing tattoos on my leg. He's not gonna pay you, bro. Guys, why do you think I'm doing this? Why do you think I'm doing this for money? Do you think I had to do this for money? No, I'm spending money doing tattoos. Why do you guys?
Wow, so I only just now learned about this massive stalking and harassment case that eBay just lost and got biblically spanked on. Now they have to settle to the tune of about $56 million to the victims, an elderly couple, and also some of that going to charity. I can't believe this is real. So, like, it all stems from this couple having a newsletter where they were occasionally pretty harsh on eBay. They weren't the biggest fans. They'd say, boo, eBay, stinky, that kind of thing. And eBay was so offended, so upset, that some of the higher-ups at eBay, 7 to be exact, made it a personal mission to terrorize this couple through a coordinated effort of stalking and harassment, sending them, like, really weird things about, like, surviving the death of a spouse, like these veiled threats, as well as even trying to ship a pig fetus to them, and they even had plans in motion to go to their house physically and plant GPS tracking devices on their vehicles to follow them at all times. Again, all of this just stemming from them criticizing eBay occasionally on their site, and now these fucking psychopaths are going insano style, scorched earth, trying to terrorize them. I wouldn't be surprised if they also had plans, like blueprints, to unleash the T-virus in their household to punish them for daring besmirch the good name of eBay.
This morning, eBay has agreed to pay nearly $56 million.
Of eBay.
This morning, eBay has agreed to pay nearly $56 million to a Massachusetts couple after several former eBay employees targeted and harassed them with bizarre and gruesome deliveries.
So much anguish, so much conflict.
This bloody pig Halloween mask was just one of the items that Ina and David Steiner received at their home, along with a funeral wreath and live cockroaches and spiders.
We don't think that anybody should be stalked and harassed.
Yeah, you know what? I can get behind that take right there. I'll pump my fist to that. I agree. This is fucking unhinged. Like, I cannot believe they even saw their site where there was even criticism on eBay. Like, they must have went out of their way to find that and then started steaming and plotting this. And this wasn't like a long time ago. It's like 7 years that they've been, like, in this case, like, battling this. This happened back starting in like 2019. Like, eBay was a multi-billion-dollar company then, and it is now, and somehow these former employees now saw this and just went hog wild, like ballistic about it. Like, are you telling me like that's like some companies normally see these kind of things? Is there a chance if I leave a negative review on Kellogg's cereal that they're gonna sink the Pinkertons on me, like they're gonna come case my house or some shit for it? It's just so weird. I really cannot believe how far they went, all just because they were criticizing eBay in their newsletter.
Because they are speaking out online.
The Steiners run an online newsletter that was often critical of eBay. Back in 2020, 7 eBay employees were charged with harassment, including an alleged plan to hide a GPS tracker on the Steiners' car. Most of the defendants pleaded guilty. Some were sentenced to prison.
It was difficult and it was painful.
It's actually kind of refreshing to see just how hard they went on these eBay ghouls that orchestrated this stalking and harassment campaign. Like, they brought out the giant fist here. So this was from 2024 when the final one got their sentencing, Brian Gilbert. So he got time served and 1 year supervised released. But Jim Baugh God, this fucking worm was formerly the senior director of safety and security He received a 57-month prison sentence. So he's going to spend roughly 5 years in jail for this. And the slammer, their senior safety and security guy, by the way, happens to be one of the most dangerous members of this group here, the fucking goof troop here. Every villain is Lemons. So he got the longest sentence by far. But others also received prison time as well, such as David Harville, former director of Global Resiliency. I guess he wasn't very resilient himself. He couldn't handle some less than savory words about the company he works at. That guy couldn't fucking rebound from that. Instead, he just devolved into goblin mode here and will be serving 24 months served 24 months in prison. Stephanie Pop, former senior manager of global intelligence, more like lack of intelligence for this fucking garbage, 12 months in prison. Philip Cook, former senior manager of security operations, 18 months in prison and 12 months of home confinement. Stephanie Stockwell, former manager of global intelligence. Man, the global intelligence squad here didn't bring their best. eBay was definitely lacking in that department there. They had the fucking single-digit IQ squad showing up for work there. They got 2 members. Was sentenced to 1 year home confinement. And Veronica Zaya, a contract intelligence analyst, sentenced to 1 year home confinement. These are pretty high up positions at the company. So it's not just like random nobodies that did this. These were people in positions of power within this organization, which is why it's become such a big deal, I imagine, because it's not like you just had some loose cannon go rogue. You had a coordinated effort from like top level people in their departments, and no doubt they were also recruiting others within the company to help do their dirty work. I don't think it was just them. I imagine they also had some other grunts running the small stuff to continue stalking and harassing the Steiners. It's craziness.
eBay condemned the harassment and apologized, saying it was wrong, reprehensible, and should never have happened. The company adding it's now strengthened its policies, procedures, controls, and training consistent with the company's ongoing commitment to uphold high standards of conduct and ethics.
It has changed who we are, but I think that we'll see more normal days ahead.
So eBay squeaked out an apology here for all of this happening, talking about how reprehensible it was, which it is, no doubt, and then like the improved training that the employees are going to go through here, like some Men in Black type shit. I mean, I don't think training would have stopped this. Like, it's not like they didn't know they couldn't do this. Like, these are serious crimes. I mean, I guess you can make a strong mention of that during boot camp at eBay, where you're like, the number one thing you can't do is stalk and harass. All right, don't do it. Like, I guess you could do that, but it also just doesn't need to be said. It's not like they thought that they were in the clear as though this was like a completely normal thing to be doing. Obviously, they knew that. They just didn't care. For some reason, they just hated this couple for them talking about eBay in a less than kind manner. So decided to just throw caution to the wind, go off book here, and just break bad. Which is some top tier cuckery here. To go this hard for a company that you don't even own, you just work at, that you're willing to put your freedom on the line to defend the honor of, is... I can't even fathom that thought process, because I bet everyone here in this group, this syndicate, the eBay Illuminati here, I bet every single one of them wouldn't care this much if it was their spouse being insulted. Like, I bet if you had walked up and spit on their spouse, they wouldn't have cared this much to go this hard against you. But for some reason, for the corporation that they're at, they decided that they were willing to risk it all just to punish someone for speaking negatively about eBay. Fucking weird. So weird to me. So here's the settlement in its totality. It's a $46.1 million payment from eBay, $2 million from Weenie, $500K from eBay's former senior vice president of operations, and $50K from eBay's former chief communications officer. The company and Weenie also agreed to donate to various nonprofits. So the Steiners are getting a pretty penny from this, as they should. I think they are more than entitled to this kind of settlement from a corporation like eBay for the shit that they went through. And now, you're probably asking yourself, who is Weenie? Well, Weenie happens to be the former CEO, Devin Weenie. Communications revealed in a 2024 criminal complaint brought by federal prosecutors showed senior eBay executives exchanging messages about Ina Steiner, including one from Devin himself, the big wiener, saying to take her down. So it looked like he was even aware of this and didn't just turn a blind eye, even seemingly encouraged it. So he ended up getting on the hook here. He didn't face like a direct lawsuit per se, but he was ordered to also pay out from this settlement. But according to him, with his statement to the Boston Globe, the harassment was deliberately done in secret without his knowledge, which is odd because in that 2024 complaint, he apparently was referencing Steiner with other executives saying, take her down. Doesn't seem like it was really done in secret without your knowledge. It seems like you were aware of it and kind of even on board with it is the impression I get from that statement. That's a little peculiar. I don't think you were being totally honest there, Mr. Weenie. But he maintains that take her down isn't what you think it is. According to evidence from prosecutors, Winnie told his... Winnie's kind of cool, too. I'm just never going to get this guy's name right. Fuck him. It's not even worth it. Told his communications chief to take her down, which he continues to assert referred to a common PR takedown, while the comms executive told eBay former security team lead to do whatever it takes to silence her. Very messy, very sloppy stuff going on here at eBay. Like, again, this is a pair of journalists here, a couple, that are being targeted by, like, high-ranking members of eBay, like, on a personal level, to the point where they were actually going to go put a GPS tracking device on their vehicles just because they spoke negatively about eBay online. That's fucking unhinged, man. That's terrifying. Anyway, I'm happy that the Steiners will be getting a huge payday from this, or at least seemingly will be getting a huge payday from this. They absolutely deserve it for the shit they went through here. I still just can't believe this is real. I am actually still stunned. So, yeah, I had to yap about it. That's really about it. See ya.